The boss was informed that a large sum of money had been transferred, and he was surprised. The amount was about 20,000. Even the staff were shocked. The man orders his men to make a public notice. He doesn't know who it is, but the stranger is definitely very lucky. Someone knew what the man was up to and was wondering who was behind it. At home, the guy was having fun on the computer. He was able to earn 46 million in 3 days. But this was only the beginning. This money is still not enough. He can get much more. The guy won't stop. He wants to get as much as he can. His name is Fred, and he is writing a story in his ramshackle room that is about to come to life. A little more, and he would have been hired full-time. But he was out of luck. The guy was thinking about jumping off a bridge. Here he noticed how a passerby was sitting on the structure, who also wanted to end his life. The officers are unhappy that such incidents are happening on their shift, and ask the man to calm down. He was sure that he was completely doomed. But then he was offered help. When the passerby came down, he began to ask for rescue. The officers wanted to take him away. After this, the guy realized that the world would not change if he was gone, so he decided to leave. At the crossing, he noticed a child. He envies his happy, carefree times. He knows that kids these days are incredible. He wishes he could go back to that time. Suddenly, he noticed a car. It was driving too fast. The child was crossing the road with headphones on. He didn't see that a car was rushing straight towards him. The boy can't just watch this picture. He wants to help the child. He immediately rushed to the boy, despite the fact that he himself could get hurt. He managed to throw the boy back, but he would have to take the full blow. He was thrown back after the collision, and it looks like he will die in this manner. Even at the last moment, the guy thinks about his parents. He wants to believe that they will receive a cash payment. Suddenly, the hero woke up in a completely different place. He does not understand why he is flying in the air. After some time, he noticed his grandfather next to him. The hero wants to know where he is. A brilliant idea came to his mind. He thought that the angel of death was standing in front of him. Grandfather decided to break the silence and said that he was the progenitor of the gods. When the hero heard about the ancestor, he became even more confused since he did not know who it was. He explained that because of him, the heavens became great, and he did not like being treated disrespectfully. The grandfather asks the hero to listen carefully. He will give a gift and bring the guy back to life. In return, the unknown person asks that the hero change after returning to life. The guy still doesn't understand anything. Grandpa was furious and would not explain anything more to the boy. The hero was thrown back. He doesn't know what will happen next. It turned out that he was alive. Now he was in for a cruel blow after the fall. Afterwards, he woke up in the room because of the alarm clock. This situation surprised him even more. He was hit by a car in August when he was only 32 years old. And now he's a high school student. The situation surprises him every time. The boy is in the room of deprivation and loneliness of his teenage years. He still does not believe it. Everything is just like back then. He looks exactly the same as he remembers himself. After a simple calculation, he realized that he was now 18 years old. A legendary age. Memories of recent years came flooding back to him. It was all like a prophetic dream, where he saw his future. Memories of school life come to mind, when everything was good. He had a carefree life, no problems. He felt ashamed of his behavior. And he also thought about the entrance exams to the institute. All the memories were true. It was not a dream. All his achievements in different areas disappeared. He would have to start over. This scared the guy. In an effort to become a skilled worker, the boy studied 3 disciplines. At this moment, he tried the most. All this was done by the grandfather. The hero does not understand how this is possible. It looks like this is the same gift from the unknown man. Suddenly a light appeared in the room, and Fred couldn't see what was happening because of it. When the glow stopped, a grandfather appeared in front of the hero. He wants to pass on to our guy the knowledge of the great limit. The man reminded that he is the god of health named Casper. Casper asked the boy to hurry up because this training is illegal. Fred must not be caught. The hero doesn't understand anything. He doesn't believe in everything that's happening. Casper said the boy had a great physique, and he was unhappy that Fred was continuing to ruin his bones. He asks Fred to close his eyes so they can finish faster. For Fred, everything sounds ridiculous. It seems to him that the place where they study hides danger. The guy had seen something like this in martial arts movies or novels. Casper doesn't like what Fred is saying. It's time for them to start passing on the knowledge. The man put his hands on the guy's back. To share the basics of the technique, he will have to develop himself. The process began. Powerful energy began to flow through the guy's body. Fred noticed sound waves coming from his back. It was painful for him. But the boy had to endure it, because this method gave strength in proportion to the suffering. The hero asks to stop. He feels very bad. Fred already thinks that he will die soon. The veins bulged as if they were about to explode, but even then Casper did not stop. Sweat covered the guy's body. All the toxins left his body. His nerves almost exploded because of the man's technique. In exchange for excruciating pain, the guy will receive the technique of the 5 elements. After some time, Fred noticed changes. He felt completely different. The man has an incredible story behind him, which our guy will hardly be able to believe. The effect of the technique was simply incredible. While the guy was undergoing training, time on Earth seemed to stand still. Fred noticed his technique. It was as if he had returned to the last century. The guy urgently needs to clean up after all the events. He needs to wash everything off himself. The guy had barely gone into the shower when he heard his mother's voice. She was always there for him no matter what. He promises to come for breakfast, but first Fred needs to wash up. In front of the mirror, the guy saw how much his body had changed. He had grown quite quickly. After all the impurities left the boy's body, he felt very cheerful. Even the skin became elastic. Fred became a completely different guy. He felt fresh in his yard, in a house that had been passed down from generation to generation. While Fred was lost in his thoughts, his mother brought food. The woman asks her son to eat before everything gets cold. Fred couldn't contain himself. He hugged the closest person who had never betrayed him. The mother does not understand why her rather grown-up son behaves this way. Fred began to thank the woman for everything she had done for him. She was the best person in the world. He asks his mother not to overwork herself. The hero only now thought that she was a village girl. The hero does not understand why such a woman is next to his father. Mom called herself a princess who was incredibly lucky in this life. The guy finally let go of the woman. They hugged for too long. It was time for them to have a snack. They sat down in the hall. A cool wind blew in their direction. Fred couldn't stop admiring the delicious food. The guy suggested to his mother that they open a restaurant. Her soup would be the perfect cure for a hangover. The woman thought her son was joking. Fred had a sense of humor just like his father. Mom thinks that the hero is acting suspiciously. He just went back in time. Now he knows a lot. Only now did Fred notice that they lived quite poorly. He couldn't ignore it. After a snack, the guy decided to help his mother. He decided to wash the dishes, as he got used to doing after the army. The mother is unhappy that her son continues to joke, but he wants to make the woman happy. Due to her physical condition, the woman cannot do anything at noon. She went to bed. While she was resting, Fred decided to clean the house. He uses all his skills. After cleaning, the hero turned his attention to organic food, which is not particularly popular in Korea. It was difficult to find any family that would eat these organic apples. Plus, they were really nasty. There was definitely something wrong with them. There is nothing good about these apples, but they are all this family has. The father had a huge debt. Even the garden and rice fields would die because of him. At that moment, the family began to die. First, the family's property needs to be saved, and that's what Fred will do. Suddenly, the guy saw tables with his successful operations. He saw them only twice, but they were clearly imprinted in his head. It seemed that Fred had become a genius. The hero understands that no lender will issue a loan to a high school student. He needs to come up with a plan. First, Fred needs to find out what is in demand in the country today. The guy understands that he can't do anything with his ancient computer. Then an idea comes to him. Fred knows many novels of his time that are considered great masterpieces in Korea. The guy remembers everything. Now the author will be our Fred. He won't change anything. No one will be able to prove that the story was stolen. This story is simply incredible. The hero remembered everything down to the smallest detail. Fred took his words back. He is a real genius. The popular work was revived by his efforts. The hero didn't even have to make any corrections. The writer's dormant talent finally awakened, and he wrote something amazing. Fred knows that the novel will be popular throughout the country, and success awaits him. It all feels different, but the novella is still interesting. The guy is proud of himself. Now he understands what it is like to be a writer. All this time, the boy's mother listened to his screams. She already thinks that her son ate something wrong. The next day, the first reader liked this novella and thought it was the best. He liked everything about the new story and read 10 chapters in one go. Now the guy wants to buy our Fred's book when it goes on sale. First, you need to pre-order it and recommend the novel to others. The next day, 5,000 copies are planned to be printed, even if publishing rights are not obtained. One of the staff members thinks that it is too early to release a story that only has 10 chapters written. He was reminded that this story is interesting, original, and the plot develops organically. Overall, this is a good piece of work. Most likely its author decided to change his pseudonym and write a new story. One employee feels that the story will not be popular because of the plot. The girl recommends this novel. She believes that many people will like this story. They decided to contact the author. They need to come up with what conditions will be offered. The girl suggested giving 8% of the profits from sales to the author. But the main one didn't like this proposal. He thought it was too much. He had to agree to this condition. Now everyone can start completing the task. The editors like the story and believe that it will be popular for a long time. A man has an idea. He wants to find the author and offer him 10%. Another thought it was too much, as the publishing house was going through hard times, but the editor was confident that they could make good money selling the story. There was no arguing with that. The novella would definitely become a bestseller. Fred is still struggling, but his body is holding up longer than before. Now he is surrounded by completely different feelings. Thanks to his training, the guy will be able to master all 5 elements. Afterwards, the hero felt so good, he would never live as a loser again. The first part of the plan went well, with 5 major publishing houses becoming interested. The reason this story became popular is because it helped people take their minds off things. They want to establish contact with the guy. They offer him the best conditions for an experienced writer. Fred has had the opportunity to get acquainted with many publishing houses. He knows about the pitfalls. He needs to be careful. In the evening, Fred invited his mother for a walk. He promised to treat her to a full dinner. The guy wants to meet with representatives of the publishing house, but his age stops him. While the mother doesn't suspect anything, the hero leads her to a certain place. He hides behind the fact that in such weather, there is nothing better than an Americano on the rocks. A woman will always believe her son, so Fred doesn't have to worry. The staff were sitting in the cafe. They thought that our guy would be late. The guy immediately turned to the men. They were surprised. The men couldn't believe that a schoolboy was a successful writer. Fred was happy about this meeting. At this moment, his mother was shocked by what was happening. The man understands that our guy reads the situation no worse than a veteran. The hero asks if there are any problems due to his presence. The men claim that everything is fine and the guy can sit down. They explained that they didn't expect such a young author. They were interested in how old the hero was. When the men found out that our guy was a schoolboy, they were shocked. As expected, it won't be easy with our Fred. They'll have to try hard to sign the contract. When the men were wondering what to do, their mother spoke up. Fred sees that the editors can't hide their surprise. He needs to press them even harder. He decided to point out that they wouldn't want to work with high school students. So the editors decided to detain the guy. In front of the guy sit the head of the publishing house, Charlie, and the editor-in-chief, Leo. Fred is glad to meet them. Now he can introduce himself. He asked his mother to introduce herself as well. She shouldn't sit on the sidelines. Today her son will sign a contract with a publishing house. Charlie decided to give the woman a business card so she could get to know the company. Fred liked being called a writer. It was very sweet. The woman can't believe that her son, who writes strangely, has suddenly become a successful writer. She began to scold her son, who was still studying, while the staff agreed with her. The guy explained that he simply uploaded the work he wrote during the holidays, and now he wants to see his mother's reaction. The woman believed in her son until the end. It seems that her time to die has come. The men decided to say that the hero's work was incredible. Charlie clarified that Fred had only recently started writing, but had already earned recognition from his readers. Leo did not stand aside. He declared that this was the best work he had ever read. The woman is told that her son is very good and she is confused. After the conversation, Fred decided that the men could offer the guests drinks. His mother did not like her son's tone. Fred happily chose a drink for himself. Leo went to place his order. At this time, our guy decided to find out if the contract was prepared. Charlie likes his impatience. He really enjoys reading legal documents. The hero can take his time. He will find out all the details that are written in the contract. The men thought everything was going well, but they didn't know that the guy had already passed his bar exams. He noted the conditions that needed to be corrected. The staff would have to send the guy a new contract. Charlie started making excuses. He said that all writers sign contracts like that. Fred doesn't like one point. He wants publishers to be able to publish only his works. The guy also wants foreign publications to be coordinated with the author, which scared Charlie. Fred also wants 20 million won as an advance payment. The men were shocked when they heard such a sum. Mom didn't stay away. She didn't understand what her son was doing. The hero noted that he would receive 10% of sales, and the guy would receive payment for the re-release. Charlie knew our guy was amazing. He needed to figure out what to do. Leo reminded that no publishing house would pay that much money to a newcomer. Then Fred decided to suggest getting the laptop. The men didn't understand at what point the guy started talking about technology. Fred decided to give them a chance. He will show his work, which can always be refused. The men were no longer able to comprehend. Every action of the hero surprised them. The guy provided the employees with a flash drive on which drafts were stored. Fred said that the flash drive contained as many as 5 drafts of his popular story. The woman doesn't believe her ears. She already thinks that mythical creatures are involved in this situation. This is just the beginning. Fred knows that even more amazing things will happen in the future. Now he is glad to see the reaction of the men. They certainly did not expect this. After Charlie immediately agreed to all the conditions of our guy, he definitely wants to sign the contract. Taking into account all the shortcomings, the contract was changed. All that was left for the hero to do was sign it. Fred isn't yet sure he's doing the right thing, but the money in his account gives him confidence. Leo didn't forget to mention that his mother, as the boy's official representative, should also sign. Throughout his life, the hero had a maximum of 2 million in his account. Now he will always have money. The agreement has been concluded. It will be a wonderful cooperation for both parties. Fred was about to leave with his mother. They had nothing more to do here. The men were surprised by such a hurry. The woman doesn't quite understand what's going on here. She decided to apologize for her son. The men were lucky to meet our guy, and Leo wanted to ask a question at the end. He wonders how many volumes Fred plans to write. Since there are enough drafts for at least 10, the guy proudly announced that his story would have 60 volumes. When the men heard this figure, they were shocked. They did not expect it. Fred has a lot of things planned for this day, and Mom doesn't know what awaits them next. The hero said that they need to go to the bank. The woman is interested in his plans. He has one important matter that needs to be resolved urgently. The woman feels that her son should discuss everything with his father. Fred wonders if his mother still trusts him. He asks to give him 1 month, after which the guy will tell his father everything. This money is the first step that will lead the family to prosperity. Mom trusts him. She won't doubt his decisions. The rain has stopped. Now Fred wants to take his mother to a cafe. She likes this idea. In the evenings, the hero continued to train. He needed to become better. Thanks to his concentration, he began to see everything down to the smallest detail. It's time for the guy to play. It's his turn to dictate the terms. The guy was a broker in the past. He knows what he needs to do. The hero noticed that they were scared. Fred wants everyone to take care of each other. The head was informed that 20,000 assets had been bought out, and he immediately realized that they had decided to rob them. The employees don't understand what to do and are waiting for further instructions. Even the boss doesn't know what to do. He suggested dividing the package. They must be vigilant. They cannot lose during the trading. In just 3 days, Fred earned 46 million, and to get more, he needs to pay a little back. The guy has never had such luck in the past. Today he will give up his victory. The hero couldn't even imagine that knowledge about the rapid growth of stock prices would come in handy. Our hero's novella has appeared in stores, and many people find it interesting. There are people who didn't like the story, but there are many more fans. The story was incredible. People read it with bated breath, and pre-orders for the next volumes had already been placed. The whole family was gathered. The woman turned her attention to the father. He says everything is fine. They just need to enjoy the food. Everyone noticed that the father looked bad. They wanted to send him to the doctor. It was time for Fred to reveal all his cards. He began to behave strangely. His mother doesn't have to worry. He will cheer up his sad father. The guy decided to get down to business. First, he needed to find out if anyone had plans for the evening. Today, the hero will treat everyone. He wants to go for a walk with the whole family. Father thinks this is a bad idea. Today is not the best day for such antics. Before leaving, our hero asked everyone to take their ID. He has a plan. Now he won't say anything. Everyone is in for a surprise. The girls were happy to be in the city. It was their first time in the center. When Fred took them to a store, they couldn't take their eyes off one item. They really liked the counter with phones and were studying the new model. The father asks them to go further, since they will not buy anything. Our guy thought differently. He said that girls can choose whatever they want. They were inspired. The father does not understand anything. Now the man knows that his son is receiving a fee, but he still thinks that this is too expensive a gift for his sisters. The guy also suggested that his parents choose gadgets for themselves. Mom was happy with this proposal. The man wants to bring her to her senses. He didn't succeed. Everyone chooses a new phone for themselves. The man was shocked that his underage son made an expensive purchase when he could not do the same. When the whole family heard that the guy had spent 2 million, they were speechless. In the morning, the main person was informed of the latest news. They had received a huge sum of money. The man wants to know who is behind this. He thinks it is the one. He was informed that this time a big player had appeared. The family continued walking, when suddenly Fred stopped. The guy decided to go into the store, where he would leave a tidy sum. They were greeted by an employee of the safest and most tested car showroom. For the hero, there is nothing more important than the safety of his family. Everyone was in shock. Today will be the culmination. Fred has chosen the best car. He believes that this car is ideal for taking the twins to school. The girls admired their brother. The father does not understand what came over his son today. The man reminded that the family was not doing well and they did not need a new car. Fred doesn't think so. Everything will get better from today. Mom said that the hero was going to buy a car not long ago without saying anything. The man saw his son's checkbook. Now he knows the guy has 50 million. Mom notes that their boyfriend has grown a lot. The hero asks his father to trust him. The father accepted the situation. He believes in his son. The hero continues to talk with the employee. He wants to pick up the car today. From that day on, Fred was the head of the family and his plans came to an end. The boy had not gone to school for a long time. He really became a high school student. Everything is the same as in his memories. Fred missed his youth. Now he can change his future and everything. He hasn't sat here for a long time, it's still the same. While the guy is going to school, his investments are bringing in money. Now he should already have about $1 billion. The hero has complete information about the future. Even if there are gods of shares, they will not be able to interfere. Fred was in the clouds for a long time. He heard someone complaining about the end of the holidays. The girls were discussing what they did on vacation. Fred remembered them. After some time, they saw our guy, and they really liked his appearance. Fred decided to help them, so he offered to support their bags. When the hero took the bags, many people paid attention to him, but no one could really say who he was. A murmur went through the bus, and Fred remembered that there was an order of seniority here. The girls don't know him, but now they are his fans. The guy continued listening to music. Suddenly he saw someone he wanted to meet at least once. There was a girl sitting on the bus, whom the guy always looked at from afar. This was his first love, with whom he did not dare to talk. Her name is Layla. For the guy, she was the most beautiful girl. In class, Fred's friends noticed his uniform. The hero stood out from everyone else. The friends want to know where the boy found the magic pill that made Fred grow so tall. He explained that he was a high school graduate, so of course he needed to pay attention to his form. Harry entered the office and asked his classmates to shut up. Everywhere there is someone who bullies the weak, and the guy suffered because of it. Harry noticed that our hero had grown during the holidays. Fred couldn't stand him, and he once got injured because of Harry. This guy was in a gang. He acted like a boss at school. Harry wants an answer to his question, but Fred is not going to tell him anything. The guy was unhappy, so he wants to beat up our hero. Fred has changed. Now he will not tolerate. He will gladly strike back. Harry was surprised that someone dared to talk to him like that. Fred never stops humiliating him. He likes this environment. The friends were shocked. They don't understand why Fred is behaving like this. Harry was furious. He didn't like being spoken to like that. He asks the hero to repeat everything Fred said. Fred doesn't like that the guy in front of him thinks that everything can be solved by violence. Finally, the teacher appeared in the office. He hoped that everyone would study, but he was disappointed. Fred turned it all into a joke. They were just happy to meet after the holidays. The teacher doesn't want to hear anything. Everyone should sit in their seats. The guy wants to meet Harry for lunch. Their conversation was not finished. The lessons began. All the classmates repeated after the teacher. After each lesson, Fred's friends warned him. They all knew that Harry would not come alone. They were worried about the guy. The hero was amused by this, but he was glad that he had such friends. Finally, Harry came. He was waiting for this meeting. Harry's teammates laughed at Fred. They enjoyed the situation. They want to deal with our guy as soon as possible. They are unhappy with his behavior. The hero asks them to be quiet. They should not make noise in this classroom. The guy promises his friends that as soon as everything is over, they will go out for pizza. Harry was unhappy and ordered the others to be brought in. There are a lot of students gathered in the schoolyard. Many want to see it. Harry apologized to his men because they needed to deal with the upstart. The guy promises to treat his people. He will also bring a couple of girls to them. Fred watched Harry, liking this start. Our guy wants to talk. Harry thinks he's trying to look cool. The hero tries to understand why Harry bullies weak people. They should be comrades. According to Harry, he has many reasons why he doesn't like them. It was disgusting to see these faces. For Harry, it was enough. Then Fred mentioned Harry's father, who is a lawyer and will get into trouble. Harry believes that there is no need to worry about trifles. He behaves as his father told him. Harry must suppress the servants so that they do not dare raise their heads. The guy said that his father has friends at school, and they will do anything if they are given money. Fred asks to let his friends go. They did nothing wrong. The guy decided to ask for forgiveness for them. Harry is not going to let him go. The hero continues to speak, then Harry falls into his trap. Harry is ready to let everyone go if he gets 100,000. Then Fred handed him the money his parents had earned. Now the hero hopes that his friends will be able to leave peacefully. Harry didn't wait long. He hit our guy. Fred was prepared for this, but it still hurt. This fight was filmed on camera. Everyone will know about it. The guy came to his senses. He doesn't want Harry to leave, otherwise he will be extremely disappointed. Fred wouldn't let Harry go. They had to sort this out between themselves. Harry was furious that no one had the right to treat him like that. The guy continues to attack. He even mentioned Harry's ancestors, who would be unhappy with his behavior. But Fred understands that Harry's character is the fault of his ancestors. They made him like this. Then the guy's people started to come up with ways to torture our hero. Harry gave his men orders that they were to make mincemeat out of Fred. Our guy wasn't that simple. He changed a lot and won't let anyone hurt him. Harry was shocked when he saw his opponent easily deal with everyone. Fred is easy to win in this battle. He happily throws back all the attackers. The hero still has poor control over his power, so he decided to apologize. Harry's men must all attack Fred. They must tear our guy to pieces. The hero was waiting for this. Now he will be able to use his new power. He easily dodges all the blows. No one could hurt him. Fred took part in this battle with pleasure. He has no equal. The guy beat up everyone who attacked him. Nobody could believe that the loser Fred had changed so much. Now it was not him who was being beaten, but he himself who was delivering the blows. He noticed that Harry's people had brought dangerous weapons to the school. After a short period of time, Fred has won and he wants to bring everyone to their knees. Fred didn't forget about Harry either. He had to kneel down too. Now Harry is truly afraid. They definitely won't leave him alone. Our hero hit his old opponent with pleasure. Now he was satisfied. Fred asks Harry to do everything the first time, otherwise he will get very sick. The guy knows that nothing will happen to him. Now he is the boss. Harry won't just leave it all alone. He's not afraid of our hero. It's his turn to join the battle. Harry himself wants to beat up our Fred. Their fists met. It was a powerful blow. As a result, Harry's bones were broken, and he experienced excruciating pain. Even now, he didn't stop cursing our guy. He won't leave him alive. Fred wants to throw a few more punches because he can't ignore this threat. The guy continued to beat Harry. All his friends were shocked. The hero decided to say hello to the lawyer. Fred asked for the phone number. He called 911 and reported a terrible fight in which 20 people, including himself, were injured. Everyone in the hospital complained of wounds. Everyone was badly hurt. It was reported that an operation had been performed, but Harry would remain disabled for life. Now the father wants to find the one who abused his son. He demands that he be found and put behind bars. The man was even more outraged when he found out that the student had done all this, and he wanted to arrest him. Father is serious about destroying not only our guy, but his family as well. After Fred, they started questioning him in the ward. They won't leave him alone. The man wants to know why the guy beat up all those kids. The hero was outraged. He is also a victim. The criminals are school bullies. He was hit. The guy is also a patient of this hospital. The man doesn't believe him. If he starts an investigation, then everything about the guy will come to the surface. After a long monologue, the guy suggested that he had been given a bribe because he was communicating with a minor. The officer was furious. He knows how to deal with such bandits. Fred doesn't understand why he's being treated this way. He wants to call another detective. Doctors gathered at the screams, and the guy told them that the detective had tried to kill him. After these words, the doctor turned to the officer. He was not happy with this behavior towards the student. He began to point out the man's mistakes. He should not have treated the patient like that. During the argument, the nurse noticed the guy. Fred lost consciousness. Something happened to him. Nurses will have to carry out examinations. This is an emergency. There was a meeting at school. This time the situation went beyond all bounds. The man wants to expel our boy. He has maimed more than 30 students. Not everyone agreed with him. It was a fight of 1 against 30. Everyone should be punished. The teacher says this because it is unfair to punish only one person. The police are looking into this incident, and if the man punishes this student, it could raise the school's reputation. Fred was diagnosed with a concussion and was given a week off. He became free from going to school, was able to freely trade shares. Today the guy earned 700 million. A lawyer came to the hero. He will observe formalities with the high school student. Fred likes him. Thanks to the money he earned, he was able to apply to a better company. Because of his stubbornness, the man was thrown out of the organization, after which he became a model case for the people. The guy notices that the man is not quite used to his new job. Fred knows a lot. He knows the future prosecutor's office's ins and outs. A man should not worry about this. He should behave carefully so as not to harm the patient. An officer burst into the room. He was not happy that a lawyer was allowed to see the guy. The man reported that a prosecutor from the department came to the hero to bring him to justice. He was surprised that Fred, despite the concussion, was sitting as if nothing had happened. Fred waits for the men to stop yelling. They don't like our guy playing the victim. The guy got tired of putting up with all this and asked about the resolution. The prosecutor was surprised that Fred knew such smart words. He asked the investigator to show him. The man was furious, but he did as he was asked. Fred saw the ID, but he asked about the resolution, which was never shown. Clark asks if the boy understands what a regulation is. Fred knows everything. He studied it for his future. The guy could read the text of the Constitution to the men. Men don't understand what's wrong with this guy. They wonder how he knows everything. After all the explanations, Fred wants to know why only he is being interrogated. The boy's scream could be heard in the hospital corridor. Even the nurses were scared. The prosecutor points out that the guy is quoting stupid legislation and talking nonsense. He believes that people like our hero should not stick their necks out. Then Fred decided to find out if he would be arrested by force. The prosecutor orders the guy to be arrested. The order will be issued immediately. The officer is happy. He decided to find out if the hero understands what he told the prosecutor. Fred can't believe the men have revealed all their cards at once. He calls them all rotten. The prosecutor lost his temper and wanted to teach the hero a lesson. At that moment, a doctor appeared in the room and demanded that everyone leave the room immediately. While men from different organizations argued among themselves in the ward, their conversation was overheard. Fred was glad that the doctor was on his side. The man drove everyone away. Only the guy knows that all this is being recorded on camera. He doesn't know whether to play along. The hero decided to disrupt the chi energy a little, which resulted in it looking like an attack. Deputy Chief Walt appeared in the room. He attacked the prosecutor without thinking. The man could not leave everything like that. Walt reported that the men had ruined everything, and he was angry. Everyone got hit by him. No one could escape it. The man called immediately and said that the people were not properly trained. He was unhappy that the prosecutor was assigned to the schoolboy's case. Harris wants to expel Fred because his presence contradicts the school's ideology. The teacher tried to explain that the guy's guilt had not yet been proven. They could not get rid of him. Harris heard that the prosecutor is taking over the case. He thinks the hero is already sitting in the courtroom. The deputy director reminds that such measures are taken only after the circumstances have been clarified. The director suggests waiting for the results. If they act thoughtlessly, the school's reputation will suffer. When the decision to expel was made, a man entered the office. Harris was told that some kind of war had started on the internet. Thanks to the care of the most beautiful nurse in this hospital, the boy gets better. These words made the girl's heart beat faster. Fred said that he would be happy to date her if she were younger. Even though these were empty words, the girl was pleased. The hero said that he ordered a pizza. He will share it with the girl. She thinks he is cute. Fred is not only well-mannered, but also incredibly rich. The girl understood from the guy's image that money meant a lot to him. Before leaving, she asked the patient not to play the same games. He needed rest. Today, the trading volume was tens of billions, and its profit changed. Now its capital stock is 20 billion. After that turmoil, visitors were forbidden to visit him, and the ward became the ideal place. A video of that terrible event appeared on the internet, and all of Harry's statements were recorded. Harris doesn't know what to do. This recording has ruined everything. Everyone in the office watches this video with horror, in which many interesting things were said. The video also showed Fred trying to negotiate. Everyone heard Harry talk about his father's instructions. In this entry, Harry also said that there are friends of his father at school who will do anything for this family. Harris was shocked. He didn't understand how this had come into play. After the screening, Harris received a call and was due to have a serious conversation when he arrived at school. The man knows that he is finished. He has done a lot of wrong. The internet and the media have been torn apart. The best will be handling this matter. Harry's father apologizes. He resigned from the city council due to public condemnation. After his rehabilitation, Harry was also arrested. Most of those who followed Harry were expelled, forcibly transferred to other schools. The prosecutor also resigned, and many were fired after these events. Everything returned to normal, like the magic that only money can create. The world was beautiful. Then Fred noticed Layla. His world became even more beautiful just by looking at her. As is his custom, the guy offered to help. He could hold the girl's heavy bag. Layla thanked Fred for his help, the first time she had done so. The guy had to hold more than one bag. He claimed that he was fine. Layla was unhappy that the girls had replaced her. She wanted to talk to the hero. Despite the awkward situation, Fred said his name. After that, he decided to listen to music. His mood improved. Before the holidays, he always looked unsure and slouched. But now everything has changed. Layla froze near the bus. Her friends began to urge her on. A guy jumped on Fred in the office, but our hero was ready for it. He dodged all the blows, but he couldn't avoid one. His friends were unhappy that the hero did not take the nurse's number. He should not have returned to school. Fred should be grateful to fate, as he escaped with a simple concussion. So the friends supported the hero. They behaved strangely, but they were the best. It's test time, and the teacher is interested in how Fred is feeling. The guy replied that thanks to the man, he felt very cheerful. Finally, the teacher asked everyone to give their best, and they should not regret their best years. The boy understands that, besides the teacher, he is the one who truly understands the meaning of these words. When you go out into the world, no one will coddle you. Fred couldn't help but smile when he saw the assignments. Today was a turning point. On the bus, the guy decided to give Layla a chocolate bar, since she was also starting her exam period. The girls began to envy Layla. They would like to be in her place. The hero asks the girl not to strain herself. He is only a sophomore. At the end of the bus, the hero was noticed. Strangers did not like his behavior. Fred decided to ask how Layla was coping with her exams. She was doing well. The guy also passed everything with flying colors. He looks like he got the highest score. The hero has many fans. They remember every word the guy says. The guy decided to explain his result by saying that the teachers had deliberately made the tests easy. In the end, Fred decided to take Layla's number. He will write to her from time to time. The girls were surprised that the couple exchanged numbers so quickly. When they got out, at the end of the bus, they turned to the hero and asked him to come over. The unpleasant guy demands that our Fred come to him immediately. Fred is not afraid of the guy named Howard. He approached him with ease. Howard wants to destroy the hero because he started communicating with Layla. The guy doesn't perceive the threat. He starts joking. Howard won't give up Layla. He thinks the girl belongs to him. Fred is tired of listening to this bear. He is waiting to see what will happen next. Howard's men did not sit still. They were the first to attack the hero. Our guy was not so simple. He was able to easily defeat his first opponent. The hero's stress has disappeared as if by magic. He wants to be entertained. He's in no hurry today, so they can have a good fight. Howard is furious. He's ready to break the hero's back right now. Before the fight started, Fred apologized to the driver for their behavior. The guy's dream is to become a model citizen. He wants to arrange a quiet life for himself. And those who want to take away the cherished dream will be cursed. In the canteen, the students were unhappy with the food they received. Even the dogs were fed better. A girl walked between the rows, asking all the students to eat more. Our hero appeared behind her. She was amazed by his beauty. She warned Fred that he would be punished after death for his poor attitude towards food. Fred doesn't want to communicate with her. The girl was upset by such behavior towards her person. Then she should get it once, so that after death she will get less. These words made her even more angry. She demands an explanation. Fred decided to find out how the executive director was feeling. She doesn't understand what the guy did. Something incomprehensible is happening. After the canteen, Fred went to the director. He needed to have a serious talk with him. The executive director asks the guy to start quickly. Fred gets straight to the point, asking for the cafeteria to change the menu. The hero wants everyone to be able to eat normally at school. This problem does not only concern him. The boy knows that the school nutritionist's position has been taken over by his mistress, which is why the food has turned into dog food. Each student pays a good amount for an incorrectly composed menu. Fred asks the man to file a formal complaint with the police. The man reminds that no matter how young a guy is, he must be responsible for his words. The hero noted that everyone except the director knew that he was telling only the truth. Fred got his way. The director started calling different people to get results. All the guy wants is for their menu to be better than dog food. The servant poured whiskey for his master, and he inquired about his mood. The gentleman ordered his man to deal with the main problem in the person of our guy. If his man does everything quietly, then the man will thank him doubly. With nothing left but money and anger, the man wants to destroy Fred. The teacher entered the office and asked what our hero had done. The man doesn't understand how his student can be so perfect. Fred had the best result. Now everyone wants to hear how he did it. The guy had nothing to do and decided not to invite everyone to the cafe. Just for today, he'll treat everyone to a free pizza. The hero did not forget to mention that everything that would happen today would be paid for only by him. Everyone in the class was happy to hear these words. They had been waiting for this day. It seems that Fred explained everything to the boys in this way. The teacher gave in. He let the guy go so he couldn't charge him with anything. On this day, fried chicken was waiting for everyone in the canteen, and everyone was surprised by the change in the menu. The new nutritionist promised to correct the amount of food. She will try to do her job well. When the previous girl left the school, peace reigned. The new nutritionist did everything for the benefit of the students. At the cafe, the woman was surprised that such hungry students came to her. They reported that they were being treated by an excellent student who had received the highest score. The woman knew about him. She heard that thanks to him the school became calm. Fred sat to the side and said hello when he was noticed. There were girls sitting nearby. They really liked our guy. They couldn't take their eyes off him. The woman doesn't have to worry. The guy has enough money to pay for everything because his revenue has exceeded $1 billion. A girl approached the hero. She wants to get his phone number. Fred doesn't want to do this because he already has a girlfriend he likes. After these words, the stranger immediately thought that the guy was busy, but that wasn't the case. Then she asked for his number more insistently. The guy doesn't think it's right. Even though his love is unrequited, he will remain faithful. The girl starts to like him even more. The hero looks funny. After some time, Fred remembers her. He can't believe that he knows her. Her name is Olivia. She is a star who will represent Korea in the future. Friends cannot believe our hero's luck. They envy his popularity. Olivia wonders if the guy will continue to make her wait. The guy actually recognized her and felt awkward. At that moment, Layla came up. She felt awkward at the sight of this picture. Fred was almost consumed with shame. He did not understand why she came at this particular moment. From time to time, the girl received messages from the guy. There were ridiculous jokes. But she doesn't know why his name suddenly came out of her mouth at this unexpected meeting. Layla's friends gathered around her. They wanted to know if the girl knew Fred. Friends were unhappy because the hero had been upgrading all his skills during the summer. The guy shouldn't be nervous. He decided to ask what Layla was doing here. The girl replied that her friends had invited her here to treat her. Her friends think that Layla did the wrong thing when she didn't tell anyone about meeting the hero. Olivia's theory was confirmed. She decided to clarify with the guy that Layla was his love. When the girl heard this, she was stunned. Olivia said that our guy is completely to her taste. She wants to be with him. Fred was stunned. He didn't understand why the girl was doing this to him. Layla's opinion coincided with Olivia's. She wants the same thing. Everyone was shocked when they realized that two girls at once wanted to be with Fred. Layla doesn't see anything wrong with this. She can also date the hero. Then the girls will play fair. Olivia wants to make sure of that. Before leaving, Olivia reminded Layla that she had the guy's number. Then she has every right to receive it. It will be fair. Fred is in a difficult situation. He doesn't know what to do. The battle for pride between the girls began. It's not a bad story. On one hand, there was his first love. On the other hand, there was the future star of the country. Nobody expected such a turn of events. All the friends were shocked. At this time, one of the students told everything firsthand to everyone she could reach. During training, Howard was called by the coach, but he did not respond. As a result, with the slightest touch, he turned the man over. He wants to kill everyone, especially Howard wants to deal with our guy. The hero began to live independently, and he began to devote his free time to himself. Fred is waiting for the right moment, which will soon come. Wealth awaits him. There's going to be a crisis coming soon that no one but our guy knows about. After school, the boy wants to go home to check how much he earned. It turns out that going back to school isn't so bad. The friends had barely left school when a gang was waiting for them around the corner. Fred is not afraid of them. He is interested in what they are doing here. The unknown persons demanded that the guy follow them. The friends are not going to leave. They will fight with Fred. The guy was ready to cry. He was surrounded by real friends. One of the bandits said that he had brought a hero into the alley. Howard was waiting for Fred. He wants to deal with him as soon as possible. The guy knows that nothing bad will happen to him. He waits to see what happens next. This place gives the guy strange sensations. After training, his intuition has become stronger. The hero suggested that everyone disperse calmly. As he says, he does not want to say goodbye to life. Howard's people tell him not to worry. They'll deal with the guy. Fred began to explain that this event was a crime. Howard even likes him. He is amused by the guy's stories. Fred doesn't forget to mention that the man is killing himself with cigarettes. The man is not afraid. He knows that his older brothers will deal with the consequences, but he needs to destroy the hero. The guy decided to calm his friends down because they were scared. The bandits warned that they were under 18, which meant they could not be put in jail. Now Fred understands why laws need to be tightened. Howard doesn't want to wait any longer. It's time for battle. The bandits armed themselves with rebar and intended to break all the bones in the hero's body. Fred, without thinking twice, turned to his friends. They should step back. The guy failed to dodge one blow. They were about to pounce on him. He's in an awkward situation and needs to get up urgently. It was a feint. The guy was ready to strike back. Fred wants to get everything sorted out quickly. He still has plans for the evening. Howard gives the order to his men. They must attack the hero together. The guy wants to show them how in movies the main character throws away the villains. He will crush all who mocked him. The friends are speechless. Our hero easily deals with everyone. The guy wants to see what the bandits are capable of before they can do anything. Howard didn't understand how his opponent dealt with everyone so quickly. Everything happened just like in a movie. There wasn't a scratch on the hero. While Fred was giving his friends instructions on what they should do, Howard decided to attack him. He wants to kill the hero at any cost. The guy understands that Howard himself made a decision that he will regret for the rest of his life. Fred easily intercepted his opponent's hand. He only had one small detail left to do. Now Howard has a broken arm. He has received his punishment. Finally, Fred said that Howard would rot in prison for at least another 5 years. The guy called his lawyer, who would be happy to take on the case. Howard realized how wrong he was, and he asks for forgiveness. Fred is happy because he warned the bandit, but he didn't listen. This crime received wide public attention. The servant began to ask his master for forgiveness for failing to complete the task. He knows that there is not a single source that would pass by such a high-profile case. The police caught almost everyone involved in the case. Fred was resting in the hospital. He, in turn, cannot get through to the bribed officers. The man warns that his servant should also lie low, and he will deal with the rest himself. He decided to have a drink when suddenly a voice was heard. The gentleman thinks that he imagined it. But that wasn't the case. Someone turned off the electricity. The chief didn't have time to come to his senses before his assistant was knocked out. An unknown person appeared in the room. Now the man is truly afraid. The unknown came here to punish the man for all his sins. Kevin decided to show who the man decided to contact. He immediately received a blow to the jaw. The man could not do anything. Kevin's face was disfigured in one blow. But that's not all. The man wants to beat him up. Kevin can't resist such strong blows. The man knows that the man has ruined many lives, and they won't let him go just like that. Despite the blows, Kevin continues to claim that he did not touch anyone. Then the man decided to manifest the cries of those whom the man had mercilessly killed. The souls of the dead appeared around the man. He does not understand how this is possible. Every ghost screamed. They had a long life ahead of them until they met Kevin. All this happened only in the heads of men. Kevin compared it to hypnosis and wondered where the man found such a drug. What he saw now were the souls of those who were unjustly killed by Kevin. The man faced hellish suffering for everything he had done. This pain was new to him. No one could cause him more. Before he dies, Kevin must atone for all his sins. The man asks the man to stop. The man wants to know how many people Kevin killed. The man told about almost everyone. He did not mention the girl who was the first to suffer at his hands. Kevin must turn himself into the police and get the punishment he deserves. He also demanded that Kevin deal with Nicholas, or his entire family would suffer. The man fell to his knees. He agreed to fulfill all the conditions. The next day, the news said that several bodies had been found and Kevin had come forward to confess. This unknown person was our Fred. After this night, he continues to see ghosts. Today, the news gathered to discuss the incident involving the murder of 10 citizens. Everyone has their own opinion. They need to stop blaming parties. In the hospital, Fred woke up screaming. The ghosts still haven't gone away. Then the guy thought that the old man was also a ghost. It sounds logical. He needed to calm down, but the ghosts thought otherwise. The hero sees too many ghosts, perhaps because he is in the hospital. Olivia burst into the hero's room and immediately hugged him. She was very worried. The girl thought that she would never see him again. Fred remembered that the girl should be at school. He doesn't understand how she ended up here. Olivia explained that education would not make her successful. The girl decided to feel the guy to find his wound. Fred liked the atmosphere. Olivia wanted to kiss the guy. He can't afford it because she's old enough to be his daughter. His heart was occupied by another. The hero does not know what to do. When the guy decided to kiss Olivia, Layla appeared in the room. Fred immediately moved away from Olivia. He began to say that the girl helped him find a speck in his eye. Layla thought the boy was hurt, but now she knows he was pretending all along. Fred is very ashamed. It feels like his wife is scolding him. The guy tries to change the subject. He decided to bring the girls a drink. Over drinks, the girls began to discuss exams. None of them could study while Fred was in the hospital. Fred decided to ask Olivia about her contract with the agency. He did not forget to ask Layla about her exams. Layla immediately reported that she was doing well on the tests. The hero is confident that every girl will be able to achieve her desires. For a brief moment, the atmosphere improved. But then things only got worse. The hero was hungry. He decided to treat everyone to pizza. The girls did not refuse this offer. Then Fred asked them to leave. He needed to change his clothes. They came to the boss to report on today's revenue. A man shames his people for not being able to cope with a high school student. They were shocked when their boss told them about the child. This year, the first snow fell. The father of the family enjoyed such weather. Fred made a joke about the army during the winter. His father didn't understand anything. Then the boy asked about yard work. The father said that they would be able to move in about a month. While visiting Fred, Mom gave a masterclass on cutting apples. The hero told his mother that everything was fine with his work, and that he had already sent 20 manuscripts. Thanks to the guy's money, my mother became prettier and the most beautiful in the city. Fred handed the twins envelopes containing about 200,000. The guy watches everyone. They remain the same, only he has changed. At dinner, the hero announced that he needed to go abroad for a short while. Although the son wanted to go alone to gain experience, his mother wanted to join him. In truth, this woman has many talents that the hero did not know about. The father decided to draw attention to himself. The children were born so beautiful thanks to him. At that moment, the woman decided to remind her man how much she loved him. Fred liked this picture. Everyone was happy. Finally, the hero came to his senses and found himself in an unknown place. The man was pleased to meet our guy. Fred was scared when he saw him. The guy wants to know where he is and who is standing in front of him. The man said that they were at his home. Fred began to think that this was some kind of new instruction. Throughout his life, the man has spoken 20 languages, and he understands another 50. He told all this in order to identify himself. The man is a polyglot. His name is Chris. Fred is glad to hear all this, but he still doesn't know where he is. Chris reported that the house looked bad due to the small number of glasses. The man explained that to learn languages, you need to find the right teacher. The guy understood everything. The last thing he wants to know is why he was called here. Fred understands that the man needs him to get points. There's no longer any confidence in Chris's words. The hero wants to put pressure on him. The hero decided to ask why the man was talking so much. Chris doesn't understand why the guy keeps bombarding him with questions. The man confessed that he became a god after death. He learned a special language. Fred decided to check something out. If he digs a little deeper, he will get something special. Chris doesn't understand why he is being interrogated as a fraud. The guy wants to know if it is legal for a man to use him to get points. The man agreed with the boy. Points for good deeds are very important. The hero begins to understand what is happening. He jumped under a car to save a child, an act highly appreciated by Casper. Not long ago, he rid the area of local bandits and brought peace to the city. Chris asks to understand him correctly. He has no evil intentions. Fred decided to clarify that the professor simply wanted them to help each other. The man had to admit that he wanted to take 50% from the hero. The guy doesn't know how many points 50 is, but he decides to offer 20%. Chris didn't like the proposal, so Fred said he could easily turn to someone else. The hero confessed that his patron is Casper. Chris was scared. This proves that the one who resurrected the guy is an important person. Everyone is afraid of him. Fate itself brought them together, so Fred, out of the kindness of his heart, offered a little more. The hero offered 25%. He likes his generosity. The girl does not let anyone see the branch director unless the meeting was planned. Everything is strictly by appointment. Then Fred asked her to give the director the documents, or he would just leave. She had to tell the director that he had a big offer. The girl felt uneasy. The employee asked the guy to wait just a little bit. It turns out that this bank is located near Fred's work. He came here a couple of times. The girl said that Mr. Benson had approved this meeting, and that they were already waiting for him. Soon, the hero will meet with the director of the Hong Kong bank. Only representatives of large companies can do this. Fred shouldn't be afraid. This is just the beginning of his journey. The guy was greeted by the bank director. His name is Steven. The hero admitted that it was a great honor for him to meet him. Thanks to the skills passed on by Chris, Fred is able to speak to the man in a new language without any problems. The secretary brought drinks into the office. Fred said that he liked his tea very black. Steven began to think that the guy knew perfectly well about his passion for this drink. The man decided to tell the rules that will always make tea perfect. While Fred enjoyed his tea, Steven continued to analyze him. The man decided to ask how old his interlocutor was. The boy admitted that he has another year at school ahead of him. The hero showed his student ID, and only then did the director realize that they weren't lying to him. After drinks, Steven studied the documents presented by our guy. The hero's total account balance exceeds 250 billion. Fred is not surprised by the man's behavior. Steven gets down to business. He wants to make sure that the hero wants to open a deposit account. The guy had other plans. He wants to take out a loan. Fred wants to open an investment corporation in Hong Kong. Those present were shocked by the guy's desire. They were surprised by Fred's ambitions. The hero wants to make sure that Steven will help him in this matter. Only now did the man realize that he could not regard his interlocutor as a child. Steven didn't think long. He had no other options but to agree. He is willing to do this because the guy is a special client that cannot be lost. Fred is glad that the man has started to treat him as an equal, putting aside his modest age. The guy needs $100 million, and he uses his securities account as collateral. But they shouldn't be so surprised. Fred is just getting started. The guy's lawyer worked hard, so now the minor can become a founder of the corporation. The hero requires his parents' consent, and he also counts on their support and the help of a lawyer. The man can't believe that a high school student is starting a corporation with a capital of 1 billion won. He decided to ask about the title. It seemed to him that the hero had put a special meaning into it. For Fred, this is nothing unusual. The name translates as the Legend of the King. The man liked the name, but he thinks it's too loud. Here, the guy decided to admit that the name had a different meaning. It translates as Legend of Regression, abbreviated as LOR. Fred won't tell anyone that he's a regression. The guy wants to become a legend. After the meeting, the hero decided to go to a restaurant. He needed a bite to eat. While the guy was enjoying a wonderful dinner, a girl approached him. Her name is Emily. She just had an interview with a lawyer. The girl noted that the guy looks very young, but he just brushes it off. Emily still can't believe that she came to an interview in a fancy restaurant. Fred thought it would be nice to meet over dinner in such a setting. The hero began to talk about the fourth revolution. The time has come when people must change. Emily thought the interview had already started, but it hadn't. The guy said that the girl could start her duties as early as tomorrow. The girl was surprised because the hero didn't even look at her resume. Since she was recommended by a lawyer, the hero is not worried. Emily cannot believe it. Fred warned her that she wouldn't have many responsibilities at first. Everything went too well. Then the girl began to think that her salary would be terribly small. She decided to ask the question directly. How much would the girl earn per year? The hero replied that the girl would receive 70 million. After these words, Emily was horrified. She couldn't believe it. Because of the girl's reaction, Fred thought that this was not enough for her. Emily started to stop him, as this amount was already too big. The hero decided to also tell about all the bonuses that would await the girl. After hearing all this, Emily decided that Fred was running a conglomerate. But it wasn't so. He liked the girl's assumption. Fred confessed that he was a thief and that he would take over the whole world. The next day, the guy came to the airport. After meeting Chris, he understands many languages. The hero remembered the words of Chris, who decided to help the hero in communicating with foreigners. At the airport, everyone noticed that our young guy looked like a successful person, and doors were open to him. On the plane, the flight attendants immediately approached Fred and informed him that the flight would soon depart. They also informed that the guy would receive the best service. He was offered alcohol to drink, but the guy is still underage. Finally, the stewardess gave the hero a note from a fan. He was already tired of them. And so the guy arrived at Hong Kong International Airport. A girl was waiting for him. Her name is Clara. She works in the guy's secretariat. She came here to greet the hero on behalf of all the workers. The guy liked her at first sight. He didn't forget to tell her his name. Fred will be accompanied by a luxurious escort. Clara will take care of his comfort. The girl decided to find out if the guy was the son of the head of the conglomerate. She was interested. But that was not the case. Fred's father is a farmer. The hero said that the girl could contact him when she was in Korea. Clara was glad that she could visit Fred at any convenient time. The guy will wait for her at any time. He will give her a tour. He liked the girl. She has beautiful eyes and a great charisma. Finally, the guy arrived at the main office of the commercial bank in Hong Kong. It's time for Fred to take the money from the tiger. The man told his boss that the report could be trusted and that lawyers had checked everything several times. He wonders how such a young guy can own such capital. The credit rating is high. The man knows that the average person cannot afford it. He continues to discuss the amount of the loan and the possibility of the deal being profitable. The assistant asks the director not to worry, since this loan has an annual interest rate of 15%. As a result, they will be in for a stunning profit. Fred has finally arrived at his goal. Success awaits him for sure. Clara suggested that the guy go inside. Everyone had been waiting for the hero for a long time. The girl told the director that she had brought our hero. The director's name is Leo. He also introduced his team leader named Howard. It is a great honor for Fred to meet British aristocrats. Leo was surprised at how calm the guy was acting. He shouldn't underestimate him. A dialogue began between them, and the hero said that he was interested in this country. The man had a good feeling when he first saw the guy. At Leo's request, Clara leaves them for a while, and they are left alone. Afterwards, the director offered the hero a cup of tea. Fred still remembers the taste of tea in Steven's office, so he won't refuse. The man admitted that Fred was the best Korean who spoke English. Thanks to the acquired skills, the hero leaves a better impression of himself, and people begin to respect him. Howard wants to know if the hero has some kind of investment algorithm. If so, he is ready to pay any amount of money for it. Fred admitted that he doesn't have a plan. He invests based on his instincts. The men couldn't believe it. They thought there was some secret. It's like a gift from God. The hero knows what he needs to do at a certain moment. Leo thanked him for the documents provided. Now Fred can take out a loan. His bank will take full responsibility. The hero is grateful for this. He will never forget the act of kindness. The guy will be able to avoid internal taxes on subsequent collections. Fred is going to open corporations and Swiss accounts. No one will be able to find him. Leo is ready to transfer the money as soon as the corporation is founded. As a result, the hero agreed to all the conditions and success awaits him. The man provided a document for signature. While the corporation is operating, the guy will be able to use all the services. It was pouring outside, and the rain reminded Clara of the streets of Chicago. The hero assumed that the girl lived there when she was just a child. From the dialogue, Fred understood that the girl had simply studied for several years in Chicago. She absolutely loved learning. She loved the burning passion, the determination, and the impressive, precise results. The girl admitted that she saw a tremor in the guy's eyes when he went outside. Before signing, Fred wanted to change several points in the contract. Leo didn't like it because all the conditions were perfect. The guy was happy with almost everything. He only wants to change the loan amount. Then the man decided to find out how much the guy wanted to get in the end. He wants to get $200 million. The interest rate has also increased. The men were shocked when they heard such a sum. For a guy, there is nothing more pleasant than the sound of rain. It was calming. Clara admitted that she loves the sounds of rain by the sea. As the couple crossed the road, the motorcyclist failed to slow down. Fred managed to intercept the girl, and thanks to him, she was not harmed. He immediately wanted to know if everything was okay with the girl. Everything was fine with her, and an awkward silence hung between the heroes. No one will ever be able to find the guy. Now he needs to concentrate on his goal. He is in for a game where people make huge profits and suffer huge losses. If he makes even one mistake, he will be immediately eliminated. Fred buys a large number of contracts, investing in oil commodities. Individuals were only allowed into this market in May. The hero needs to predict changes in the cash market and the futures market. Today alone, Fred has invested about $50 million. The guy was shocked. The investment price exceeded $700 million. This only applies to corporations in Hong Kong. Now the hero is thinking whether he should enrich his LOR corporation. His stock account balance is just over $750 million. The next day, the chief was unhappy that his men had suddenly made a fuss. The employee reported that everything was gone. They couldn't find anything. The man does not understand what his person is talking about. The boss was informed that the stock god had withdrawn all the funds. He wants to hear specifically how much money was ultimately withdrawn. When the amount of about 100 billion was announced, the boss almost had a stroke. He can't believe it, because yesterday they didn't have any problems. The man wants to know when and where this money was withdrawn. He was informed that at dawn the money had been invested in the LOR Corporation. The boss demanded to contact the investment corporation, LOR. Meanwhile, Emily couldn't answer all the calls. There were too many of them. Since early morning, she has been receiving calls from different countries. The girl does not understand anything. It occurred to her that during the night her director had caused a huge commotion all over the world. Fred finally came out of his office. He wants coffee. Emily reported that they were receiving calls from every brokerage house and bank in the world. The guy thinks people are going crazy because he took some of their money. He did not forget to ask if the girl had completed his task. The girl replied that a surprise was waiting for the guy in the parking lot. The hero thanked her and said that she did not have to answer all calls. The government will take action soon. The guy can't wait for it. Any concessions are to his advantage. He would be a fool not to take advantage of this chance. A legendary car was waiting for the hero in the parking lot. It was the best of its kind. Fred immediately decided to try it out. He just needed to come to one place. For all her achievements, Layla will be personally awarded by the mayor. She deserves a round of applause. She deserves it. Fred couldn't miss this event. He came here to congratulate his first love. In the end, Layla decided to thank her parents for being here. The girl will be proud to have graduated from this school. Fred appeared in the room. He finally found the girl in the crowd. Layla continued to accept congratulations when suddenly she saw someone important to her. The guy was glad that she noticed him, but the girl was not happy with him. The young man she had been waiting for approached her. The girl's mother wants to take a photo of this cute couple. The stranger suggested erecting a monument to the girl here, since she is now famous. Fred was devastated by this picture. All feelings left him. He could not even breathe. Layla is worried that no one will marry her because of this. But there is nothing wrong with that, because she has this boyfriend. While they were having a nice conversation, our hero was watching them. Now he understood why their communication suddenly stopped. The guy felt pain. Fred continued to analyze the situation when he suddenly heard something. The men discussed their children who were in relationships. He claims that they are not children anymore, so they cannot influence them. Fred recognized him as a political judge of the Supreme Court, and later another was appointed by the president to the status of the Supreme Court. The guy knows that they are representatives of the National Medical Association and a high-class judge. The couple takes cute pictures. Fred remembered this guy. His name is Connor, and he will be the managing director in the future. He is a perfect candidate for Layla. At this time, other girls want to take a photo with our guy. Now Fred is in a terrible mood. He asks them to leave. After a long period of time, Layla saw him. She could not say his name. But the guy doesn't care anymore. He's disappointed in her. Connor asked about the guy in the crowd. Layla replied that she didn't know him. The hero thought that all girls fall in love with a more successful man. No matter how you look at it, the guy doesn't compare to Connor. He was sad, but he knows that it is only for the best. A new stage awaits him. While everyone was congratulating the girl, the hero calmly left the hall. Now he needs to figure out what to do with the bouquet. He met a girl on the street. She was all alone. Her parents were no longer alive, but they were still there at that moment. Fred noticed them. He can still see ghosts. The girl missed them madly. She felt bad without them. The hero did not stand aside. He congratulated her on her graduation. The guy told her what her parents said. They want their daughter to live happily, no matter what. She was shocked by these words from a stranger. As they parted, Fred told her to take everything from life. Now they have a new hero of the occasion. The next day, the hero could not be woken up the first time. He had drunk too much. When he opened his eyes, a new silhouette appeared in front of him. Fred was scared. He thought that there was another ghost standing in front of him. In front of him stood a Casanova. His name is Sherwood. While Fred was recovering, Sherwood admitted that they were similar. The hero still could not believe that a Casanova was standing in front of him. He came here to make a deal with the guy. Sherwood is famous for becoming an abbot and receiving a degree at the age of 15. When Fred came to his senses, he immediately agreed to the deal. Employees reported that all funds from the corporate account had been withdrawn. Howard also reported that the account was used and immediately closed. Howard is surprised that our guy, despite his age, knows what to do. Leo agreed with this. Not every adult would dare to take such steps. The man wants to know where the money from this account was invested. He thinks the guy wants to make a long-term investment. Leo asks to tell Steven not to lose contact with Fred. They need to know everything about him. In his car, the guy listened to the latest economic news. He liked what was happening in the world. Thanks to the skills he acquired, the hero became a better version of himself. The guy came home. Now he understands that money is a great thing. A completely different home awaited him, but it still remained his home. Fred noted that the place looked better than ever. Even the dog felt good. The hero was glad about it. The guy was enjoying time with his dog when he suddenly heard screams. He listened to the arguments in the house about money. Fred didn't like it. Now it was the boy's turn to contribute as the eldest son. When his mother saw him, she was shocked. Fred immediately started asking her what was going on. The adults were unhappy that the boy had interrupted their conversation. The man wants to know where our hero's father got so much money. He was bombarded with questions about money, but he didn't know what to answer. The hero decided to say hello to all his relatives. They were unhappy with the guy's behavior. Auntie decided to ask Fred's mother when he became so ill-mannered. The guy doesn't understand what manners are being discussed when his relatives themselves behave disgustingly. Men don't like the guy's behavior and the way he calls them. All the relatives immediately began to blame the mother for her son's behavior. The woman felt uneasy, and Fred immediately began to calm her down. The adults turned against the boy. They don't like being ignored. For the hero, there are no adults here except his father. Then the uncle decided to teach the guy a lesson. He decided to hit our hero. Fred easily intercepted his hand. He wouldn't let anyone hurt him. The father of the family became furious and ordered everyone to calm down. Everyone was shocked by the father's behavior. No one expected it. Fred was glad that his father had finally shown some character. The man decided to remind that everything here is in the presence of the eldest member of the family. The relatives immediately fell silent. They don't know what will happen next. Father ordered everyone to call him Big Brother. He turned to his son. The hero must apologize. Also, relatives should apologize to the guy. Fred immediately apologized for his inappropriate behavior. Afterwards, the relatives also asked for forgiveness. They felt uneasy. The father said that everyone should only contact his son regarding money. After all the holidays at work, Emily gave the gift to her boyfriend. She reminded him that the hero works so much at night, he needs help. He realized that with the help of a gift, he could become energetic. The girl warned that the product was expensive, so you need to be careful. The guy doesn't need this product yet, but it's just right for his brother. The holidays are over, and it's time for Fred to go back to school. He noted that for 3 years this world has experienced enormous upheavals in the world of economics. For now, Fred doesn't plan to destroy companies because he won't be able to cover his tracks. However, he can control them from the shadows. It will be Fred who pulls the invisible strings. Emily doesn't understand who her director really is. The hero spent so much money on food, she already thought he had a girlfriend. She hasn't seen the director for a month. Emily hopes he's okay. Fred can't believe that only pizza can relieve his stress. Nobody cares how much money he spent, and he spent a lot. The time has come. The guy is fully armed. His total amount is 1 billion. His heart is pounding like crazy. Today, everyone will know about him. He already made some noise with short selling a week ago. The countdown has begun. Fred is waiting for his time to come. The US stock exchange opened. Stocks instantly fell by tens of percent. The hero is happy about this. He was overjoyed. The US bear market collapsed. The guy didn't notice how the space changed, and a man appeared next to him. Chris appeared in front of the hero and noticed that Fred looked different. The guy doesn't understand why he was pulled out again. The man congratulated the hero because he had leveled up. Fred noticed that nothing had changed in him. He didn't feel anything. He wants to know the real purpose of Chris's visit. Chris doesn't understand where this mistrust comes from. The man said that he had learned a new language, which the hero would definitely want to learn. Fred was surprised to learn that it was a runic language. He doesn't believe that this is really a language for using magic. The guy needs to calm down. He will find out everything if he is patient. Fred has increased his income 5-fold, and the most successful can turn to him as an equal. The hero still isn't satisfied. He's not going to stop, and suddenly he gets a call. His twin called him, and Fred immediately knew what she needed. The girl wants to cook dinner. The guy asks if anyone will come to them. He will join them later, since he will not be of any use in cooking anyway. Fred was hungry and his cooking skills weren't the best, so he thought about taking a couple of lessons. A glow appeared in the room, blinding the hero. The hero found himself in an unknown room, and new training awaits him again. He was greeted by a girl. Her name is Chan. Fred recognized her. It seems she is also a god. He does not understand why they are visiting him. The girl is glad that she is known in the world. She agreed with what they call her. The hero does not understand why she appeared in front of him so suddenly. She heard that the guy wants to learn something new. Fred is surprised that he is being followed. Chan warned that there was nothing that the gods did not know. They would certainly hear the hero. The girl always watches him. When she mentioned karma points, Fred was surprised. She explained that the karma points earned were highly valued by the gods, and Chan earned them in the kitchen. But that's nothing compared to what people get, so she needs a boyfriend. Fred didn't know that his karma was so valuable to the gods, so they became close to him. Chan said that he would know everything after death, even though he had already left this world. Only now did Fred realize that there were so many gods in the world that he had never even heard of. Chan warned that even though they were gods, not every one of them could be trusted. The gods are quite cold-blooded when it comes to giving guidance to anyone other than their descendants. It was time to get down to business, so Fred asked me to take care of him. Chan started telling everything about the art of cooking. The hero can no longer listen to it. After training, the hero's sister was surprised that her brother could cook something other than ramen. The hero looks just like the chef from the show in the kitchen. He was confident in his actions. The girls fell in love with the guy, but the sister doesn't understand when her brother changed so much. At this time, Fred realized that the great Chan could not be his ancestor. She was too kind. After some time, the hero invited everyone to the table. He prepared this dish for the first time. The guests were shocked. They did not believe that the food in front of them was real. When the girls tried the dish, they were speechless. The guy started to worry. He doesn't understand what's happening with the girls. He tries to understand why the girls are crying. He was very scared. It turned out that these were tears of happiness. The girls really liked the hero's food. Fred was dissatisfied with their behavior, as his heart almost stopped. The guy is not going to reveal his secret. He asks the girls to eat faster before everything gets cold. The hero can't believe that he was the one who cooked this dish. It was delicious. In the evening, the game began. It was time to earn and eat money. Today, he must give it his all. The guy's next goal is margins. The hero wants to start this gambling game. Fred was raising money for this very moment, his goal being to strengthen the Canadian dollar. It's time to end the continental dominance. Fred invested $1 billion. He plans to invest the remaining 4 in Canadian dollars. Now the hero is free. From now on, he will receive only mountains of gold. The staff noticed that the stock god was no longer conducting any transactions. The boss was beside himself when he realized that the guy had sold all the shares. They found out that the stock god had taken all the money even from the second account that was linked to this one. The god of stocks disappeared as suddenly as he appeared. The man is in shock. One of the employees was informed that the god had moved to the foreign exchange. He believes that no one but the stock god could have invested hundreds of millions. Everyone is talking about him. The man already wants to leave his company and move to Elor. He may not be able to withstand the following events. Not only the boss is thinking of going there, even the workers want to change their place of work. They don't know anything. Now the god of stocks has become the god of currency exchange. School began. The students are grateful to the hero's mother for the comfort that she allegedly created. Fred did everything. The school rose in rankings after receiving anonymous financial support from Fred. Today, the hero will finally close all his accounts. The guy was talking about how he needed to close deals, and his friends were asking about his mood. His friend has a bad feeling because the guy's face doesn't bode well. During the break, the hero was called by a foreign name. He didn't expect it. He had to remember who could call him that. Fred could tell from the voice that it was Clara calling him. He had already forgotten that the night with her was short, but very important for him. The friends were shocked that the hero had another girlfriend. They couldn't believe it. Fred was surprised by the girl's call. She knows this and is interested in his affairs. She said that Director Leo sends his regards to the guy, and he does the same. Clara said that her heart will always be with the guy, despite the thousands of kilometers between them. The man informed his people that the margin accounts had been closed today. Everyone was shocked when they found out that the total profit was $3 trillion. They were discussing who did it. The profitability was 900%. The men were discussing this too loudly, and everyone in the cafe turned their attention to them. The boss came and was unhappy that his people were revealing the secrets of their clients. The man said they could be left on the street if their client found out about the information being spread. Fred asked his lawyer to find out about his mother's past. He wants to know her pedigree. The guy is sure that his man will do everything with ease. The man was surprised by such an order. It needs to be done as quickly as possible. The lawyer asked to send him the necessary information about the woman. Fred thanked him. The next day, Clara flew to the guy. She looked different. Everything is going as well as possible. The hero will be happy to show the girl Korea. She feels like the guy has changed a little since their last meeting. Clara likes the guy's car and is glad that Fred invited her to visit. Emily doesn't understand where the guy went. The workday is not over yet. The girl doesn't care about the guy's financial affairs. The main thing is that he doesn't cheat on others. She can't help herself. She likes our hero. Emily wants to spend more time with him. Clara was hungry. Fred took her to the rest areas. They look great. The guy offered her one dish. It is his favorite. He went for another dish. The girl's appetite was really whetted. Suddenly, the hero noticed Layla. She was also surprised when she saw him. The hero was overcome by old feelings and felt awkward. The girl immediately addressed him by name. She wants to know how he is doing. Fred says that he is an ordinary boy. Nothing special happens to him. Layla is happy for him. She noted that the guy has become even more handsome. Fred doesn't understand why the girl talked to him when she ignored him at the prom. The hero took his order and said goodbye to the girl. Layla tried to stop him. She wants to tell him something. Clara approached the guy. She had already managed to lose him. Fred was gone for a long time. The guy introduced Layla as his neighbor. He has known her for a very long time. Clara introduced herself. She also said that she was the hero's girlfriend. Layla was perplexed when she heard that Clara was the hero's girlfriend. Clara finds the girl nice and wants to be friends with her. Layla agreed with this, but they will do it next time. It's time for the heroes to leave. They said goodbye to Layla. Fred didn't even turn around. The girl wanted to tell him that she broke up with that guy. Already visiting the guy, Clara admired the atmosphere. The place was wonderful. Fred's mother liked the girl and thought she was charming. Then the girl noticed the painting and became interested in who its author was. This painting was his mother's. Clara began to admire it even more. During their conversation, the woman decided to ask how they met. Clara started saying that they met in Hong Kong and that she was a good friend of the guy. Fred began to convince the woman that everything was not as she thought. Unexpectedly, the father returned home with the twins, and they immediately saw the guest. The hero felt awkward and had to find a way out of this situation. Clara bowed in greeting. Fred and her mother were surprised by her upbringing. The father and the girls were also shocked. They could not say a word. The girl told them her name and asked them to love and favor her. After what happened, the father wants to talk to his son. Man to man. The man had seen her once and had already approved of the wedding. Fred was shocked. The guy started to calm them down. They were just friends. His parents asked him to shut up. They wanted to go on vacation with the whole family, together with Clara. The whole family got into the cars. A long journey to the sea awaited them. During the trip, Clara admitted that she really liked the hero's family. The girl became interested in why the hero needed her acquaintances from college. Fred just needs people from the financial industry. He will pay any amount. Clara warned that because of the guy's request to the worker, he would have to give up a large sum. It's not a problem for him. He will pay at the highest rate. Father really likes the place they came to, although he forgot to book rooms. It was his first holiday in 10 years, and the numbers had simply flown out of his head. The man doesn't understand how his son managed to find a place to rest when all the seats were taken. The twins admire the girl. They call her a goddess. A group of guys were relaxing on the terrace, discussing girls. Connor doesn't need this. He has already found his victim with the help of binoculars. A guy's best friend named Ben decided to ask him how things were going with his girlfriend from school. They became interested in hearing about this relationship. Connor said they broke up and he was sad, but taking a break helped him take his mind off things. Besides, her father's promotion is the best gift. They remembered the difficult character of the girl's father. After his demotion, he understood this cruel world. Connor was surprised. It seemed like his friend liked Layla. His friend's whining had taken all his desire away. The guy was kind to her, so she decided that he would become her fiancé. He was amused that Layla, at 20, wanted an easy life. Aiden believes that people need to understand that not everyone can fly in this life. Connor relayed that his father wanted to give Aiden's uncle a gift. Aiden said that he was terribly busy, since he was running for president. Ben's family decided to support Uncle Aiden, and he is grateful for that. If his uncle becomes president, he will definitely pay them back for everything. Ben decided to use binoculars and watch the girls. He noticed Clara and the twins and liked them. Connor decided to follow them since it was his turn. He warned that his friends should stay close and watch him. The girls were enjoying the warm water. It was time for them to rest. One of the girls noticed that the boys were heading in their direction. Clara immediately started looking at them when Sarah asked her not to. The girl reminded that they came to the beach. This is normal here. They need to ignore it. Connor approached the girls and invited them to join his friends. Clara refused immediately. They can entertain themselves. The guy started inviting them to go for a ride in a sports go-kart so they could get to know each other. The girls didn't even turn in his direction. They wished him luck. Connor didn't want to say it, but he had to tell about his father. Tara couldn't stand it and asked the guy to leave. Connor was in shock. No one had ever treated him like that. It's not often that you find people who dare to be rude to him. The girl was furious. She would not allow them to be treated like that because of their high status. Connor was furious when he was called a psycho and wanted to hit the girls. Here comes Fred. He won't allow anyone to hurt his loved ones. He apologized for not warning about the trash that was wandering around here. Connor asked our hero to let him go. He was in pain. Fred knows who he is. Our guy isn't afraid of Connor. The hero named Connor's status. He can tell everything about his father. Connor's friends came to the rescue. They want to help him. The guy recognized them. He remembered the drug scandal. They demanded that Fred release their friend. The guy realized that these guys were inseparable. They were surprised that our hero knew their friend by name. Connor doesn't know him, but now he wants to understand who is holding him. Fred said that he is a man who gets rid of trash like him. The twins admire their brother. They saw his strong side. Connor began to threaten his position. No one has the right to touch him. A crowd had gathered around Connor and Fred. Everyone was wondering what kind of fight was going on. The hero was happy, the stage was ready, it was time to start the performance. Fred began to loudly scold the guy for his behavior towards the hero's sisters. People started to discuss his father and himself. People around him know a lot about this family. Connor's friends demand that Fred stop causing drama. Fred also recognized Aiden, who was hiding behind his swindler uncle. Aiden was surprised that they knew him too. It scared the guy. When people found out that Connor had been molesting minors, there was an uproar. They started filming them to post them on the internet. And friends immediately started making excuses that everyone was thinking about the wrong thing. Ben warned Fred that he better mind his own business. He had already crossed the line. From now on, according to Ben, the guy must be careful. Now he was remembered. If they were alone, Fred would shut Ben up forever. The guy decided to use an old trick. He loudly said his grandfather's name and position. He also said that the grandson of a journalist of such stature should not harass minors. People started to condemn them. They want this trash to leave the beach. Connor lost his temper and ordered everyone to put their phones away. He doesn't like that people have gathered to watch them. He won't just leave it like that. The guy can't believe that Connor was accepted into a prestigious university. It seems like the bar was lowered there. Then the girl spoke up. She will file an official complaint. Connor does not understand who wants to complain about his father. It was Clara. Her lawyers will file a lawsuit for slander and extortion. Afterwards, Ben said that they had better leave and not get involved with HSBC. This company could ruin everything for them. Finally, Ben decided to warn them that they were leaving. But this was not the end. The guy didn't let them leave. He wouldn't want it to end that easily. Finally, he said that the group of guys never apologized to the girls. The friends try to calm Connor down. They realize that Fred is driving them crazy. Fred decided to tell one secret. He knows that Connor's father's company will go bankrupt within 1 year. The friends are trying to take Connor away. They need to leave before the situation gets any worse. They are bastards who will sell their homeland just to live in luxury. They just have to wait. Fred will take everything they have. Fred told his lawyer that he needed a private equity fund to take over another company. He is going to hire a professional for a rotten company and use it for the benefit of society. The pieces on the chessboard have started to move. His lawyer doesn't believe that the guy is just a high school student. Walt warned that starting a private equity fund is not as easy as the hero thinks. If their reputation in the eyes of society falls, they will have to resort to the help of politicians. The guy plans to engage in small investments. The lawyer became scared and wanted to know how much the hero was planning to invest this time. It turned out that the amount was 100 billion, and Walt felt uneasy. Fred thinks that this is a small amount when the lawyer is already ill. Fred replies that he has enough money. He was even able to transport the car by helicopter. The man is still surprised that the guy knows nothing about his mother's pedigree. He said that the guy has the blood of successful entrepreneurs in his veins. Walt told him about a company Fred must have heard of at least once. The guy remembered her. He can't believe what the lawyer will tell him next. The man said that the boy's family was connected to a company that was one of the most successful. Fred can't believe his mother was raised in such a wealthy family. Walt said that the boy's grandfather died 20 years ago, and now his uncle is the chairman. The hero remembered that the place where he worked after graduating from college was a branch of the main company. This company doesn't accept graduates. Only now he realized why everyone was prejudiced against him. Now everything fell into place. He was absolutely mediocre. He didn't really know how to do anything. Walt passed on all the information. Fred can study it all on his own. The hero has to learn about his mother's entire life. He thanked his lawyer for his help. Fred can't understand why people from such a wealthy family worked as farmers and lived up to their necks in debt. The guy found out that his mother was the daughter of the chairman's third wife. His grandmother was not the main wife. The children of his other wives hated his mother and grandmother. My mother had a talent for art. She grew up to be a wonderful woman. Then she met my father. They wanted to marry her off into a marriage of convenience, but she refused and ran away with the guy's father. It took a long time before my mother learned of my grandfather's death. The grandmother was kicked out of the family, and later the mother became pregnant with the hero. And at the same time, his grandmother died in a mysterious car accident, and his mother did not file a claim for inheritance rights. Now Fred knows how his loved one lost his parents, after rumors that the will was forged. Mom separated herself from the terrible family. She did not want to see them. After everything the boy found out, he wanted to call his mother. Fred couldn't hold back his tears. He promised to avenge her. The night streets of Hong Kong remind a man of the streets of Wall Street. The man doesn't understand why his friend doesn't look very well. He doesn't know what to do about it. In fact, Robert received a letter saying he was fired. He warned his investment company about the coming crisis, but no one listened to him. And then a crisis happened, which led to losses, and he was blamed for everything. The man cannot believe it because Robert is a very talented and honest person. He is confident that Robert will be able to take out a loan and find a job elsewhere. Robert was mired in debt due to his mother-in-law's illness. After her death, he divorced his wife, and his life became worse than that of a beggar. He left all his property to his wife. The man does not regret anything. His interlocutor decided to find out what happened to his children. They don't need a poor father. Robert believes that he is to blame, since he did not pay attention to the family. He is already 50 years old. He is branded as a loser. Robert knows that no one needs him. His friend has a proposal for Robert. He became interested. After the story, he agreed. He was ready to do anything. If he is hired, the man will serve his new boss faithfully and truly. He is ready to sell his soul. Clara came to Robert's house as a student of the professor. Fred also came. The interview was outside of Hong Kong. He cannot fly to the US without a visa. To officially enter the American market and make a name, he needs someone who has already made one for himself on the US stock exchange. He needs a genius to be his hands and feet. He was thinking that it would be great to find such a person the first time, when suddenly he was blinded. The space changed again. While Fred was trying to figure out where he was, someone had already addressed him. Near the tree sat a grandfather named Sago. Once upon a time, his name was on everyone's lips. But now everyone has forgotten about him. In fact, many people know him. It's just that the guy doesn't really understand history. Sago reminded him that the hero himself wanted to learn about people by their faces, just by looking at them once. Fred realized that his grandfather was an expert in the field of physiognomy. The grandfather noted that he was able to predict the beginning of the war, which means the boy will learn the same. Suddenly, a third person appeared. He shouldn't have been here. The man was unhappy. This was not what they had agreed on. Sago doesn't understand why he came here. The man asks him not to make a fool of himself. They began to argue among themselves. Fred watched it quietly and peacefully. After some time, the guy drew attention to himself. He wants to know who is here. The man introduced himself. His name was Pak. He was known throughout the country as a great artist. He is an expert in physiognomy. Thanks to his skills, Pak realized who he needed to get rid of. Fred realized that the man's skills were at a high level, and that he had a lot to learn from him. The men began arguing again. They couldn't decide which of them was better. Sago claims that real experts can even predict the time of their own death. They couldn't come to a common decision. Fred just stood aside. He couldn't take it anymore and asked them to shut up. It seemed they didn't need his karma points. But they really need them. Men want to get as many points as possible. In this case, Fred will ask one question. Whoever answers correctly will get points. The guy asks them to take a good look at him. Men should look at the hero's physiognomy. Pat can't believe his eyes. He sees a past that doesn't exist, and the present is completely different. Physiognomy can tell you a lot about a person, but Sago can't read anything from the guy. They both claimed that the hero had not lived long enough. He could not believe it. Anyway, Fred reported that they had failed the test, and the men asked for another try. Clara introduced our guy. He will be the one conducting the interview. Fred didn't want to start with this, but he told about all of Robert's failures. The man was surprised that the hero knew about this. He replied that he was simply studying physiognomy. Robert heard about this, and immediately realized that he was in front of a talented person. The girl offered everyone coffee. Robert was grateful to her for that. Clara apologized for interrupting their conversation. Fred got down to business. He agreed to hire Robert. The man was surprised because he did not have time to introduce himself properly. The hero counts on mutually beneficial cooperation with director Robert. It seemed to him that the man was not happy with his new position. Robert was happy. He thanks our guy with tears in his eyes. The hero told the new director that they receive all the profits at once. This is the company's philosophy. He reassured the man that they did not resort to illegal methods. Fred asked Robert to open company funds on every continent. The man wants to know how many investors they have. The hero said that while they are not there, he will invest himself. He also asked Robert to hire experts to handle the task. The guy asks the man to believe him. From now on, his life will be like in his dreams. Robert did an incredible job in the few days he was in Hong Kong. In just half a month, he became the head of a stock company. Fred was not mistaken about him. The hero is worried. It's time to start full-scale marketing. It's time for the hero to meet Clara's parents. The girl answered the guy's question that the house belonged to her parents. The guy understands that in the future he will still belong to Clara. Now he wants to know who her father is. He must be very rich. In the garden, the girl called her parents. They should see Fred. The woman was glad to see him. Her name is Emmanuel. The guy bowed and addressed her in French. He thanked her for her hospitality. The woman was amazed by the guy's skills, and she liked him more and more. It is an honor for him to meet such a woman. Finally, the head of the family came. His name is Larry. They shook hands. The handshake was firm. Fred didn't come to visit empty-handed. He prepared a gift for everyone. The family described their home as a modest dwelling, but Fred thinks it is magnificent. Clara thinks that the hero has a much better house. It's embarrassing to talk about business here. The guy thinks that home is just a place where you live. The main thing is comfort. Larry invited the hero to have a drink with him, and our hero happily agreed. They prepared the simplest food for the guy, but for him, it was a luxurious dinner. The man wished Fred only success. Now they can drink. The guy thanked him and wished the whole family boundless happiness and wealth. Afterwards, they started discussing the guy's work, especially the fact that he is a VIP client of banks. Larry decided to clarify whether the guy was an investor or the founder of a secret fund. Fred admitted that he owns a private equity fund. Then the man decided to find out how old the hero was, but he was not going to answer, since there was no point in it. The father of the family agreed with this. It was stupid to ask this question. The guy analyzes the man. He looks like an experienced trader. Unprecedented wealth awaits him. Fred is not going to reveal his secrets. He offered the man 1% of his shares, an investment price of $1 billion. The man doesn't understand who is sitting in front of him. It doesn't look like the hero is joking. Fred said that he would be the only investor for now, but his people were bringing in new ones. Robert will meet a man named Jack. The man said that he was helped by the owner of a private equity fund, which is how he was able to rise. Jack became interested in our hero. Robert thought that he wanted to meet him, but it wasn't like that. He just became interested. Robert will help him in his election campaign. Jack was grateful to him for that. He knew he could count on his best friend. But the man is not helping just like that. He is supporting another senator. He felt uneasy and tried to figure out the situation. Time flies. A year has passed since Fred returned to the past. A lot has changed. He had a wonderful vacation in Hong Kong, but he failed to invest with Larry. At school, friends were discussing a classmate who was skipping classes again. Most likely something happened to him. One of them is trying to understand what exactly happened. A classmate admitted that Harvey was a foster child. Fred was shocked when he found out about this. A friend said that Harvey has to work in construction because he has problems that will force him to move out of the shelter. The classmates continued to discuss this. Fred quietly listened to everything. It dawned on the guy that the people he knew were working together, and they were ruining people's lives. The mother was proud of her son because he decided to volunteer. Fred realizes how much money was spent to build a complex instead of an orphanage. Harvey worked all day but didn't really make any money. It's not easy to earn money. He can't go to school with such crumbs. Harvey wants to help the shelter, but such a small thing won't help anyone. He heard strange sounds behind the wall. He doesn't understand anything. Suddenly he heard Fred's name. The situation did not become any clearer. Afterwards, our guy approached Harvey and he was glad he came. The children ran to him. They were happy that they were eating pork breast. Fred introduced Harvey to his parents as his friend, and they were pleased to meet him. They brought some organic apples to the shelter. The guy immediately started turning to Fred. He doesn't know what to do. Our hero called him to help. He reminded him that Harvey still needed to eat. Harvey thanked him for his help. Fred wants to know where he will live. The man suggests that the hero consider the option of a closed school. He has an excellent proposal. He wants to show one place, a building in good condition. It is for sale. However, the building is expensive. The man named the sum at $15 million. For a place where 100 people will live, this is not expensive. The guy decided to buy a mountain behind the school. The hero called the boss. Fred offered him to earn a little extra money. The man listened to the boy negotiate the transfer of money for school and felt awkward. Outside, Fred continued talking on the phone. The guy wondered why his interlocutor was so angry. He asked to file a lawsuit. The hero wants to be the one who restores justice. The guy explained that his friend lived in a shelter, but they were planning to demolish it. Fred knows that senior officials are involved in this, and pressure needs to be put on them. He asks to do everything under the cover of a free lawyer. The guy also asks to set up a new shelter. The conversation was over. This situation will be resolved soon. Fred has another difficult case to deal with. A full-scale war at work. It's time to finish with the American and Canadian dollars. After completing the old task, the hero wanted to move on to a new one, but he was prevented. He was again called to the world of the gods, and he felt uneasy at the sight of the boat. A new man appeared in front of him. His name is Earl. He will need to cross the river. Fred remembered this river. He crossed it before his reincarnation. He became scared and thought that death itself was standing in front of him. The man began to calm the hero down. This boat was not meant for Fred. He used to be a god, but now the guy is completely confused. Earl explained that ascended spirits do not need to cross this river. He noted that the river has another name. If you cross it, you can be reborn. Then Fred doesn't understand what he's doing here. The guy doesn't want to see this transition. The man wants to thank our guy with all his heart. Suddenly Richard appeared. He is the carrier of souls. He is pleased that they chose him. He noted that no one had crossed the river for a long time, but at least they were not subject to taxes. Time was up for Earl. He thanked the boy for changing the future. Fred realized that Harvey's ancestor was standing in front of him, and it was his future that the guy had recently changed. The Bank of Canada said it had received margins. The director orders the people to protect the economy, or else they will die. Robert liked the design of the posters, and is interested in what the boss will do next. Fred called him. Robert said that he was in the office right now to meet with dealers. The hero began to thank him for making his life easier. The guy doesn't want to distract him anymore. They'll see each other during the winter holidays. The man was surprised by this phrase. It was Fred's joke. Robert will be keeping a close eye on everyone. The man is always nervous. He cannot believe that the hero trusts him with a large sum of money. He must believe in the boss. His strategy will definitely not fail. The man began his work when suddenly he noticed something strange. The hero's last vacation has begun. Time flies too quickly. He still can't believe that he has $70 billion. Be that as it may, he lives quite modestly. Fred is thinking about buying something for himself. It's time to play big, but first you need to study for one more day. Fred thanked his lawyer for his work. Thanks to him, everything went smoothly. He said that after the documents were presented, the measures immediately tucked their tail between their legs. The guy said he was thinking of buying a share of the law firm, and Walt was shocked. The hero needs about 30%. The lawyer believes that this is quite possible. Fred is willing to give up $100 billion to buy shares. Walt can be sure of him. After the conversation with the lawyer ended, Fred received another call. He does not know who he is talking to. The interlocutor does not understand how the guy could forget about him, and the hero cannot understand who he is talking to. After some time, Fred recognized Olivia by her voice. She would not forgive the guy for forgetting her. The hero is not surprised that he doesn't eat her. The last time they spoke was a year ago. Fred noted that the girl would be making her debut in a week, and she wondered how he found out. He said he saw an interesting page on the internet that said the perfect group was being formed. During the conversation, the guy said that he opened his own business. Then Olivia asked about university. Olivia thinks that the guy misses her, that she will soon become famous and take care of the hero. This surprised him. The manager came to the girl. She said goodbye to the guy and confessed her love to him. The next day, the hero came to the university. He cannot believe that he is going to pass an interview for admission. He is very grateful to his reincarnation for the opportunity to experience forgotten feelings. In the corridor, they announced that interviews would begin any minute, and the man showed specific numbers. Fred is surprised. This is not a work interview, but everyone is dressed too formally. A girl appeared in the corridor, and everyone immediately paid attention to her. It was Layla. The hero barely recognized her. She greeted everyone. The guys started to worry. They already thought that something went wrong. The girl came here because one of her friends will be having an interview here. She turned to Fred. Layla apologized for not coming to support him before the essay. She didn't have time. The guy doesn't know what's going on, and he wonders why he should understand the girl's circumstances. Layla suggested that the hero meet after the interview. They have something to talk about. She will wait for Fred's call near the university. Now the most interesting part will begin. No one will pass the exam even in millions of years, except him. After some time, the girl became arrogant. She learned everything about Fred's family, especially their wealth. Layla understands that our hero is different from other guys. She feels his ambition. Her acquaintances approached her on the street. and she told them that she was waiting for an old friend with whom she used to live next door. The women came here to check out the rumors. A model-looking guy was admitted to their department. Fred thought the interview at this university was a bit weak. He was already hungry. Unfortunately, he won't be able to keep his promise to the girl. He won't come to meet her. He is not so naive anymore. Fred said goodbye to the girl. They will not see each other again. A few days later, the guy needs to enter the applicant number. He found out his number. Fred was happy. He was accepted to the university. The hero immediately called his mother. She had already told his father. Everyone was beside themselves with happiness. Fred got a call from the head of the company. He wants to know how our guy is doing. He announced that he had entered university, and the hero hoped that this would not affect their business relationship in any way. The interlocutor reported that something happened at the beginning of the year, but he did not say anything about it to Fred. The hero was shocked when he learned that a writer had come with a manuscript called Warrior of Magic. The man noted that this manuscript completely corresponds to the script of the guy's work. Be that as it may, he is confident that a writer can be sued for plagiarizing a huge part of someone else's work. Fred had already forgotten about him. The man reprimanded the author, since he would not allow anyone to publish plagiarism. The guy realizes that he has taken all the glory from the writer. The hero began to calm his assistant, who was probably shocked. He was also told that the same writer had recently brought in a new manuscript, and Fred caught his breath. The guy understands that this story greatly distorts the temporal reality. It introduced a new genre to the masses. The story came too early. The hero wants to sign a contract with this author. The hero assures that it will become popular. He offered to make 5,000 copies. Fred became popular because of the stolen story. If he has any conscience left, he must answer for his actions. The guy decided to meet his mother. They hadn't walked together for a long time. The hero decided to bring the woman to the store. She immediately remembered her last visit. The son decided to ask why his mother fell in love with his father. He thinks that she could have found a better man. Sandy explained that it was an unusual case. Her future husband fell in love with her at first sight. Besides, he was very kind. The woman could not leave such a man. Fred began to envy his father. When the family entered the store, the consultants immediately greeted them with a bow. Fred wants to pick out some new clothes for his parents, who have been having a hard time lately. The woman agreed that her father's wardrobe needed to be changed urgently. It had indeed gone a little out of fashion. The guy reminded that his mother also has to choose things for herself. She has to take care of her image. Mom started looking at things for herself. She discussed each choice with the guy. Their conversation was heard by a woman. Sandy was shocked when she heard her name. She recognized the one who was addressing her. The woman changed her name and is now called Esther. Even Fred recognized her. He can't believe that it's that same Esther standing in front of him. The guy began to remember the woman who would change Korea in the future. He realized that Esther was different from her. He thought that these women were just namesakes. He was very surprised. Fred noted that his mother might not know her. But it wasn't so. Sandy wasn't very happy to see her old friend. Their meeting was indeed a long time ago. Esther told how surprised she was when she learned that Sandy was kicked out of the family. Fred was in complete shock when he found out that his mother was the queen of the entire university. Sandy asked not to mention it, as there was no point in it. The woman wonders what Sandy did here when she moved out of town and started a farm. Mom asks her friend to stop talking nonsense. Esther began to ask for forgiveness. She had already forgotten about the impudent nature of her interlocutor. Our guy intervened in the conversation. Fred doesn't want to leave his mother. He decided to find out who this unpleasant woman was. Mom replied that they studied at the same university and her son should introduce himself. The guy bowed. Despite his dislike for the woman, he said his name. Esther decided to check if this guy was really her son. In her opinion, he was tall and very handsome. She thinks our guy could have become a model, but deep down she despises him for the way he treated her. When Esther learned that the guy had entered university, she joked that this family was rising from the mud. She didn't forget to tell about her son, who entered a prestigious university. Fred says he was lucky to be admitted to this institution. The boy's mother doesn't know where her son went and what he will study to be. The hero said that he entered an excellent university in the law department. Esther can't believe it. She thinks the guy is lying to her. She knows that stupid guy Fred couldn't get into such a place. Esther can check everything on the internet. The woman decided to change the subject. Now she wants to know what the family forgot in such an expensive place. She has an idea that Sandy and her son came here to cash in a gift certificate. Fred called over a store employee. She wants to know what the guy needs. The hero asked the girl to pick out the best clothes for his mother. He noted that there is no need to worry about money. For him, his mother's happiness is more important than anything else. The guy thought that Esther herself came here to shop. He offered to buy her something. The woman was furious at the suggestion and told Sandy that there was a class reunion coming up soon. Fred decided to calm her down and said that his mother would definitely come. Sandy was surprised at first, but then she agreed with her son. Finally, Esther said that she would invite everyone to the meeting. Our guy could come too. She left extremely unhappy. Fred promises to put her in her place. The hero will do everything to make the woman pay for everything she said today. The man talks about the apartment. He thinks it's a great place. The guy decided to check if the place had been sold. Before doing anything, Fred decided to ask his mother her opinion. She likes this apartment, even though it is only 130 square meters. The hero decided to check whether it was really the manager standing in front of him, and the man confirmed it. Fred asked the man to be more honest. He decided to ask for a discount. The manager said that if this penthouse was bought today, he would give a 10% discount. Fred then decided to find out what would happen if he bought 3 luxury properties. The guy notes that it will be much easier if the manager gets the money as soon as possible. Then the man decided to ask if there was anything else that the hero wanted to receive. The guy said that the man would have to take into account all duties and taxes, bringing them up to 10 billion. The manager was shocked. He couldn't believe his ears what he would have to do. Mom didn't bat an eye at her son's words. Fred understands that she has already gotten used to this. So he suggested going shopping. They needed to buy new furniture. School started. The hero arrived at his university, and everyone on the street noticed the gorgeous guy. Fred came to study at the best educational institution in South Korea. Nobody could believe that the hero was a freshman. Everyone liked him. All attention was focused on him. The guy heard them discussing him. He liked it. He decided to have a coffee, and then someone approached him. He didn't immediately realize who was standing in front of him, but the girl's clothes reminded him of one person. She was a legendary student from the art department. The girl asks if the guy will buy her coffee. The girl held out her hand. It was the only coffee machine. The stranger saw the guy for the first time. He was in a stupor. She knows that there aren't many handsome guys studying law, but the girl would definitely remember Fred. Most of the guys in this class look like old men. Fred stands out from the crowd. He handed the girl her coffee. The girl began to say that the classroom in her course was very cold compared to others. The hero offered to give her his hand warmer. Then she started telling me that she was freezing all the time, and that it seemed like her circulation was too weak. Finally, the guy decided to ask why the girl approached him. She decided to ask what year our Fred was in. The hero decided to point out that it was not proper to ask a person questions without telling anything about himself. Her name is Stephanie, and her specialty is Western painting. Deep down, she still feels like a freshman, and now she's in her 3rd year. Fred thinks the girl is strange because the university gives unforgettable memories. Stephanie doesn't believe that a freshman is lecturing her. For him, it's just an exchange of opinions. He wants to say that they should use these moments wisely. The girl asked not to say anything like that to strangers. She noted that the guy was acting like an old man, but Fred realized that he was one. The guy wanted to give the girl some friendly advice because she was sad. He was sorry if he was too rude. She was pleased to hear this opinion, and the guy bought her coffee. In the hallway, everyone was looking at this couple. The spectators were surprised that Stephanie was talking to our guy. She has a small gift for the hero. She needs his phone number. Fred was surprised that the girl gave him her number. Stephanie asked about his plans for the evening. She will wait for a message from him to meet in the evening. Everyone in the corridor couldn't help me believe what was happening before my eyes. Classes started, and Fred couldn't shake off the awkward feeling. A 3rd-year student spoke to them. He spends most of his time working in the student council. He said that there would soon be an initiation for freshmen, and everyone would have to come. Students will be divided into groups of 20 people. The formed subgroup went out into the corridor, where a girl was waiting for them. She wanted to meet everyone. She promises that she will be kind to everyone, and she immediately has fans. The girl said that students from the business school will also come to the initiation. To make the students feel less awkward, she will reveal a secret. The professors are embarrassed by their department. Fred listened to her attentively. He decided to ask her name. Her name is Kate. She is from the 6th group. Now the girl wants to know the name of our guy. He introduced himself, and everyone wanted to get to know our hero better. The girl noted that the guy looks like the most arrogant boy. He doesn't understand what Kate means. She said it straight out. The girl is sure that the guy is an upstart. Fred understands that the girl wanted to make fun of him, but he is not that simple. Kate was surprised when she saw a smile on the guy's face. She didn't expect such a reaction. Our hero is not an arrogant boy. He is the richest man in Korea. After class, Fred called Stephanie and wanted to pick her up by car. The girls in the parking lot were surprised by the guy's behavior, but they recognized him. The girl decided to find out if first-year students can drive a car. In addition, she can be sure of his wealth. The girl understands that he is rich. Stephanie thought about the guy. He started to show concern, asked to fasten the seatbelt. She suggested going to a bar. She really likes this place. The girl thought that the guy lived somewhere nearby. Otherwise, he couldn't know about this place. On the way to the bar, she decided to ask the hero about his life. Stephanie wants to know everything. She thinks that the guy's parents work a lot, which is why Fred has such a car. Fred talked about his parents' work, but he bought the car at his own expense. So the heroes arrived at the bar. The old woman immediately noticed the girl. The woman noted that Stephanie came here with a guy for the first time, but they just study at the same university. Everyone knows that the girl seduces the hero. She attacked the visitors. They should not look at the couple. They are forbidden to imagine anything unnecessary in their heads. People like our hero, they noted that the girl is also pretty. The woman cannot remember Fred. He reminds her of someone. She thinks that they knew each other. But the guy, on the contrary, claims that he came to this place for the first time. Then the old woman began to think that she was starting to go insane. She advised Stephanie to take the hero seriously. His girlfriend would be incredibly lucky. So, according to the woman, Stephanie must take the bull by the horns. The guy will have to come here more often. The old woman won't say anything if he comes here with another. She noted that all the girls in the bar were looking at Fred. The old woman noticed that the couple had not drunk anything, so she decided to offer them alcohol to bring them closer. Although this was Fred's first time here, Stephanie reminded him that Grandma had seen him before. Just because Fred cooks well doesn't mean he was here, he just has talent. The girl is worried that the guy is underage and can't drink. But he knows everything about her grandmother's family. The second son takes a position in the police department. The daughter works as a judge. He has nothing to fear. Stephanie doesn't understand how Fred knows all this. He replied that he was told this at the university. The girl was surprised by this. She thought it was a secret. The guy thinks the girl is strange. Fred made a special cocktail, and he drank his drink in one gulp. Afterwards, he asked the girl if she would like to try this cocktail with him. Something inside the guy tells him that the girl will quickly get drunk. Stephanie agreed to drink. He decided to say that it was okay if the girl refused. She was unhappy about it. In the end, they drank the cocktails to the bottom. The girl does not understand why they are so tasty. While the couple was resting, someone approached them and recognized Stephanie. It was Kate. Fred recognized her by her voice. She was wondering who the girl was drinking with. She was shocked when she saw our guy. Kate was ready to see anyone but him. The hero said that he fell in love with Stephanie at first sight, so he invited her for a drink. Kate was unhappy. She didn't like that he came to the university to build his personal life. She noted that the hero has a keen eye. Fred doesn't understand anything. Stephanie listened to Kate praise her, and the girl felt awkward. Kate liked the aroma in the bar and suggested that the guys have a bite to eat there. She drank the guy's drink and she really liked it. The first years didn't move, so Kate hurried them. They could bring their own glasses. Kate decided to court the hero and pour him a drink, but he wants to do everything himself. After some time, they decided to ask the girl who Stephanie was. She then remarked that Stephanie was indeed a cutie. Kate told about the girl's specialty, and she is also her best friend from school. Stephanie enjoyed meeting everyone. Now they can all have a drink. After some time, the girl came to her senses. The room didn't look like hers. When she finally came to, she realized that she was not in a women's dormitory. Fred called the girl from the kitchen. She was horrified when she realized where she was. She was surprised that the guy had such a big apartment, and she liked the view of the breakfast even more. Fred said that he prepared everything himself. He asked the girl to try it. The guy does not add anything extra so as not to spoil the impression. Stephanie didn't expect that simple eggs would be so delicious. She couldn't hold back her tears. The hero asks her to eat more slowly so that she doesn't feel sick. At breakfast, the girl decided to ask what happened last night. She doesn't remember anything. Fred was amused by the fact that the girl didn't remember anything, and he decided to ask why she did it. He repeated his question. The girl does not understand what she did to the hero. The guy clearly remembers how the girl said that she fell in love with him at first sight. Fred asked Stephanie to take responsibility for everything she said. Perhaps the hero chose the wrong time to call. Robert was in touch. The guy asked his assistant to buy shares of the famous hotel. There's a class reunion at the hotel this Saturday, and his mother is supposed to be there. He will do everything to help his mother. There is no other such caring son in the world. Parents thank their son for everything he has done, but it is the boy who should do it. The twins think their brother looks better than usual. The guy's friends also came here and decided to introduce themselves to his mother as future sons-in-law. Then Fred got a call. The number was unfamiliar. Olivia called him with her group and congratulated the guy on his graduation. He thanked everyone who congratulated him on the phone. Fred promised to treat them to lunch. The hero would like to call them again, but unfortunately he won't be able to, since the lives of idols are inviolable. His friends and sisters were shocked that the guy knew a popular group, and he succeeded here too. A couple of days later, the hotel's largest shareholder changed, and the man asks the manager not to make mistakes. Old friends met. and with each meeting they become more beautiful. Hannah wonders who did Esther's plastic surgery. Her husband did all this. The woman moved on to the main question. She asked if their mutual friend would come. Hannah was shocked when she found out that Sandy was coming to the meeting today. Esther wants to trample her pride so that she never dares to show herself in the city again. An employee approached them and asked if he should meet the guests. Hannah answered positively. Esther doesn't understand what other cars come here. A gorgeous woman got out of the car and asked if they had come to meet her. Hannah and Esther were shocked when they saw Sandy. Fred likes this picture. He wants to remember the women's faces. Sandy remembered that she hadn't seen Hannah for 20 years. Time flies. It feels like just yesterday they were skipping classes. Esther decided to interrupt them and ask if Sandy had rented a car for the reunion. The hero got out of the car. The hotel employee parked it. Esther recognized that ill-mannered boy and felt uneasy. Fred made fun of her. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The hero said that the car belongs to his mother. She uses it when necessary. To shut the woman up, he said the car was only worth $300 million. Sandy introduced her son to her best friend from school. He should introduce himself too. As a sign of respect, the hero bowed. He was pleased to meet Hannah. The woman liked the hero and decided to find out if Fred had entered the university. They continued to talk. Esther didn't like it. She's annoyed that all the attention is on Sandy. She's just lucky to have a son. Fred came to the meeting specifically to put Esther in her place. She herself wanted to know why Fred came here. The guy replied that his father had gone to chairman's courses, so he had come instead of him. Esther didn't like everything the hero said. Hannah doesn't understand why she's angry. She became even more furious when they called her by her old name. Hannah suggested they go inside. They had been standing outside for too long. Everyone in the room turned their attention to Sandy. People couldn't believe it was her. A crowd has gathered around Fred and his mother. Everyone wants to remind everyone of themselves. Sandy is glad to see everyone after so many years. The general manager, his name is Eric, came up to them and was glad to meet Sandy. He would like to thank her on behalf of the entire staff for attending the humble event. He also prepared a small gift for the guests, and the chef prepared the dishes. Sandy was offered to taste some wonderful wine, and she agreed. Her former classmates don't understand what Sandy was doing if the manager himself pours her wine. Eric said the woman could contact him if she needed anything. The women thought that since the general manager had come down here, maybe they would see the chairman. Even the men think it's some kind of joke. They think Sandy has opened her own business. Esther is furious. She thinks that Sandy has started spending her father's money. She doesn't like that the woman is acting like she's somebody just because she was reunited with her father. Sandy hoped that Esther would change, but she remained just as pathetic. Esther started screaming. In her opinion, Sandy had nothing but a pretty face. Sandy couldn't take it anymore. She poured a glass of wine on Esther. She immediately called her husband. Fred's mother will not tolerate insults towards her parents. The woman started saying that she would sue Sandy. Her husband works in a law firm. Fred was interested in this situation. He wanted to hear about Esther's husband. The man noted that this was real physical violence. Then our guy joined the conversation and found it funny. The man was furious. He believed that the hero had no right to interfere in their conversation. He called our guy a waiter, and in the man's opinion, they shouldn't contradict the guests. Fred then decided to say that he was Sandy's son and was studying law at Korea University. The couple were left speechless when the guy offered to pay for the dry cleaning. The man tries to scare the hero, but our hero doesn't care. Fred said he might sue for slander against his mother. Esther used foul language towards his mother, and she also insulted the entire family. The man was shocked and couldn't say a word. The guy called his lawyer. He wanted to sue someone. Esther's husband doesn't believe it when the guy talks on the phone and tells her about the situation. Fred wanted to give the man the phone, and he started telling him about his connections. He wanted to tell about his position, but it didn't work out. The man listens attentively to the lawyer. He immediately got down to business. He was unhappy that the man was behaving inappropriately. He found out who he was talking to and felt uneasy. They decided to ask him if the man understood who he had raised his voice to. The man should immediately apologize to our guy. Fred asked what his lawyer had said. After the conversation, the man bowed before the hero. He apologized for all the words he said. Esther was unhappy. She expected something else. The woman demands that her husband raise his head. He didn't listen to her and hit her for the first time in their marriage. The man dragged the woman along with him. They need to leave. Those present were glad that someone had finally managed to put Esther in her place. The girls came out on stage. Hard work awaits them, and after that they hoped that the audience liked everything. At the end, the girls heard compliments. The audience liked everything. The hotel manager approached them and said that dinner had been prepared for them. The girls were shocked and immediately asked their manager about the decision. They were allowed to eat deliciously. The girls couldn't believe their eyes. There was a luxurious table in front of them. The manager asks the girls not to worry. Dinner should not affect their schedule. Fred came to the girls and brought ice cream for them. Olivia froze with tears in her eyes. Her team didn't know the guy, but she remembered him. The girls started to chase the hero away. They called him a pervert. Olivia jumped into the guy's arms, and at that moment he received karma points. Fred decided to ask the girl when she grew so big. He enjoyed meeting everyone on the team and asked if they liked the food. They remembered Olivia talking about Fred. The girl couldn't believe that it was Fred who paid for their dinner. Fred keeps his promise, and today is his mother's high school reunion, so he invited them here. The girls began to admire the guy. They liked him more and more. Olivia wants to know how Fred was able to convince their manager, who is not amenable to any persuasion. It was his secret. He asks the girls to let him know if they want to take a break. The hero acted in advance. The company that assembled this team is relatively new. He bought shares. Fred blamed everything on his mother. The hero said that she was quite rich. Olivia asked the guy how his initiation week went. She would like to go to it. They think that the hero's university has different rules. He decided to ask directly if the girls wanted to see it. Fred called Kate. He wants to prepare the band's performance himself. The group does not believe that the hero is arranging for their performance. The guy needs to fly to Hong Kong. He needs to do some business. Robert was waiting for him at the airport and noted Fred's youthful appearance. The man said he continues to monitor the company. Fred said that Robert should invest money in this company. The guy allows you to use as much money as the law allows. Robert was frightened by the hero's plans. Of course, the hero wants the man to understand both sides of the potential presidents. He wants to increase the number of private equity firms, and a contract needs to be concluded. The man felt uneasy, but he would do everything. The hero knows that soon this world will face great upheavals. Fred got his black card. He would like Robert to buy some long-range planes. Robert understood everything. He will take care of it immediately. The men want to see if they can get the price of more than 500 million. They are involved in musical groups. Even the failure of the girls will bring them money. Greg wants to keep Olivia to raise her properly and then sell her. Darren wants to wait. At some point, they can take photos of the girls as a backup. The man wondered where in the world there were so many fools after he found out that a group of girls wanted to be rented. Darren completely agrees that there are many such people in the world, thanks to whom they can live a comfortable life. Fred was furious when he found out what the band's company was doing. Walt said that it is owned by two brothers, who are essentially pimps. He will explain that the brothers first tell the girls that they will make them famous, and then hand them over to sponsors. Our guy can't believe it. He wants to deal with them. The hero ordered his lawyer to get rid of them. They must make sure that the brothers rot in prison. Walt tells them not to worry. He will definitely expose them. The man said that they had a great chance of accusing the brothers of theft. He will also raise the case of the children they attacked, and his subordinates will handle it. Fred wants to destroy them. He will take everything the brothers have. The guy brought the girls food. He brought them burgers made from natural products. The group's manager was unhappy that the guy came here when he was not an employee of the company. Fred sizes the man up, his eyes filled with determination. He's just working for the wrong people. The hero reads him like an open book. The guy said that he was Olivia's friend. Hugh remembered the girl telling him about a friend from university. Fred said he hired a band for 3 days, so he came here. He explained that he earns his own money, so he can afford to spend it on the group. The girls had just finished training when Fred came into the gym to see them. Suddenly the light disappeared. The guy can't see anything. For Fred, this was his second encounter with the goddess after Chan. If Goddess Chan was an elegant woman, then this Nuna is a rogue. The goddess asks if the guy called her, while Fred wants to know who is standing in front of him. The hero remembered a name he would never have thought of when he looked at her. He couldn't believe that Mrs. Genie, who had melted the heart of more than one man, had appeared before him. Preparations for the 10th subgroup's performance are complete. Now Fred can start the show. The guy will meet Stephanie. She asks if the hero has finished training. She heard that Fred was preparing the band's performance alone. Friends don't like that they have to attend events when they have more important things to do. Connor has heard about the beautiful students at the university, and he wants to see them. He doesn't need help in choosing a girl. He can handle everything himself. They walked into the hall. The performances were in full swing. Then one of the friends noticed the girl. Connor asks to forget about her, since the girl lost her chance in life. Layla remained sweet. Everyone knows that Connor dumped her. There were people performing on stage. They had a play dedicated to Romeo and Juliet. The male half of the audience was blinded by the beauty of the girl on stage. It was time for the 10th subgroup to perform, and suddenly the lights went out. Friends can't believe their eyes when they see the famous band on stage at their university. The girls were happy to perform here. Olivia gave her all on stage and enjoyed her performance. Our guy also came on stage. No one can believe that he is only a first-year student. Connor recognized him and felt uneasy. Everyone liked the performance. The audience listened to the group with great pleasure. Fred was enjoying the moment. He was completely surrendered to the moment. Layla was happy to see the hero. She couldn't hold back her tears at that moment. The performance ended. The host noted that it eclipsed all previous ones. The professor did not remain silent. He shouted that it was a scam, since a popular group was performing. Then Fred reminded that the rule does not prohibit accepting help from outside people. The man agreed with him, but he continued to insist that it was unfair to the others. The hero decided to remind that the professor himself liked the performance. After Connor called his man, he asked to prepare a fob group for him, especially Olivia. He has not forgotten how our hero humiliated him. Connor will destroy him. Our Fred has fallen into the clutches of the tiger. Kate drank too much and started confessing her love to the guy. Fred was surprised that his old friend came to see him. Layla introduced herself to everyone present. She is currently a second-year student. The guys were pleased to meet her. They were amazed by her beauty. The girl thanked everyone for the compliments. She hopes that they will become friends. Layla immediately agreed to have a drink. She asked Fred to pour her a drink. The hero said that he followed her around because he liked her. His new friends were shocked when they found out that Layla was our guy's first love. Fred noted that he did not enter this university because of her. In his opinion, the girl was a mistake of youth. Layla felt hurt after these words. For the guy, everything is in the past. Now he loves someone else. Kate spoke up. She supports the guy and says that there is no need to run after various swindlers. After these words, Layla reminded that Kate herself called her a sweet girl. Before falling asleep, Kate told Layla not to take their boyfriend away from them. He belonged to Stephanie. If Stephanie doesn't need Fred, Kate will take him herself. The girl began to tell about how Fred and Stephanie spent the night together. The hero tried to explain that they didn't do anything. He just brought his very drunk girlfriend home with him. The guy wanted to pour everyone a new drink when suddenly he heard a female voice. A girl came up to them. She played Juliet. Her name is Jay. Fred noted that her performance was amazing. They must have rehearsed a lot. Jay replied that the hero doesn't know what she's capable of, so he can't judge her. She pointed out that the guy got ahead of the others only because he had money. He thought about this performance for a long time. Fred did everything he could. Then Fred decided to ask the girl about the fancy props that she couldn't make herself. The hero believes that a great vice is to criticize everyone without noticing one's own sins. Layla noted that the girl came to their party to ruin everyone's mood. Jay said that they don't have to worry. She doesn't like that kind of talk herself. She invited the hero for a drink. Jay is sure they will meet again. The girls were skiing and having a lot of fun. Hugh laughed at the girls. Kids will always be kids. He said that the idol industry is not as easy as it seems. Girls have to work day and night. Fred has booked the cottage and wants everyone to have a good rest. Hugh noted that our hero does much more for the group than the company itself. The guy became embarrassed when he was asked about his feelings for Olivia. Hugh noticed that Fred's answer was not appropriate for a boy his age. The man doesn't understand why they speak as if they served in the same unit. The hero is too relaxed. He said that the group is not preparing a second album. Most likely, the director is planning something. Fred is confident that the FOB group has already brought the company a lot of money. The hero asked if Hugh would do things differently if he became the owner. The man would like to do everything differently. Under his leadership, the group will stay afloat for a long time. He said that no company that made a ton of money left the industry. They wanted more. It was a simple question. Fred liked the man's answer. He doesn't suspect that his interview has begun. Our guy decided to ask if Hugh knew that the company had already been sold. He didn't know this. Hugh doesn't understand why she was sold. The hero noted that the situation was getting tense. Hugh will be begging on his knees to his new owners as the girls have incredible potential. If he were the director, he would definitely protect the girls. The man shouted to the girls that no one would hurt them. It was time for them to go for a ride together. In the evening, Stephanie asked how the guy was feeling, since he had drunk a lot the night before. The guy is fine. He is grateful to the girl. She gives him strength. Fred decided to show his consideration and offered to carry Stephanie's bag. He took her hand, which was cold. The girl doesn't know how to react to this. The men were glad to meet them and invited their guests to come inside. Connor wants to talk to them face to face. He hopes they can work it out. If the girl doesn't like it, Fred will let her go, but they might get lost in the crowd. Stephanie doesn't understand what the hero is talking about. The girl knows that Fred flirted with a sophomore and then ignored her. The guy thinks that every person has the right to communicate with whoever he wants. He compared himself to a flower, which is not to blame for the bees flying towards it. The girl felt uneasy and tried to object to him. Fred noted that he, like the girls, would be upset if he was called easy. The hero received a call and was informed about the problem. Fred was shocked. Connor is assured that there are no cameras in the building and his privacy is ensured. Greg hopes Connor will help the company grow. Connor said he liked them and thought they could work together. The guy doesn't even suspect that he's fallen into a trap. Greg decided to make sure his guest was happy with everything. The guy likes everything. He wants to know that his request was fulfilled. The man reported that the girl was in a room on the top floor. Olivia was sitting in the room. Connor wants to have fun with her. Fred was furious and wanted to kill everyone involved. There were security guards near the building. They had to keep their ears open so that there were no mistakes. They noticed our guy. He ignores all the comments. The guards started yelling at him to turn around if he wanted to live. But they were unlucky. Our Fred was stronger. No one could stop him. Connor greeted the girl. He was waiting for this meeting. The guy was crazy about her. He knew that idols were on a completely different level than ordinary girls. Olivia asks him to move away. She doesn't want to be here. Connor was unhappy with the girl's behavior. He was furious because the girl dared to raise her hand against him after showing him kindness. The girl calls for help. She is in a hopeless situation. All this was recorded on cameras. Men watched it. They understand that the rumors were not lying about Connor. Greg calls him a psycho who keeps everything in check. The men continued to discuss Connor. They did not notice how a silhouette appeared behind them. Fred dealt with them quickly. He didn't stand on ceremony. The guy was furious. He calls men vile scum. In his opinion, such people do not deserve such a carefree life. The hero will do everything to ensure that they cannot get out of the hospital bed. The men asked who the guy was. Fred said he was a priest. When he saw the recording with the girl, his eyes were filled with blood. He wants to kill Connor. The anger was so great that the hero received dark karma points. Connor bullies the girl. He thinks that she now belongs to him. He demands that Olivia stop resisting. Connor didn't have time to do anything. He heard someone calling him. The guy demands that the stranger appear. He is scared. Fred was so strong and brave that he grabbed Connor through the door. The hero is enraged by the world in which there are so many people who consider themselves gods. This world is fortunately unfair, so today Fred will try to change it a little. Connor begs for mercy, but the hero won't let him go just like that. Then Connor offered to pay, which made Fred laugh. Now Fred knows that Connor values his life at only $1 billion. Connor can forget about money. Our hero has come up with something more interesting. Fred found Connor's favorite pills. He has to drink them all and dance. Only in this case the hero will spare him. Connor began to beg for mercy. The guy won't let him go. He knows that bitter medicine is the most useful. He put the pills in his mouth himself. Now Connor has to chew everything properly. After videos of Connor appeared on the internet, everyone started to condemn him. The man was furious. He wants to know how many drugs Connor ate. His man replied that the substances had been given to a talent agency. Then Eden demanded that the agency people be brought to him. But this won't work, since the police took them away, and the man demands that they tell him everything. Sean said they were taken away due to breach of trust and theft. He also said that the agency is accused of driving singers to suicide. The man demanded that a good lawyer be found. Everything must be done to hush up this incident. He also said that his employees should contact one person to arrange a meeting. Fred read the news on the internet. He likes it. Now he can say goodbye to Connor. They say he ran around the city screaming at the top of his lungs. Traumatized, Olivia returned home and immediately fell asleep in her bed. The brothers used their connections to stop the news from spreading. But life still turned into hell. After this incident, the evil gods will keep an eye on Fred. The world is not fair. Our hero wants to change it. The boss wants to know where all their shares went. The man said that 20% of the shares were bought by a private company, and they cannot trace them. The chief asks if his people have contacted one company. They should offer them double the price. The employee listened to his boss's shouts and couldn't say anything. He thinks the threads lead to South Korea. He said the company had set a condition that they must provide owner status to a person from Korea. The boss demands that they find this person, and they also have to donate money to the election campaign. He will find this man and throw him into the middle of the desert. The man will not allow anyone to profit from him. Fred asked Robert to prepare for the start of sales. Their target is the Ana group from Korea. The man wants to know what his boss is aiming for. He will start the task right away. But before he does, he wants to tell you something. Robert said that one company contacted him. They want to buy back the shares at an inflated price. The hero asked to organize a transparent business. It is necessary to announce the status of the shares. Fred hasn't started bargaining yet. He's going to turn everyone into his slaves. The guy was told that Hugh's manager had come to see him, and he asked to be shown to his office. The man was surprised when he saw our hero in the office. Fred himself understands how Hugh feels when he sees him. Hugh heard that the head and director of his company had been arrested. The guy admitted that he was the one who did all this. Hugh doesn't understand what his interlocutor is saying. He can't believe it. Fred is looking forward to a fruitful partnership and has appointed Hugh as the new CEO. Our guy reminded the man of his own words. Hugh wouldn't get into trouble. The hero is serious. He wants the whole world to know about K-pop. Fred hopes that Hugh will not change his mind and will fulfill all his promises. Now lawyer Walt looks much more cheerful. The man wants to know how Fred feels about Olivia. The guy admitted that she is like a sister to him, so he looks after her. The hero remembered that he wanted to buy the remaining part of Samvu. Walt is shocked by the guy's words that he could offer to buy out the shares for 100 billion. The man noted that the hero's words sounded as if it was nothing. Fred is confident that this law firm is worth the money. Walt doesn't have to worry, he just has to act. The man is surprised. The guy asks to do everything quietly. The man will have to take the position of a consultant. The hero himself is not afraid to absorb a large company, because there is always a bigger fish. Fred asked to keep the loyal lawyers. It would be better to remove the unreliable elements. Before starting the task, Walt will show the hero a list of the company's employees. The man understands that this task is of the highest priority, and he will have to get to work as soon as possible. The man reported that they were receiving a large amount of unidentified funds. The stranger was extremely surprised when he realized that we were talking about $10 billion. He doesn't think these are small players. The Lord says that we need to observe for a while before we announce it to the council. Now is a very important time. The world has finally paid attention to them. The man, by order of the Lord, will have to contact the guardians of the altar. He will stay in South Korea for a short time. He won't have to hide his fangs for long. Soon the Lord will show himself. Fred thinks that Hugh will cope with his new position on his own. Robert is the only one who knows that he is the real owner of the hotel chain. In the future, there was a game for the richest, while the rest could only watch from the sidelines. Clara came to Korea with her parents. Fred was glad to see the girl. They were in for an exciting weekend. The time has come. They woke up from a long sleep. His children must prepare themselves. They will crush all enemies. They accepted the task of their spiritual master. He wants to crush the descendant with an iron hand, even if they face divine punishment. Sandy was happy to see guests in her house. Clara immediately ran to her. The guy's mother noticed how prettier she had become. Clara's parents were pleasantly surprised by the beauty of South Korea. They apologized for such an unexpected visit. Sandy was glad to see them. Mom said that the girl's parents would always be welcome guests in this house. When Fred asked about his father, the woman replied that he had gone away to take care of some business. Larry's mouth dropped open in surprise. His wife didn't understand his reaction. He just liked the house. Edan found out about our guy and was amazed that he was studying law. The officer said he was unable to identify the attacker, but the girl had named him. He said that the information department confirmed this information. The man can't believe that a freshman attacked Connor and drugged him. Sean noted that the victims did not see his face, and he once defeated hooligans with knives. Eden was shocked to learn that our Fred had broken up the gangs 2 years ago. The man demanded that our guy be captured by the second squad, and the officer felt uneasy. Eden was furious. No one except the second squad would be able to catch the hero. If these stories are true, then he wants to kill the guy. The men were happy to communicate with each other and they were having fun. The twins began to doubt whether they had really just met today. Clara watched the stars and was treated to an incredible view. She loves Hong Kong, but this place has become a paradise for her, especially because the guy is nearby. Fred doesn't understand what the girl is getting at. She asked the guy to promise to love her no matter where they work. The guy thought that Clara was tired of working and wanted to leave. If this is so, then she can easily give up everything. Fred invited her to work in his company, but the girl will not be able to leave with the guy. Otherwise, she will be kicked out of the family. She asks the guy to forget about it. They need to enjoy each other. Fred received a call from Olivia, who invited him to dinner because she had been paid her salary. The girl said that the company had a new owner, and their conditions had become better. The hero says that he doesn't know who their investor is, but he is probably very reasonable. But Fred doesn't forget to say that no one can compare to him in terms of coolness. The guy was busy preparing for the new semester, so they couldn't meet. He knows that the girl also has a lot to do. The group will be releasing a second album. It was late. Fred sent the girl to bed. When he hung up the phone, he saw a crowd surrounding him. He was upset by the short speech of the leader of this crowd. The boss noticed that our hero likes to joke. Fred is a businessman, so he wants to get straight to the point. The guy understands that there are only bandits gathered in front of him. The employee is waiting for a call. He had a bad feeling. The guy asked for forgiveness. He has poor control over his strength, so the bandits will spend their time in the hospital. The boss doesn't understand who their enemy is. He's too strong. The hero noted that they themselves named him. Punishment awaits them. Finally, Sean got the call he had been waiting for too long. He was shocked when our guy spoke on the phone. Fred wants to know what he did to make bandits get sent to him. He did nothing, and at the end the hero reminded him that he knew how to make a fuss. The guy warned that each of the bandits was caught on camera, and he could easily upload the recording to the internet. Sean doesn't understand anything. Fred continues to explain that there is no need to send anyone else after him. The hero told about his family, which is part of the league. Sean was shocked. Fred reminded Walt that they were signing the contract today. The man said that the meeting would take place at 11 o'clock, and the hero was satisfied with everything. He hopes that everything will go smoothly. Walt is convinced that everything will go perfectly. Walt asked honestly what our hero had gotten himself into again. The guy asks him not to worry. He will discuss everything with him later. Fred knows that Eden can't handle what our hero has in store for him. After Robert called him, Fred thought that the preparations were already completed. The guy reported that someone tried to kidnap him. The man suggested hiring a hitman. He had a couple of former officers in mind. The hero immediately rejected this idea. Fred wants to know how their plan is going. Everything was going well. The guy asked to get down to business today. Robert will do everything. He will make sure that everything goes as it should. The guy asked to send everything at once so that they couldn't accept it all at once. Sean checked the guy's family information, and he reported that his mother is the chairman's daughter. Edon understood everything. The chairman of a successful company has a half-sister. In addition, Sean noted that our guy was stronger than they thought. The bandits couldn't handle him. The man knows that the chairman is a loser, but it is better not to quarrel with him. Sean also revealed that Fred's family is rich and owns a lot of stocks. Eden was informed that a representative from the finance department had come to see him. After being invited into the office, the man immediately ran into the office. He reported one problem: foreign funds are attacking all branches. The man said that short selling is happening now. Eden and Sean couldn't believe it. They expected anything but this. The company's stock continues to fall, and by the time they figure it out, Fred will have made their lives hell. At university, Kate approached a guy and called him a generous soul. She feels like she should have paid for the drink Fred gave her on their first date. Thanks to pickup lessons, the hero can embarrass any girl. Fred offered coffee. Kate wonders where the guy learned to communicate so naturally with people. The hero decided to invite the girl to eat together sometime, but now he has to go to a lecture. The girl remembered that first-year students were not supposed to have lectures on the day of the ceremony. She also noted that they should not have any classes today. Stephanie was in class and kept thinking about our boyfriend. The deskmate noticed that the girl had lost her spirit and thought that Stephanie had been dumped by her boyfriend. She replied that she was thinking about 2 years of study that would suck up the last terms. The neighbor knows that Stephanie is the best student and she can't have any problems. The first lesson has begun. The professor explains what the students will be doing. The students were delighted when they heard that they could get a machine gun. The man likes it too. He began to name some students from whom he expected only the best results. Then he noticed that a law school student was sitting in the office. Fred was sitting behind Stephanie, and the girl was very surprised. He came here of his own free will. No one forced him. The girl's neighbor asked if Stephanie knew this guy. The professor has no idea what a student who did not apply for this course is doing here. The students were shocked when the man said they had to give it their all. The boy asked if the professor was lying when he said that students should express themselves through paintings. He replied that this only applies to those who take art seriously. The hero has decided everything. He is confident in his drawing skills. The professor was furious. He doesn't like it when someone underestimates art. Fred admitted that he liked art more than law. According to the guy, having only one calling is bliss. He decided to prove his talent. The hero wants to get a task. The man agreed that if the hero failed, he would never appear in that office again. Fred agreed to all the conditions. He knows he will win. Once again the space changed. The man called himself an uncle and also a great artist. The guy decided to find out whether the man was really his relative. He shouldn't cling to words. Wherever you spit, there are relatives everywhere. After a while, Fred realized that the man called himself an artist. He confessed that he was the drunk artist called Ovon. He played this scene to make fun of Fred. He needs karma points. For the sake of decency, he will teach the guy everything he knows. The hero knows how it all works. All his works will become known only after death. Besides, the guy already has a lot of money, so he won't make money from paintings. New people appeared in the room. They think that Ovon is not in good shape today. They would quickly be able to persuade the hero. Fred wants to know who all these men are. Ovon replied that they were not famous enough for Fred to know them. They were pleased to meet our guy. The hero was shocked when he learned that one of them was named Gauguin. He is one of the most famous artists in his genre. The other one is called Paul Cézanne. He is known as the father of modern art. The guy was speechless, but that wasn't all. He saw another man behind everyone. He looked familiar. The guy noticed that his ear was bandaged. It was Van Gogh himself, a meeting many would have envied. During class, Fred began to create a work of art. No one could believe their eyes. The professor recognized Van Gogh's style, which was impossible. The man thought for a long time. The boy was better with a brush than he was. He understands that any famous artist will say that this is the work of Van Gogh. Another professor came to the man. He had been looking for him for a long time. He immediately began to say that he had just met a legend of art. The man showed a new painting in which the tiger looks like it is alive. It was simply unbelievable. The man could not believe that a real master was walking nearby. He immediately wanted to know who the author of this work was. Another professor said that this work was not his, and his graduates did not do it either. The man saw the signature on the painting and asked about our guy. The author of the painting was our Fred. The man felt uneasy. Stephanie didn't want to talk to the guy about drawing. She had another question. She wanted to know if the hero had started drinking too early. Freshmen shouldn't behave like that. Fred said that they had a water supply today, without which he never drinks. Then Stephanie wanted to know what they were drinking to today. She was shocked when the hero wanted to drink to her beauty. The next day, she woke up again, not in her own place. The girl drank too much again. Fred took her to his place. She wanted to find a guy, but she came across the paintings. They were perfect. Stephanie couldn't believe it. She recognized the style of these paintings. Music professor Raoul was thinking of quitting his job. He missed his homeland. Suddenly he heard a beautiful melody. He recognized the author, and could not believe that a first-year student was playing the instrument. The guy showed incredible skills. Everyone wants to know who he is. At home, Fred played the piano and allowed the girl to take the paintings she liked. After the game, he wanted to know if the girl liked his performance. It was amazing, the first time Stephanie had heard anything like it. She decided to find out if the guy was currently rehearsing for the competition. Fred said that he would have an audition for the music department today. The girl feels like she's going crazy. During the day, everyone enjoyed the guy's performance, and he was grateful to everyone for being there. People want to know where our guy learned to play the piano so skillfully. Fred bought a new building for his employees. Walt was happy about it. The man wants to know why he was called today. Fred asked to come over because of a matter they had recently discussed. There will be an interview today. The man is happy about it, but he doesn't understand why he came. The guy explained that the man had much more experience in communicating with people. The hero decided to ask if he would refuse additional income. He agrees to everything. Thanks to the hero, Walt got his life back on track. An applicant entered the office and immediately bowed to the head of the company. Only he bowed to the wrong one. He thought the leader was Walt. He was very surprised when he found out that our guy was the boss. Fred immediately considered him to be a naive and honest instrument. The guy extended his hand to him. He was pleased to meet him. He still couldn't believe that the head of the company was such a young guy. His name is Hen. He is the head of a company. Fred asked him to sit down. Walt said he was just a director of Samvu's law firm. Hen thanked the man for his kind words. He was shocked when he learned that they wanted to buy his company, even though it was bankrupt. That's why Fred wants to buy it. He does not pursue profit. His main goal is safety. Hen warned that all the employees were experienced fighters. Fred would spend a lot of money on them. The guy is ready to take everyone under his wing, including Hen. He does not understand why the hero needs this. Once they make a deal, Fred will raise every employee's salary. The only thing the guy asked to do was to hire 50 employees by the end of the month. Hen is ready to do anything. A guy read interesting news on the internet and wanted to order another article. The hero received dark karma points for ruining the chairman's career. Fred decided to call the gods who understand programming. Suddenly everything went dark. The guy couldn't see beyond his own nose. Fred heard a voice. The unknown one does not answer whether he is a god. He was waiting for our guy. The stranger was the only one the guy could turn to. But he was disappointed because he received karma points much later than he expected. It was too dark here. Fred asked to turn on the light. He was refused. Fred heard notes of uncertainty in the voice. The stranger does not trust the guy. The hero does not understand who he is talking to. He does not like being insulted. Fred wants to know the patron of the unknown. The guy felt uneasy when he realized that his interlocutor did not even respect Zeus. Because there was no light and the unknown person was insulting others, he realized that he was facing an evil god. Finally, he decided to introduce himself. He is a deity of darkness named Tristan. Fred felt uneasy, but Tristan warned him that he didn't need human souls. The guy just needed programming skills. That would be enough. Tristan said that he would need the guy's sunglasses. He explained that the only problem was the deposit, but Fred could transfer his points to him. He needs some tasty points of bright karma. Fred was grateful for the offer, but he decided to decline. The hero is ready to exchange dark karma points for the knowledge of the evil god. Tristan didn't like this proposal and was called the god of hackers. He asked the guy to stop talking and just trust him. Fred was not surprised by the god's skills. Tristan knows that there is no man who could surpass him. The hero understood everything. He finally wants to turn on the light. He has a magic ball that was bought to decorate the office. And then the light illuminated the room, and it turned out that they were in an ordinary apartment. The guy was shocked that the evil god turned out to be an ordinary liar. Fred knows that some people can become gods after death. The guy says that there is no need to be afraid of him. He won't beat him. The hero wants to know how Tristan became an evil god. He thought that he killed someone. But Tristan didn't bother anyone. His situation is much more complicated. Tristan caused a lot of people to suffer, which earned him a lot of karma points. Fred understands that he screwed up really badly. It would have been easier to just go to hell straight away. Our hero still wants to know why his interlocutor died. Tristan said that out of boredom he hacked into the president's bank account and got caught. Fred was shocked by such actions, and was especially surprised that the Russian president's account suffered. Tristan took only 500 million. Our guy was surprised by such a large amount. He said the president had about 200 billion in offshore accounts, so he didn't steal that much. Tristan worked with his best friend, who turned him in at the first opportunity. And it turned out he was an FSB spy. Fred understands that his interlocutor could not have been killed for just one theft. Then he admitted that he had invested in gifts, but all his money had gone down the drain. He put in some Canadian dollar margins, but some bastard stole it all before he could sell it. He was saddled with a $3 billion debt, and Fred began to worry that he was to blame for Tristan's situation. He replied that he didn't have that much money, so he had to hack into the president's account again. The guy decided to check whether his interlocutor was really good at programming. His hobby is developing special algorithms and exploiting them. He is passionate about this. Afterwards, Fred decided to find out whether his interlocutor had eaten in this place. He has no karma points, so he can't do anything. Tristan began to tearfully ask for help. This place is terrible. With karma points he can become a spirit. Fred began to get annoyed by this behavior, and the requests began to irritate him. But then he realized that he could exchange his dark karma points for light ones. The man was extremely unhappy because his people could not complete the assigned tasks. The employees started saying that they had already taken out as many loans as they could, and that the payments were already overdue. They have 200 billion won left. The department head pays salaries with bills, but there's not enough money. Eden doesn't know what to do. They need to come up with a plan to get out of the debt hole. The public has turned its back on them, and the man is furious because their calls are being ignored. None of the staff could say a word. They don't know what to do. One of them understands that something is clearly fishy here. Someone is deliberately putting pressure on the company. The guy faces a difficult choice. He understands that he can influence the karma of the gods. Tristan continues to ask for help. He is ready to do whatever our Fred tells him. The hero knows that every action has consequences, and Tristan is not the only one to blame for what happened. Fred eventually agreed to make the exchange, and they were immediately illuminated by a bright pillar of light. The space has changed. Now Fred can even see the village house next to him. Tristan was glad that Fred was able to make him a god. Our guy noted that he looked more innocent than he thought. After this situation, the hero received the 3rd level. He did not notice how people were paying attention to him on the street. Only now did he understand the romance of university. The weather was wonderful. However, he is already starting to feel sick from his surroundings. He needs to find one office. He was hoping to have some coffee when suddenly some girl took his drink from him. He thought it was all a dream, because in front of him stood a girl who seemed to be studying at a technical school. Her name is Audrey. She realized that the guy is new. He can't take his eyes off her beauty. The girl will consider this a tribute to her elders. Thanks to the hero's coffee, she was able to come to her senses. Audrey knows that everyone present envies her talent, and many want to be like her. With her help, our guy can easily get the highest score. Fred does not understand where she is leading. The students don't understand what the 4th-year girl forgot during their classes. The class has started. The teacher's name is Raoul. The goal of his course is to make everyone understand programmers. He will be extremely disappointed if his students become direct employees. The girls listened attentively to the man's words about the importance of knowing algorithms. Only then comes the code. Fred felt uneasy when he learned that the announcement of the phone had put mobile developers in high demand. Raoul wants to see what the students are capable of. Maybe he will invite someone to his team. Audrey thought about it. She had her last year of school left. Soon she would come across this place. The man noticed that the girl's studies would soon end, but she was no better than a 1st-year student. Raoul decided to form a team of Audrey and Fred because they know each other, and this combination surprised them a lot. The hero wonders what his candidacy has to do with it. Raoul announced the task. The students would have to create a mobile application. The guys were shocked. They couldn't believe their ears. For the guy, this is all some kind of joke. He immediately remembered the best developers. Audrey doesn't understand why they were given this particular assignment. The guy laughed at the girl's words. In his opinion, it was not difficult. He already had this phone. The girl doesn't believe it, since it hasn't been released for sale in Korea yet. She knows that due to company policy, the hero won't be able to use it anyway. It is much easier to develop an app on Android, but it will be difficult to find a good device for testing. After the girl's monologue, Fred decided to ask if she was giving up. Audrey didn't like this idea. She must prove to the professor that he is wrong about her. Audrey became interested in what plans our guy is pursuing. She wants to know what will happen to him because of the failure. He'll be fine. This is an optional credit. The girl doesn't understand what he means, since this is a mandatory course for all programmers. Fred noted that the girl was right, but he had no relation to programmers. Audrey is uncomfortable because the guy talks like his specialty is not programming. He admitted that he was a first-year law student. While the girl was coming to her senses, Fred suggested taking a coffee break. On the street, they discussed various technologies, even those that are illegal. The guy said that peer-to-peer networks are the future of online transactions. The girl can't believe it. Fred noted that there is a way to track scammers' packages. Audrey knows that such technologies do not exist yet. She does not believe the hero's words. Fred then admitted that one such algorithm would be released this coming fall. He mentioned one term that only one lawyer knows about. Audrey doesn't understand why the hero is telling all this, since this technology is not yet in the public domain. Fred noted that to develop the technology, you need to come up with a unique algorithm and be a mathematical genius. The girl's specialty is IT security, and although she is not a genius, she is well versed in her field. Fred rephrases her words to simply say she is a hacker. The hero has one security system in mind, and he wants Audrey to try to hack it. The girl began to worry about this request. She still had her whole life ahead of her, which could end because of this matter. The hero decided to ask Audrey if she would agree if he took full responsibility. After class, the guy decided to give Stephanie a ride, and she asked him to take her home. The meeting began. The last time they met was 10 years ago. The chief decided to bless all his people who do not want to die. He reminds that everyone should not forget their history. They cannot get rid of the shame in their blood. Everyone present started screaming, "They will never forget this." The chief was informed that there had been a lot of unrest in the East lately. The man turned to his people and said, as a father, he wants everything to go well. People were informed that security was unable to help her, and that they were also looking for a specific person. He understands that most likely they are searching for the heir of one of the legendary families. There's nothing better for a guy than a chart of falling stocks. Everything is on fire, like the end of a festival. Fred has to be even more careful. He speculates with money that others would not even dream of. He has $30 trillion, but that's just a drop in the ocean. There is no one the guy can completely trust, because he doesn't know who and when he will have to run into next time. The hero met Emily at the office. Fred decided to go to university on certain days of the week. The girl envies him. At his age, she spent all her time studying in order to find a good job. Emily decided to find out how the hero is doing with girls. She asks Fred not to be shy, as no girl would want to miss out on a guy like that. Emily admitted that all the girls are much more active than people think. They will not miss their chance. Fred got a call from Hen, and thanks to the new worker, our guy's life became a little calmer. Hyun asked if the hero had any plans for tomorrow. It was related to the audition. Fred was interested in this event, so he will definitely come. Emily noticed the joy on his face. Stephanie kept waiting for a text from our guy, staring at her phone for hours on end. Her friend already wants to break the phone. She is worried about the girl. She began to convince Stephanie that she was the best artist in her field. A friend reminded me of my latest paintings, which could easily be sold. Stephanie admitted that they were not hers, but were given to her as a gift. The friend immediately thought of their professor, but Stephanie replied that even he couldn't draw so skillfully. Fred arrived at the event and was greeted by security with a low bow. There were so many people in the room that the guy compared the place to a cave with goblins. Suddenly he heard one name, and he immediately felt uneasy. He couldn't believe his eyes. Here was Leslie, who played the main role in the famous TV series. A guy approached the hero. He wanted to make sure that our Fred came to the casting. He asks the hero not to stand there like a pillar. Fred needs to go get the number. The stranger noticed that Fred looked like an actor. He also said that the guy looked very handsome compared to the others. He's a future idol, he has a pseudonym, his real name is Dawn. The girls started paying attention to the hero. They started discussing who our guy is. Some of them literally had their mouths watering. The girls couldn't take their eyes off him. Fred is waiting for the right moment. The prank of the year is coming. The office looks luxurious, exactly how he imagined the office of the head of an entertainment company. Hugh asked if the guy was ready to work. He reported that there was a whole crowd gathered downstairs. The man reported that they had hired all the candidates approved by the hero. Fred is glad that Hugh keeps his promise not to abuse his power. Hugh asks not to worry. He wouldn't trade stars even if he was ordered to. The man was shocked when Fred said that he planned to subsidize the company. He will take on all the costs. Hugh will only need to develop the talents of new stars. The The man was struck by the hero's thoughts, and he wondered why Fred was fixated on young people. Despite his young age, Hugh understands that the boy's goal of helping the poor is worthy of respect. Fred received new karma points for simply earning the trust of those around him. While they were talking, someone started knocking on their office door. Someone really wanted to talk to them. Hugh said that the actress's name is Kelly. She once hit him, but now she is going through a hard time. Fred remembered that the guy not only knew her, he was a fan. The guy wants the girl to go into the office. Fred noticed that Hugh was afraid. The hero promised to introduce a bodyguard to him. He has nothing to fear. Hugh felt uneasy, but he had to agree with the hero. As soon as the girl entered the office, she immediately jumped on Fred. The hero was delighted because the girl he had dreamed about for so many years was crying on his shoulder. After some time, Hugh got tired of waiting and decided to draw the girl's attention to what was standing nearby. Kelly immediately moved away from our guy, her breath catching. She immediately started asking who Fred was. The girl hugged the wrong person. Hugh explained that our guy was the director of this company. Kelly began to apologize. She can only trust Hugh. Fred is ready to listen to her and will try to help the girl if possible. Kelly said that the head of her company told her to go to Bali to take part in a photo shoot. Hugh doesn't understand what the problem is. The problem is that she will have to go there alone without a manager. She tried to refuse, but the boss made a good deal, so Kelly had to do it. Otherwise, she will be thrown out into the street. The girl does not know what to do. Fred realizes that the girl is so desperate that she came to her company's competitor for help. The guy wants to know if the girl wants to sever all ties with the boss. Kelly asks to save her from the boss. He is simply unbearable. Fred agreed to help the girl, but she had to start trusting him. He decided to find out if the current company provided housing for the girl. The guy called his man, who ordered him to take all of Kelly's things out of the dorm. When Fred learned that the girl had evidence, he called a lawyer. Kelly and Hugh listened in amazement as Fred gave orders to his men to help the girl. In response to the hero's question, Hugh replied that they have as many as 8 guards, and the security system is top-notch. After Fred turned to the girl, she is safe here. He said that there was a dormitory in the building, and she could live there for a while. The hero is sure that they will break this contract in the blink of an eye. Kelly believes our guy. Now her life will be better. Leslie notes that our hero is very handsome. She thinks that he is an aspiring actor. A man named Dustin, an assistant to the planning group manager, approached her. He said that the director wanted to meet the girl. She doesn't understand what he wants from her. In her opinion, the director is a smelly old man. The man asks her not to worry. The director just wants to announce the results of her friend's audition. In the office, the girl immediately decided to introduce herself, but then she saw the director and fell into a stupor. Fred decided to find out if Leslie wanted to become an actress. Tristan asks if Fred really needs his help, because he looks like a drunk. The hero lost his temper and didn't like the way they called him. The guy said that he was conducting an audition. Tristan was happy about it. But that wasn't the case. Tristan knows that with the money, Fred will be able to earn even more karma points. The guy wants to know if Tristan can bypass the security of other countries' intelligence services with his skills. He won't be surprised if it doesn't work out, since even geniuses can't do absolutely everything. Actually, Tristan can't answer because it's classified information. As a child, he had a dream for which he even decided to rob the president. Fred wants to know what Tristan wanted to do with his life. The hero promises to help him. He already thinks that he wants to increase his level. It turned out that Tristan just wanted to go to the amusement park. In the city where he was born, there is a huge park with a lot of attractions. Tristan asks to take him there. Fred had heard about him and was surprised by Tristan's simple and sincere desire. He just wanted to feel happy like other kids. The guy wants to meet a person who understands algorithms. To become stronger, he must find new experts with extensive knowledge. Within the next decade, all the computers in the world will belong to him. On the street, many people paid attention to Audrey. No one thought that such a beauty could study programming. She arranged to meet Fred in the parking lot, but he wasn't there. The guys looked at her figure and didn't like the fact that the girl didn't say hello to them. They don't understand why Audrey didn't dress like this before. The guys are happy to see her pretty face. The guys were furious because the girl didn't pay attention to their compliments. They wanted to deal with her, but then a silhouette appeared behind them. Fred finally arrived and introduced himself as Audrey's boyfriend. The girl saw the hero's car for the first time. Now she understood his true nature. Fred wants to let her down. Audrey really liked this car. Fred immediately thought that she wanted the same one for herself. The girl doesn't know how to answer this. He reminded her that he would take care of the girl, but Audrey had already forgotten about it. The girl assumed that the hero wanted to marry her. Then Fred asked her if she wanted it herself. The guy decided to ask her out on a date. She recalled that the hero himself called himself her boyfriend. No one forced him to say so. Audrey decided to check if Fred was offering a lifetime contract. The hero confessed that she had figured him out, and he wanted to know if Audrey would agree to the sweet life with him. Fred wants to give her a gift. This desire surprised the girl. He wants to give her the most powerful supercomputer in the world. The man began to apologize to his boss because he could not deal with the girl from the agency. He promised to send another girl who is incredibly popular now. The man will send it tonight, and the person on the line will trust him again. After talking on the phone, Adam turned to his employee. He wants to know where the girl went. He was informed that she had finally been found. The man starts to worry and decides to find out if she went to the police. The employee replied that the impudent girl had gone to see President Hugh. They are sure that she went to the agency, but after that there was no trace of her. Adam began to believe that this Kelly wanted to die. He demanded to seize her and bring her here. The man also wants to deal with Hugh. The man was furious because Hugh dared to take his thing. The employee promises to do everything. Fred called Robert. The man was surprised by his boss's new assignment. The guy thinks they should invest more in election campaigns. The man was shocked when Fred mentioned the figure of $5 billion. Fred is confident that this will be enough to kill the election campaign even in the United States. He asked to spread everything as discreetly as possible. The hero was pleased with his actions. Then there was a knock on his door. Kelly came to the guy again. She looked at the guy for a long time. Fred decided to ask if the girl was experiencing any discomfort. Kelly immediately said that she was fine. The guy confirmed that it was comfortable here. The girl thought about the guy's appearance, especially about the fact that he had a gorgeous body. She decided to ask what Fred did. Kelly learned that he was a student. Fred admitted that he is a first-year law student at a Korean university. When the girl realized the meaning of the hero's words, she was shocked. Kelly could not believe it. He also added that he is the director and head of an investment company. Fred doesn't see a problem with the fact that at 20 years old, he is not an ordinary student. Kelly can't believe the guy helping her is so young. She even began to think that the man in front of her was an alien. The girl answered the guy's question positively about an American visa. She is a citizen of this country. Fred was happy about this. He was planning to go to America soon. Kelly could go with him. He asks if the girl would like to meet her parents after another separation. As soon as Kelly heard about her parents, she couldn't contain her emotions. Fred began to calm her down. He promises the girl that only good things will await her. He wanted to know where Kelly would go if her contract was terminated. If this had happened, the girl would have devoted herself to the hero's company. Fred likes to hear this. He wants her to keep her promise. The guy will make a star out of her so that she can represent Korea and beyond. Kelly received an unexpected call and thought it was her aunt. She became scared because her aunt did not answer her questions. It turned out it wasn't her. It was her director Harvey who called her. She doesn't understand why her aunt was dragged into this story, but they promised to let the woman go. Fred decided to talk to the director himself. Harvey is talking to someone who can easily deal with bad people. Hen relayed his boss's order. Everyone must act according to plan. He ordered that everyone be notified via the emergency communication channel. This was a top priority mission. The man doesn't know who it is, but if someone crosses their boss, he's a dead man in no time. Walt warns that there must not be the slightest mistake. In order for people to be around him, they will have to endure what looks like fists flying everywhere. The staff remind us that in the past, they were criminal prosecutors, and this does not frighten them. Harvey made Adam happy. The girl goes to their office. The man immediately remembered how he was told that she had run away to America. Harvey said that they captured her aunt, so Kelly can't escape from them. With each new decision, Adam likes Harvey more and more. The man wants to teach the girl a lesson, so he asked to send her to a certain person. Times have changed. Now the law is in their hands. Adam knows that he can do whatever his heart desires. Adam received a call about the problem and immediately thought about the police. He was told that the assault had begun, and the man was furious after this news. Security reported that several dozen people in black surrounded the building. Adam began to order them to stop the uninvited guests. Suddenly, they heard a strange noise. Adam started yelling for Harvey to get in touch with the important people quickly. People gathered in the office. Adam immediately recognized one man. Hugh said hello. He noted that he hadn't seen Adam for a long time. The man was furious. Adam began to insult him and wanted to kill Hugh with his own hands. Hugh said that he is now the president of a well-known company. Hugh then contacted his lawyers, who confirmed that all of the words were offensive. Adam was furious when he found out that he was being recorded. He wants to call the police to arrest everyone, but he didn't have time to do anything. Another person entered the office, and then Adam could no longer restrain himself. The man asks not to call him a kidnapper. In his opinion, the interlocutor is talking complete nonsense. Walt laughed at these words and said that he was the director of a law firm. He noted that Adam should remember this firm, since several years ago it protected him. For ethical reasons, Walt would be reluctant to divulge information about the client. Kelly appeared in the office. She wants to know where her aunt is. The man recalled that kidnapping is a serious crime, for which one can get 5 years in prison. Walt suggested contacting the central prosecutor's office, and Adam became scared. Harvey started to say that they hadn't kidnapped anyone. He had just invited his aunt to discuss Kelly's future. The man wants to contact the police quickly. He is already tired of waiting. Fred finally spoke up. He wants to deal with the men who are carrying out illegal activities. He assumed the men were waiting for his boys to get up. Adam became worried when Fred started telling him what he would do to him. Fred asked if Principal Harvey knew him. The guy decided to remind him that he was his crazy neighbor, and this means that he is involved in this matter. Fred knows that Kelly needs to change the agency that kidnaps loved ones for bribery. The guy decided to find out if the girl had any ideas where her aunt might be. Adam started yelling at the girl. The man doesn't understand where she's going to go. He warns that if Kelly leaves, her acting career will be over. Now Fred also lost his temper and easily broke the table to show his strength. Men can't resist him. Fred said that the girl can easily follow her aunt. Fred warns that he may kill the man if he ever sees him again. Adam doesn't believe it. He doesn't know what to do in this situation. The hero noted that the man's game was over. He had lost. Walt offered to contact the younger ones and pick them up. While they were discussing what to do, Fred heard the voice of a girl who had found her aunt. Adam finally gave in and asked Harvey to bring Kelly's contract. The man wonders why stocks on the Hong Kong market are falling so much. Charlie said that investment companies are doing a lot of bulk selling. Sheldon noted that the global stock market is falling all over the world. Charlie knows that it is a matter of time anyway, although the difficulty is quite high. Everything is mixed up, so it is difficult for them to understand the situation. The man knows that they will have to suffer some damage in any case. Sheldon realizes that in order to cut off the head, they need to give way on one side. The current alliance does not trust even a child, so it will strike as soon as the enemy turns its back on them. Charlie promises to search as best he can. Sheldon asks him not to try so hard. Sheldon knows there is no need to scare the snake. It will show itself anyway when the time is right. Charlie announced that the heir to the order would arrive in Hong Kong next week. Sheldon realized it was time to notify Clara. Clara must know that only through connections with the order can the enemy be defeated. She will not hate her father. Fred couldn't get through to Clara, but he knows that if it's heaven's will, they will definitely meet. Right now, the guy should focus not on love, but on the global economy. Even without money, it will be possible to get shares through short sales. The hero will take everything. Fred remembered Connor. The guy keeps his promise. His enemy will see hell in a year. The hero decided to prepare for university. He realized that the arts department suited him better. He knows that everyone who sees him there will think that he goes to classes for the girls. Then he thought about Mozart. Maybe he needed some glasses too. He received a notification that Mozart had already been reborn. Fred does not understand how this happened. The guy started remembering other composers, and suddenly he realized that he was in an unknown place. The hero noticed a horse with a horn and wings. Now he doesn't understand what's going on around him even more. Fred thought it was the unicorn who called him here, but that was not the case. The guy was shocked when he saw who had addressed him. A great composer named Beethoven appeared behind the hero. They call him the standard of music. This man is now standing in front of Fred and laughing at him. The hero immediately asked how things were with his ears, to which the composer replied that he was completely cured. Beethoven noted that he did not have a disease that could be cured in a person. The hero was surprised when he learned that it was God's disease. The man said that the gods, like people, are busy studying music, literature, and Beethoven among them. Even without hearing, he left behind masterpieces. The man received this ability by communicating with the gods. He noted that the work of great composers is the product of cooperation between God and man. Fred called Beethoven instead of Mozart. At first glance, the situation is not very pleasant. He decided to ask directly where Mozart had gone. The boy heard that he became a god. Fred realizes that Mozart is here too. Suddenly, our hero shouted his name, but Beethoven began to say that he had gone away on business. He said he was asked to hold a concert upstairs. Then the hero decided to wait for him. He likes Beethoven, but he is a fan of Mozart. Suddenly they heard a melody, and a whole orchestra appeared next to them. Beethoven decided to find out if the boy liked his symphony number 99. But then Fred noted that she looked more like the 9th. The man said that his head began to think better after he became a god. His hallucinations disappeared. The guy noted that despite the dilapidated instrument, a masterpiece is a masterpiece. Suddenly the melody stopped. The hero thought that the composition was finished. He realized that Beethoven had said that there should be a choir in the last movement to enhance the effect. The man confirmed this, but unfortunately, there is no god who sings songs. Fred doesn't understand why vocalists who have become gods don't listen to these masterpieces. The man reported that there were many singing birds here, which had pushed the singers aside. The guy says that Beethoven should come down to the world of people and let them listen to this masterpiece. Then Chopin appeared, and said that they had cut off their own legs. Wagner also noted that they inspired people to create new compositions, but soon everything disappeared. Rachmaninoff asked for help. He had a terrible reputation. There were so many great composers gathered around the guy that it was difficult for Fred to contain his emotions. Beethoven reported that they had lost all their points, and the composer asked our guy for help. If one person hadn't taken away their remaining points, everything would have been fine. The guy's guess turned out to be correct. Mozart was the thief. Then Fred decided to help them, only his points are not unlimited to help everyone. Everyone started to offer their candidacy, they want to get help. After a short pause, Fred asked if they would like to do some extra work. The men did not understand what our hero was leading to. Fred turned to Nuna. She should come to him for a moment. The girl appeared spectacularly and immediately got down to business. Beethoven wants to know who this noble goddess is. She heard composers discussing it and she really liked it. Nuna, like Fred, understands that all these men will be kicked out of the divine kingdom today or tomorrow. The hero raised his voice and asked all men to take their eyes off the goddess. The guy asks if they are afraid that Nuna might be the one to drive them all out. Everyone felt awkward after the hero said that they could easily become a dog. At this point, Nuna became curious about why Fred had called her in the end. Recently, thanks to the guy's glasses, she has been busy renovating the club. She also said that the opening will be tomorrow, so she doesn't have time. Fred suggested that the girl take all the composers on as part-time workers. They all started to burn with desire to work for the goddess, so Nuna decided to start right away. They moved into a club that now looks expensive and rich. Fred was shocked to learn that Nuna had paid the dwarven gods. The hero immediately remembered that they were not human gods. The guy drew all the attention to himself. Now he will introduce the men to a new part-time job. Beethoven asks for a detailed explanation so that they can understand everything. Fred said that first they must give up their useless talents from their past lives. He asked to watch carefully. Now the guy would dance with his little sister. The hero explained that the men would have to compose a song based on their feelings. The composers felt uneasy. They couldn't believe it. All this time, Nuna was waiting for this. She would be happy to dance with the hero. Stephanie doesn't understand why the guy didn't show up for the lecture when they agreed to meet. Everyone on the street heard a beautiful melody. No one had heard it before. Our Fred played the violin. His melody was divine. Everyone present loved the melody so much they asked the guy to play it again. Stephanie doesn't understand when the hero learned to play the violin. She already doubts that he is human. Fred replies that he is simply a multifaceted individual. The girl wants to know right now if the guy has any other talents. The hero says that today it was for training. When they went for a walk, the girl decided to ask what the guy was thinking about. He thinks everything is fine now because he spends time with Stephanie. The girl felt awkward and noted that Fred spoke like an uncle. On the way, Fred's classmates approached him. They wanted to know where he went. He was also asked why he didn't come to the lectures. Fred was surprised. The last question was asked by Layla, who noted that they rarely see each other. Fred, however, believes that the girl doesn't need to know why he doesn't go to classes. His classmates noticed that he was practically invisible in class. They thought he was busy with others. The guy said that he didn't choose any major subjects this semester. Layla was the most beautiful girl on the course, and her relationship with Connor left a mark on her for life. Fred has agreed to come to the meeting tomorrow. He just needs to send the address. Layla hates Stephanie. She didn't like her from the beginning. The girl will do everything to make Fred kneel before her. She will no longer pity him. In the classroom, everyone was discussing our guy. He is already a celebrity at the university. Girls approached him. They want to know everything about the guy. He was complimented, which made him feel very awkward. Everyone started asking him about the composition he played in the morning. Fred admitted that it was his work. He wrote it himself. If they are all so interested, the hero can prove it. In the office, everyone wants to listen to him play, even the piano. He doesn't name the composition. The guy asks everyone to just listen to his playing. His playing could be heard even on the street. Passers-by wanted to see the one who performed the melody so magnificently. Fred himself enjoyed showing off his skills and feels great. No one could hold back their tears. The melody touched the strings of the soul. The man recognized notes that only Chopin could squeeze onto a sheet of music. Everyone wants to hear it again. It was a heavenly sonata. The guy finished playing and now he looked down on everyone present. The teacher wants to know where our hero came from. He was told that the guy was a first-year student at a different faculty and that he had nothing to do with them. Fred apologized to the teacher for using the piano without permission. Chopin helped him a lot. During the performance, it was not he, as if the composer had taken over his body. He learned that his points were divided between God and Bantin. The hero asked Chopin not to use his body next time. Fred received a message with the address of the meeting. The meeting place was moved due to rain. He realized that there would be some money left over from what they had handed over, which meant it would be enough for drinks. The man was unhappy that the meeting place was moved from the site to the office. The chairman of the council was no better. He also had to take care of holding the meeting. He simply couldn't find another place because so many people would come. Ronald became furious and started shouting that there had never been such a disaster on their course before. Suddenly, he was interrupted. The man does not understand who had the courage to do this. Fred appeared in the office and called himself a man who administers justice. Everyone was surprised when they saw our guy in front of them. The guy repeated his words about Ronald going too far. Then he snapped at the guy because he had no right to talk to him like that. Fred asked the teacher to take back his words about the boy. He should also apologize. Ronald was furious at our hero's boldness. One of the men agreed with the boy that the teacher should not use swear words towards the students. Both said they didn't notice our guy start going against Ronald. Fred simply asks to apologize. For him, there is nothing difficult about it. He suggested finding another place to hold the meeting so that the man could ask for forgiveness. Ronald said that if the hero finds a suitable place within an hour, he will publicly apologize. The man noted that they would be holding an event at the Felton Hotel today. Fred can negotiate this place right now. The guy called the hotel manager and asked him to do him a favor. Needing a place for an event urgently, Fred asked if they could use the hotel's banquet hall. The men don't believe that right before their eyes the hero is so easily negotiating with the manager. Fred also asked to fulfill a couple of conditions. The manager agreed to everything. The guy easily agreed on a new place. Now he is waiting for an apology. Ronald is not going to say anything. He thinks that this is all just a hoax. This time our hero is furious and warns the man for the last time. The man began to ask for forgiveness. He promises to watch his language in the future. He decided to run away from our guy. He was frightened by the appearance of the monster in Fred's face. The men thanked him for his help. The guy doesn't see anything supernatural in it. Now Fred has fans on the university council as well. Jay thinks she should have checked everything herself before the event. Everyone was talking about the guy who was able to do the impossible in an hour. Jay didn't think she'd meet Fred again, and he caught her right. Walt said he was going to give it his all, so the guy shouldn't spread the word just yet. Fred told the lawyer that he planned to get into business seriously soon. The guy already has ideas about what he wants to do. Walt was surprised by the hero's desire when he learned that he wanted to take over the group. He asked Walt if he wanted to write something. The man understands that this should not be done under any circumstances. Walt reminds us how much money Anna's group invested in the birth of the regime. He warns that the chairman of this group will simply kill the guy. Fred asks not to worry about him. He knows what needs to be done. Chairman Eden is really serious. Walt explains that it would be better to contact another group. He can help with this. Then the hero asked why appetizers can't become the main course. The guy thanked the girl for the delicious coffee. The hero's mother called him and wanted to know how her son was doing at university. She can't come to visit her boyfriend. In fact, he needs to go home. The woman reported that the hero had a problem at home. A summons for a medical examination arrived. Fred was shocked because it was a summons to the army. He doesn't understand how he forgot about it. Memories of the army still horrify him. Emily decided to clarify that she was talking about military service. He confirmed her guess. The hero really doesn't like this situation. The girl thinks that the hero will reach the first level, but she was too well disposed. She thinks the Marines or Special Forces would be a great fit for the guy. Fred had a hunch that the girl had found out something about him. She admitted that she knew the hero's real age, which amazed him. Fred felt uneasy about the fact that girls could find out everything about the guy they were interested in. Emily reminded that it is not the man who lures the woman. It is she who grabs her happiness by the tail. The hero pretends to be calm, since the girl could not verify her information. He almost had a heart attack when Emily told him that she had found information about his school and university. Fred had no idea how calculating women could be. She promises to take all the secrets to the grave. Emily will write letters and visit the hero in the army. After the hero's words that she doesn't necessarily come, the girl began to look for mistakes in her behavior. Emily decided to ask for sure if the guy liked her. But that wasn't the point. Fred simply wasn't going to join the army. The man was informed about our hero's movements and asked to follow him. He believes that the boy's luck will run out when he arrives in his hometown. When Fred returned home, he decided to meet his friends. His main goal was to sort out his military service, when suddenly he was struck blind. If the gods don't call him now, there will be no more need. Chris appeared near the hero. The man thinks that Fred came to visit him. He decided to ask how the guy was doing. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Fred asked what happened to Chris because he felt a sad aura. Chris noted that the guy had a good feeling. The hero noted that the man's manner of speech had changed. He wanted to get an answer to his question. Chris started talking about the legendary Lake of the Gods. Fred listened with surprise about it. The man said that he was once on holiday there and got to the lake thanks to our guy's glasses. Fred thought it was a popular place. Chris had only been there for the first time because of the guy. Everything was just great. Chris noted that this was already another level. The water was so shiny and soft. Now the hero understood what the man meant. The hero still wants to know why the man started talking about the beautiful water of this lake. Chris told all this because he studied there. The guy didn't understand how it was possible to study near the lake. Here the man decided to ask if he had told our hero about this. He mentioned ancient runes, which he had memorized thoroughly. Fred can't believe the man learned the magical language. In return, Chris also taught them the language. Fred doubts that a deity needs to know languages. The man explained that many come from another dimension, so they need to be taught a new language for them. Fred, of course, has heard about gnomes, elves, and magicians. Chris asks him not to tell anyone. He is surprised that they have quite a lot of points. He told about elf girls who have not only gorgeous bodies, but also impressive glasses. Despite the fact that Chris had failed to meet the goddess, envy suddenly flared up inside Fred. The man told what kind of god he is very happy. The guy admits that Chris has no limits to his greatness, and he even earned points. However, he reported that Fred could not go there. The hero was extremely unhappy. He can't go there because he's not a god, but the hero reminded him that only his body exists in the world of people. Chris didn't say there was no way to get there. Now Fred wants to know everything as soon as possible. He explained that the undertaking could be a little dangerous. The man believes that the boy will be able to survive this, and he also found out how many points he has collected. Chris said that he would have to pay twice as much as what was stated in the old contract. Literally a second later, the hero agreed to do it. The man doesn't understand why he agreed so quickly. Fred is amused by this situation. Fred is willing to sign a contract to give up his points and get runes. Finally, the guy met his friends. They hadn't gathered in such a company for a long time. They missed both the guy and his wallet, and without thinking twice, the friends rushed to hug. One of them noticed that our hero had grown up. He began to ask Fred about his dates. A friend has already gone on a blind date, for which he was called a traitor. The company was having a good time. Fred suggested going to an internet cafe to play a little. The guy suggested that our hero update the games, since now it was time for other entertainment. Almost everyone will go to the army, so they better start playing shooting games. Fred understands that his friends haven't changed, and that's why he loves them. The hero upset them by saying that he would not join the army because of his squint. They don't understand why their friend is asking for forgiveness, because it's great news. No matter what anyone says, the guy likes his youth. Fred walked into the alley. He knows he's not alone here. Bandits came out from around the corner. They were waiting for our hero. The guy knew he was being followed from the moment he parked. The blades were sharp. The hero was unable to dodge the first blow. Fred started yelling at them because he was scared. The guy is amused by the fact that some bandits in this alley actually wanted to beat him up. The hero easily repelled all attacks. No one could defeat him. He noticed that this time the guys were determined. Fred decided to use the 5 elements technique. He does not understand why the bandits began to fear him. He realized that this was the first time they had met someone like our hero. The bandits still hope for their victory. The guy doesn't stop laughing at them. Fred waits for them to attack him. He will happily kill each of them. The enemies rushed at our hero. They want to do everything possible for their victory. But they were unlucky. They had no chance of winning with our Fred. The hero laughs at them. He calls on them to attack him as before. He wants to know who sent them to kill him. The bandit must answer while he is being asked nicely. Fred knows everything anyway, so his enemy can do whatever he wants. The hero understands that everyone can live without one arm. He suggests that the bandit rest a little. His turn will come soon. The enemy did not remain silent. He admits his guilt and is ready to tell everything he knows. Fred explains that it was a good decision, but it's too late to change anything. Even with all the desire to forgive him, Fred sees countless deaths behind him. The guy says that right now we need to crush the bones and shred the flesh. This will be the atonement for the suffering of those who died at the hands of the bandit. As the guy can tell his people, he's doing well now. Hen doesn't understand what kind of people dared to attack him. The guy said that they turned out to be specially trained assassins. If that's the case, Hen thinks Fred is talking about mercenaries. He realized that the rumors were true. It would be difficult to find the fingerprints of the mercenaries. Fred asks how many there are, and Hen replies that there are a lot of people entering the country with fake documents. The hero did not think that the people waiting for him were so bloodthirsty. His family could be in danger. Today, Hen quickly brought 10 bodyguards who could be introduced to his family. Fred is ready to increase the number of employees to 100 if they are professionals in their field. The man couldn't believe that his task had not been completed. Howard will do everything to finally ruin our guy's life. The guy reads a dossier on his new enemy. Emily greeted the lawyer and his friend, and Walt asked about the whereabouts of our hero. The girl noted that Fred was waiting for them in his office. The hero was glad of this meeting. He was waiting for his guests. Walt explained that now our Fred would be responsible for the life of his friend. His name is Duncan, and he thanks the guy for giving him a chance at an interview. But Fred believes that he should be the one saying thanks for the journey he has made. The man began to assess our guy, who looks quite brave for his age. Walt decided to check whether the hero had read the resume. Fred answered positively. The hero wants to call Duncan an example of a South Korean worker. Walt is ready to vouch for his friend, who can also be called a living legend. The man felt uneasy. He heard too many good things about himself. He was shocked when he heard that he had been hired. Fred trusts Walt more than his brothers, so his advice can be trusted. Duncan promises to do everything to help our guy. The hero asked the man to assemble a capture team on the 10th floor. He appointed Duncan as lead manager and director. The guy likes the people in the company where Duncan worked, so he also believes in him. Fred asks the man to gather people from this company. He only needs talented people. Duncan does not understand what the hero is talking about and why he needs a capture group. Walt didn't tell him anything, so as not to ruin the possible fun. Now the man feels uneasy. He wants to know what company the hero wants to take over. He said that they want to take over Anna's group, and also noted that the company belongs to him. Duncan fell to his knees, ready to sacrifice his life for the leader. Fred is grateful to the man for the new employee. He also learned that those bandits were caught by the police. Walt is confident that this incident will be viewed as a gang fight between them. The man contacted the Chinese embassy and was allowed to do whatever he wanted with it. Fred realizes they have made a new enemy. Walt noted that the boy had too many enemies for his young age. The guy noted that his enemies automatically become enemies for Walt. The man looked at the photographs from the fight and realized that something was fishy. His father exceeded all his expectations. He noted that the man cared for Sandy as if she were his youngest daughter. His nephew, in the person of our guy, is very smart, and for the sake of the master's family he manages money well. He likes his new life because that's how he wants to spend his time. He reported that they had failed. The talented guys had not coped with the task they had been given. He was asked to make sure that no one talked about it behind their backs. He didn't complete the assignment, but still received 300 million, and he wants to get more. The man wants to earn about 30 billion, then he will leave. But his plans are not destined to come true. A boomerang came back to him for all his evil deeds. A man appeared on the territory of his house who would be happy to deal with him. Fred won't let him go. He wants his enemy to feel all the pain. This was the end of Howard's life. Spring has arrived and things are getting better much faster than Fred expected. The guy's life changed 180 degrees after the regression. He had many affairs, but only with Clara did he experience the closest feeling to love. Duncan said that thanks to the hero's support, everything is going smoothly. The man began to explain that Anna's enterprise operates on the principle of 3 circles. Fred pretends he didn't know any of this. Duncan assembled a capture team for all 3 segments. Our guy is pleased that the man did such a great job in a short time. Duncan claims that they will be able to take over 45% of all shares of Anna's company. The hero understands that this way they will be able to shoot at the very core of cross-promotion. The man confirmed all of our hero's guesses. He also said that the chairman's personal share is also included. Duncan believes that if they don't start cooperating with foreigners, they won't be able to carry out the takeover. Fred says not to worry. They'll just grab absolutely everything. The man was very surprised by our hero's desires. The guy asks to prepare a team to capture the motor unit. He also said that Duncan's former company would soon be sold. For the hero, the beauty of shopping is the 1+1 deal. Clara sat alone in her room. She missed our boyfriend madly. Walt was about to take his first flight on an airplane, and Fred was amused by his reactions. Robert was waiting for them at the airport and was happy to meet Walt. The man did not immediately realize that they were talking to him. He was surprised by this meeting. They shook hands, and Fred immediately sensed a sense of extreme rivalry between them. The girl was sent a file about a new target, but now she must change her location. The flight attendants greeted the passengers. It was a great honor for them to accompany VIP clients. Walt continues to assess Robert, noting that he doesn't seem like a crook. The man began to evaluate his actions. He believes that he works much better. While Fred was happily chatting with Robert about the weather, Walt couldn't relax. When the man saw the plane, he felt uneasy. The hero does not understand why. Walt is not surprised by the design of the plane itself. He is interested in something else. This vehicle belongs to the hero, so his photo on it is not strange. There were girls waiting for them on board. It was an honor for them to meet our hero. Walt will finally experience the first taste of real life in his entire 50 years. Robert said that matters with the Electoral Commission are under close supervision. He also said that key figures promised them a nice bonus. that they would definitely not be disappointed with. Now, Fred wants to know how things are going with the projects that were under Robert's leadership. He was unable to find an answer to the question of whether patents would be useful to them in the future. So the hero set the concept of the project. They need to find suitable investment companies. He said that this project involves capturing as many as 10 trends that await them in the future. The guy noted that first of all, it is a nano-internet and a nano-sensor. Robert doesn't understand what this network access control is. Fred explained that it was a device controlled by artificial intelligence. The second, he said, is energy that will not harm the environment. The man began to think that the guy was talking about something similar to solar energy. Fred agreed with this. Their goal is a new generation of batteries. Robert is glad that he understands at least something. The hero knows that solar energy will become #1 among all electrical energies. Before that happens, he wants to get his hands on the necessary technology before it happens. Next, Fred will be asked questions about artificial intelligence. The hero knows that artificial intelligence will be the driving force of the 4th Industrial Revolution. Robert felt awkward. He already thinks that his boss is a god. Now Fred felt uneasy too. He decided to ask if Robert remembered what he had said earlier about secrets. The man listened attentively to the hero. It was difficult for him to accept everything. Fred said that as a young man, he wondered about his own existence. Robert wants to know what the guy's answer to the question was. He admitted that he had mastered supernatural powers. To some extent, he can predict the course of the investment. Fred will not say anything more. After a long conversation with Robert, the hero turned his attention to Walt. The man really enjoyed his first flight. It was heaven for him. Fred asked him to get ready. They would be landing soon. The girls were happy to work with them, and Walt wanted to invite them to dinner. In the car, Robert told me that nymphs live here and guard the wine. The hero noted that the man knew a lot about the place they were going to. He admitted that his ancestors were among the first to have a winery. Walt listened to all these stories, which began to irritate him. Robert also said that the winery suffered losses due to the disease. Fred felt uneasy when he learned that Robert's grandfather had managed to rebuild the business, but had ultimately gone bankrupt. His father's last will was to find a winery and put his ancestors' souls to rest. The guy had an idea that he was afraid to say. Robert admitted that Fred was now the owner of these lands. Walt decided to ask if Fred had invested in America without his knowledge. The hero admitted that he managed to obtain part of the capital through investments. They arrived at the place. Fred and Robert liked the building they saw. At night, Fred noticed that the place was filled with a pleasant atmosphere. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and felt uneasy. The guy went to look for the source of the sound, and in the end, he came to the basement. What the hero saw struck him to the depths of his soul. The hero was being followed. The unknown person will continue to observe for a long time. After this mission, the stranger will have to go on a date. Fred saw a man in front of him, hovering above the ground. It was not a man. The hero found a ghost. Before he could blink, a man appeared right in front of his face. The ghost was genuinely surprised that someone saw him. Fred noticed that it was quite cool in the basement. He started talking about anything to avoid paying attention to the ghost. But Fred fell for the man's trick. He was pleased to meet the hero. The guy felt uneasy. He wanted to at least know who he was talking to. The man was surprised that the hero did not know the one who had grown everything here. Fred finally remembered that the man was a fairy of grape wine. In that case, the guy asked what abilities he had. He said that he was a god when it came to wine. The hero decided to ask about the fact that the man's name was accidentally not Ryan. The man agreed with this guess, and Fred noted his resemblance to Robert. The guy noted that Ryan had a hard time during the gold rush years. He continued to say that it was difficult to live in a foreign country, barely making ends meet. The irony for Ryan was that things were much more difficult for him in England. His mother and brothers died during the potato famine, and his father barely survived. His father loved to make wine that sold like hot cakes. Fred doesn't understand why Ryan didn't cross the river to go to God. If we talk about it, he simply can't do it. Unfortunately, Fred can't help him. Suddenly, he received a notification that he could send a lost soul to heaven. The guy doesn't understand who he is to decide where to send a deity. Here he learned that he could gain the abilities of the soul by sending it to another world. Fred decided to have dinner with his men. He also took a bottle of champagne. He loves the sound of the cork opening so much, and the drink itself attracts him even more. According to the guy, no one can find a better sparkling wine than this one. The men don't understand why Fred suddenly became a sommelier. The hero began to tell the process of making wine. At the end, he asked Robert's opinion. But even he doesn't know this process as well as our Fred. Walt starts begging the guy to stop talking about the wine. His ears are about to bleed. The men were shocked when they learned that Fred wanted to buy the production of this wine. On the way back to the plane, Walt decided to find out why the hero became so smart. Fred decided to change the subject, so the man started talking about New York. The hero noticed that after a glass of wine, Walt and Robert began to talk to each other. After the flight, the guy let his colleagues go first so that they could leave for the hotel first. Fred needs to visit one place. The administrator was surprised when she was shown a black card. She immediately offered the hero to become his personal guide. The guy doesn't need anyone. He wants to enjoy Van Gogh's works. Suddenly, he noticed a girl who was not looking at him, but was speaking out loud. She began to speculate as to why the author of the painting chose suicide. The hero decided to explain that Van Gogh did not commit suicide. The guy also said that the artist fought for his salvation. The girl does not agree with this. He believes that Van Gogh brought his death closer through the painting. Then Fred said that he had heard about the real cause of Van Gogh's death. She still can't understand what our Fred is talking about. The hero decided not to explain anything to her. It was time for him to leave. The guy noted that the works of the Celestials created by them during their lifetime differ from new paintings. After a long search, he found the right painting and couldn't believe his eyes. Everyone in the hall heard the guy scream, "They don't understand what's happening." The girl didn't like what she heard, so she decided to find out what Fred meant. He doesn't see anything wrong with calling the painting a fake. The girl is no longer willing to tolerate insults. The girl's name is Helen. She is a curator of a museum of contemporary art. Fred doesn't think he has to tell his name to this girl. She had a different opinion on this matter. She was extremely unhappy that the guy had defamed the museum and its employees. Fred then decided to find out if the painting would be destroyed, if he provided evidence. After the hero said that Helen, as a curator, would not be able to sit still because of the fake in the hall, she felt uneasy. The visitors heard everything and could not believe that they were being shown fake works of art. The girl became furious. She will not forgive the hero for all his insults. Finally, the boss showed up and he wants to know what's going on here. Helen told how our guy called the painting by the great artist a fake. The man warned the boy that he could be held criminally liable for slander, but Fred couldn't pretend he didn't know about the fake painting. The boss doesn't want to listen to this anymore. He decided to call the police. Helen warned that they were dealing with a VIP client, so they had to be careful with him. The hero decided to explain everything in simple words. To begin with, he told everyone the well-known data. The man noted this. He does not understand what our guy is leading to. Fred said the artist was struck by another illness when his environment changed. The museum staff felt uneasy hearing this and didn't believe the guy. Finally, Fred said that the artist had developed a hand tremor. Helen and Logan are shocked by this information. The guy noted that this is precisely why one can be sure that the painting is not real. The girl doesn't believe it when she hears about the painting's different rhythm. Logan can't take these words as evidence. Since the hero is still not believed, he is ready to show everything himself. Fred wonders if they will believe him when he shows a picture exactly like this fake. The takeover of Anna Group was discussed at the conference. This process is proceeding quite successfully. Walt listened as an employee explained that the company's value had increased dramatically due to the merger. Robert is hosting this conference and he wants to know how the stock market is doing. The man is a front man. Our Fred planned all this. The employee began to talk about the industry average. About 3 trillion won had been withdrawn in the last month. Those present were uneasy that if their capital ratio did not change, the share price would fall even further. Robert decided to ask how things were going with the stocks. The man said that to date they have collected 50 shares of Anna Group. Robert was informed that permission had been granted to delegate authority to small investment firms. Fred realizes that this is all like Wall Street, which cannot be learned even for money. The man said that the chairman of Anna Group has close ties with the Korean government. Walt felt uneasy about hearing about public opinion, which was unlikely to be favorable. Robert noted that this was exactly what he had been waiting for. He explained that they had already allocated funds for lobbying, and that they should not have any problems. Fred pretends that he doesn't understand anything about this situation. He's just a simple investor. The hero said that his company and his friend owned the required percentage of shares. Robert doesn't show it. He thanks our guy for his help. Since everyone had gathered, the hero decided to tell all the investors present about his proposal. Everyone was shocked when they heard that Fred wanted to lead the Korean side. Some people didn't like the guy's wish when he offered only 1%. Then the guy decided to clarify that the goal was not to make a profit. The woman noted that our Fred was too young for such a position. He replied that he was not going to manage it himself and asked those present about the Daeon Group company. The man noted that he knew the dissolute company that our hero was talking about. Sean said there were no more shares available for purchase. He said the stock, which had been falling, suddenly peaked on merger rumors. Eden won't give up so easily. He won't let himself be broken. The man wanted to put the CEO in his place once for preventive purposes. Tyler can't figure it out. It all sounds like nonsense to him. Logan explains that our hero is ready to prove everything he says about the painting. These words offended him very much. He just won't let our guy go. Robert noted that Tyler had no right to speak about our guy in such a manner. Helen appeared in the office and said that Fred's preparations were complete. When everyone went out into the corridor, the girl noticed that the men stopped abruptly. The man wants to know if everything is okay with Robert. Robert recognized the painting and couldn't believe his eyes. Fred asked to look more closely. The painting in the museum was a work created at a later stage. Those present cannot say anything. They listened attentively to our guy. Fred noted that the painting on display on the 5th floor was a fake, so there are no traces of the famous artist in it at all. Logan started shouting. Only an artist could do this kind of work. He doesn't trust Fred. The hero continues to say that there is not even a hint in that painting that a real artist had a hand in it. Everyone, even Robert, could not cope with their emotions. They were shocked by the guy's words and actions. Traveling is always beneficial because it calms the mind. And it was thanks to this that Fred met Clara. Now the hero spends time with Helen. She has an aura that only a more mature lady can have. They had a good time. The girl enjoyed listening to the guy's wine review. Helen admitted that thanks to Fred she was able to realize her dream and visit such a wonderful place. She decided to find out if the hero really painted that picture himself as evidence. Fred asked if Helen wanted to hear how he figured out the origin of the painting. The guy replied that there was no soul in it. The forger was unable to breathe life into the canvas. Helen felt awkward around the hero when he called her by her full name. Fred noted that everyone can feel this only if the soul is not corrupted. Then the girl decided to find out if the guy's picture contained those same feelings. The hero said that all the answers were in his eyes. Today it seems that time is running faster. The girl continues to bombard the hero with questions. Unfortunately, Fred has to return to Korea after the meetings. Helen felt sad and would have liked to talk more with Fred about painting. The girl is not going to let the guy go so easily. He felt uneasy because of Helen's plan. She decided to ask if the hero would like to have a few more glasses of wine with her. Fred immediately began pouring wine. The skills he had learned from Sherwood working perfectly. Helen didn't even notice how she fell into the hero's net. The man told the boss about our guy who was able to get hold of assets. He said that the companies are currently undergoing a merger. The boss became interested and realized that our guy was already aware of the problems. Fred had an exciting night with Helen, but it came to an end. The girl left. The next day, Robert wants to know if the guy has any instructions. Fred wants to know how many shares of the company they own. The man replied that there were not as many as they expected, but their domestic business was also thriving. Robert noted that even if they bought as many shares as possible, they would not be able to acquire more than 40%. He thinks they need to take over the entire company. Fred liked the proposal. He will try to contact the owners. The hero decided to raise the man's salary. Robert felt uneasy. He never thought that he would receive so much money. On the phone, Helen said that our guy didn't pose a threat, so we could lower the security measures. It would be good for the hero to stay away from her. She said goodbye to him. Fred came to the office. He brought a small present for Emily. The girl was pleasantly surprised by the guy's actions. She wondered why he did this. The hero just wanted to please her. In return, he asked her to make him a cup of coffee. Emily noted that the atmosphere around the guy changed. She began to admire him even more. Fred knows now is the right time to buy art. The hero remembers when the first corporate sale period will be. When Fred has time to sweep everything clean, he will make his own cryptocurrency. The guy was lost in his thoughts for a long time when suddenly Walt called him. Fred was informed that an application had been made for an extraordinary meeting of shareholders. Our hero is happy about this. It can be considered a declaration of war. He decided to ask Walt for one favor. The guy wants to buy the school as a foundation corporation. Fred heard that a university was up for sale, and Walt would have to meet with the owner. The employees of Anna's company were shocked. Their group was about to be destroyed. The man tells his people not to worry, it's just a law firm. When the guy arrived at the building, the security guard said that he couldn't leave his car there. Fred decided to ask the man where his famous aunt was. There was a meeting going on. The employees were discussing the direction of their investments. Beatrice was the boy's mother's half-sister and was the CEO of the company. The woman was unhappy that she was interrupted during her meeting, and the manager reported the guest. She calls all this nonsense, since the visit is announced in advance. Beatrice was shocked when she heard the familiar name. Fred entered the office. He wants to talk to his aunt. The woman didn't even have time to say anything before the guy started hugging her. Beatrice had to postpone the meeting until tomorrow. Over a cup of tea, she decided to find out how things were going with her sister. Fred reported that she was currently at home in the city. The woman realized that Sandy lived in the countryside. She liked this information, since her sister needed to stay away for her safety. Fred said he was studying law at the National University. Beatrice felt uneasy. She assumed that the hero was studying hard to achieve his goals. The hero decided to ask again that his mother needed to stay away from the company. He wants to know what the woman meant. Beatrice understands that she is not being asked out of idle curiosity. The woman started talking about her brother, whom she was terribly afraid of. Our guy should be afraid of him. Fred said that he now runs a small investment firm. He wonders if his aunt really thinks he's incapable of anything. Beatrice warns that the hero will not be able to test the waters. Their relationship is not close enough. She wants to know the real reason for her nephew's arrival. The woman would be lying if she said she didn't regret what happened to his mother. Her childhood was terrible. Her brother was cruel and could even beat her. It was not easy for Fred to hear all this, and he was especially surprised by the woman's next words. She said that her brother sent people to kill a man he had never even seen. The guy understands that his own relative tried to kill him, but he still wouldn't have received anything after the hero's death. Fred realized that if he and his father died, his mother would get all his savings. Everything fell into place in the boy's head. He understood his older brother's plan. The guy was furious. He wouldn't allow his family to be harmed. Fred announced that he wanted to take over the company, and Beatrice was surprised that he would do it and not his mother or father. The woman does not understand why the hero speaks as if he wants to take over a large company. The hero suggested that his aunt go into big business with him. The man reads the dossier on our guy. He doesn't understand why Fred is so successful in so many industries. He was shocked when he saw who our Fred was involved with. The guy received a warning. He wants to improve his skills in combat. Fred has his own hidden talents. He decided to offer his mentor the remaining points. He was unable to summon the god because Fred was still at a low level. The guy was shocked when he realized that all the gods around him were not even of average, but of a lower level. Suddenly, the hero received a call from the director. Fred asks him to calm down. The director wants to meet the guy. The hero feels uneasy. He wants to know what's going on. He was informed that some person wanted to meet. The man reported that the mission had failed and the squad was in terrible condition. Sheldon wants to know how things are going with their target. He was informed that information could not be obtained while the squad's men were in a vegetative state. Sheldon asks to sort out the situation. The honor of their organization depends on it. Fred arrived at the meeting, and they said on the street that they were already waiting for him. The guy noted that it was not bad at all here, and the man agreed. The man said that when you need to clear your mind, fishing is better than any medicine. The guy felt awkward and realized that his interlocutor had already found out everything about him. Fred couldn't answer the question about the army, since he had served. But that was in the past. The man noted that our hero was different from what he had heard. Even now, despite his age, Chairman Morgan can find out a lot, and he should not be underestimated. Fred confirmed that he had recently turned 20 and was embarrassed to be here. Morgan suggested a drink to ease the tension. He's glad the guy hired his kids, who won't let anyone treat them badly. The man noted that our Fred was too rich for his age. Morgan warned that government organizations cannot be trusted, as there are many bandits hiding among them. He noted that life is truly ironic, and this thought made him sad. The hero felt uneasy when the man decided to ask him about the ability to see the future. Fred understands why the man became chairman. Now he is walking on thin ice. Morgan continues to say that people are strange creatures. Even a saint can become insanely evil. He warns that no one can be trusted, but it also cannot be ignored. The man notes that you shouldn't blame others, even if you are betrayed one day. When Fred heard about the betrayal, he wanted to know what happened to the man. Betrayed by his best friend, Morgan asks the boy to be careful. Fred wants to find out who is stalking him. The man did not wait. He immediately reported that the hero was being followed by the Ilsen Society. The hero heard about this organization for the first time. He does not understand why they want to catch him. To escape from the foreigners, Morgan had to say goodbye to his acquired property. Fred couldn't say anything, especially when he heard about the black-haired foreigners. Morgan himself learned of their existence only after he himself had lost everything. The hero asked if the man did not enjoy what he had. The man felt awkward when Fred started talking about his fraud. If the guy is not mistaken, we are talking about tens of trillions. Morgan began to stutter. He had difficulty agreeing with Fred, but then everyone did that. The man admitted that he had stolen, but he could never have expected the company to fail. It may sound like an excuse, but he wasn't trying to take it all for himself. Morgan just wanted to give more bonuses to his employees. Fred listened attentively as the man wanted to become the head of state. As a result of all these actions, Morgan's company fell into disfavor with the government. The former head of financial supervision was once his employee, but he had to be fired. Fred was shocked to hear that a former Morgan employee had stabbed him in the back. The man worked with the Deputy Prime Minister for Economic Affairs to take revenge on Morgan. The hero decided to clarify that the man was talking about two people who were part of the Ilsen Society. Morgan doubts this, since the Ilsen Society is not just some organization. The man said some names and asked our guy to remember them. Fred asked if one of the men named was the director of a news company. Morgan explained that Nathan is the older brother of the director of one company, A man named Samuel became a lawyer who later became Chief Justice. He is the founder and CEO of a law firm. Fred couldn't believe it. The last one, named Hugo, died during the dictatorship while serving as Prime Minister of the Korean government. The man's son is a member of parliament. Fred doesn't understand how this could happen. Morgan explained that the boy must find them in order to live a long and happy life. Evan decided to take some time out to meet his lovely daughter. Stephanie noted that then she could have called her mother, even though she had been grumbling a lot lately. A man sends his daughter's mother an envelope, the contents of which she will definitely like. Evan noted that the last time Stephanie asked him for snacks, she was a sweetheart. He wants to know if there is anything the girl should tell him. The girl felt awkward when her father started talking about her personal life, when she still had no one. The man suggested that she take an academic leave to go study in France. Stephanie is happy with everything now and can go after graduation. But Evan has already decided everything. He even talked to the girl's mother, so her trip is not up for discussion. It was not a request. He would give his daughter to the man he had already chosen. The girl became scared and didn't know what to do. Fred invited Walt to his place, and the guy had a few questions. Walt doesn't understand why a smart and brilliant director would need an ordinary lawyer like him. The hero asked the man if he knew about a company that interested him. If he tells the truth, a man can say that it is quite a scary place. The man said they were going beyond the scope of a typical law firm. Walt doesn't know all the details. Fred is waiting for an explanation. The company was originally founded by 2 lawyers, but the real owners are completely different people. The man said that Samuel was the real owner. Fred clarified that Walt meant the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. He felt awkward because he was explaining everything to the hero when he already knew everything. The guy explains that he is, after all, a law student. To put it simply, Samuel used any means necessary to gain advantage. Fred couldn't believe it. The Chief Justice's son, Evan, is a board member. Walt hopes that after his story, our guy understands the big picture. Now Fred understands that he is not worth messing with. In this case, the hero noted that Anna Group would definitely ask this company to help them. The hero needed Walt's help, which surprised the man. He is ready to do anything for the sake of the genius director. Walt is even ready to pretend to be dead. Fred wants to plant seeds, and he needs people to do it. Walt immediately thought of gardening. The hero noted that the man had never been distinguished by a rich imagination. The hero wants to plant people, not seeds, so he asked to make public the data Walt told him about. The man doesn't understand anything. The hero reminds him that they just talked about this. Walt decided to admit that he didn't understand his brilliant director at all. Fred talks about the corruption data of members of the National Assembly. The man was shocked that our hero still remembered this. He began to worry about his life because if he revealed all this, he might get into trouble. As a bonus, Fred promised to give a private jet and a lifetime VIP card. Walt asked them not to make such deals between them. The guy shouldn't be so wasteful. Fred decided to say something else. The man begins to be frightened by everything our hero says. The guy decided to ask if Walt knew anything about the Ilsen Society. The man doesn't know anything. He doesn't understand how his director found out about this. Walt raised his voice at the guy, because even with his connections, it was impossible to get rid of such an influential firm. Fred felt awkward and realized that he had wanted too much. After the dialogue, our guy was told that the company director would soon arrive for a meeting. Walt completely forgot about the meeting, so he'll be busy today. He needs to leave. The man said he would send the materials by email, and Fred would definitely contact him. Finally, the guest the guy had been waiting for all this time appeared in the office. The hero immediately assessed his interlocutor, his cold eyes staring intently at Fred. His name is Rupert, and this was the guy's first meeting with the future head of national intelligence. Fred thanked the man for coming to see him. It must be a short trip. Rupert himself was surprised that the road here would be so difficult. Hen left Fred and Rupert in the office as he still had things to do. Over a cup of tea, the man answered the guy's question and said that he was now living in golden times. Now he can sleep as much as he wants, and no one will even say a word. Fred thinks Rupert should keep working. The man wants to retire. He heard that even the president is planning to return to his hometown. There is nothing he can do now, so the man is ready to leave. Even though it was their first meeting, the guy would like to ask the man for one favor. Rupert was surprised because he had nothing at all. Fred wants the man to go to the USA and study there. The hero will take all the expenses upon himself. It's not that simple. Rupert explained that today's regime is tougher than the hero thought. Fred convinces that everything will be fine. He also has connections. The guy said Rupert could hire the employees who had resigned. The hero set conditions that the man could not refuse. Fred was sure that a man who loved organization would have taken the bait, even without knowing that it was a trap. After a long period of time, the guy decided to visit a group of girls. He asks Olivia to stop crying. Amelia reminded him that they were not pigs, and that the hero would not be able to get rid of them with food. Fred regretted suggesting that the girls talk as equals. He explained that he had prepared a gift to pay for the girls' love. Everyone was surprised. Olivia was the first to decide to ask what the hero was talking about. The guy said he wrote a new song for the band. The girls couldn't believe it. They already doubted that the guy was studying to be a lawyer. For all his actions at that moment, Fred received a lot of dark karma points. The hero asks his men to put pressure on the enemy companies as quickly as possible. Fred got good news about the university. The chairman will give the guy a few more months. The guy said that the data sent would be published soon. He asked his interlocutor to think that this would be a contribution to a good cause. April came. The hero came to meet a girl. She wonders when Fred will take the time to give her a private lesson. He asked for forgiveness. The guy had been very busy lately. Fred heard people on the street discussing the latest news on the internet. The girl doesn't understand what everyone is talking about. The guy told her about the viral video. The hero knows that this is the perfect day to send one person somewhere far away. A man named Patrick is asking people to support his candidacy in the upcoming elections. He's furious. The other candidates had it much easier. His man suggested a cup of tea to calm down. The poll results are extremely positive. The man realizes that they have a chance to take matters into their own hands. Patrick is glad that a girl has appeared in the office. He wants her to help him relax. She will have to knead the man's shoulders. The girl cannot refuse. As he thought, the girl copes with the shoulder massage perfectly. Betty has to endure the man's advances and she can't do anything about it. Suddenly an employee burst into the office. He had important news. Patrick was unhappy that he was prevented from resting during his legal break. Caleb reported that Patrick had some serious problems and needed to check his internet ASAP. A private video of a man was circulating online that no one was supposed to see. Caleb said that the party leader was calling, and the man was not ready to talk at the moment. Patrick doesn't understand how it happened, when suddenly someone threw a stone at the window. A crowd has gathered in the street. People want the man to leave his position. People were furious. They couldn't hold back their emotions. One managed to hit a man. Everyone was talking about this incident. Even the news devoted time to discussing what happened. Fred doesn't understand why the man was filming that video, although he's even glad about it. If this causes Patrick's family to go down, our hero will have a lot of fun. As the guy thought, cleaning the area from bad people is the best job for calming down. Suddenly Fred noticed Stephanie standing in the rain all alone. The guy immediately rushed to her. He wants to help the girl. Stephanie wanted to say something to the hero, wanted to explain the situation, but she didn't have time. The girl lost consciousness. Fred managed to catch her. Now the girl Fred found in the rain doesn't seem like such a small problem. Evan was informed that his daughter had disappeared. He unleashed all the dogs on the employees who failed to keep an eye on the girl. The man begins to think that his daughter might be with our guy. Fred brought the girl to his home. She still hasn't come to her senses. When Stephanie opened her eyes, she saw our guy in front of her. He was worried about her well-being. Fred reassured her that with time all the girl's worries would mean nothing. When the guy wanted to leave, the girl grabbed his hand. She doesn't want to let him go. Stephanie tearfully asks the guy to hug her. She wants the hero to give her a love that would overwhelm them. Fred knows he needs to control himself because it will only make things more difficult. The hero could not resist the charms of the girl. He succumbed to the moment. The next day at the university, the guy presented the first smartphones to students. Fred asked Audrey to hand out new phones to everyone present. The guy started telling that one man released a funny thing that the students are now holding in their hands. Robert was able to buy a large batch of smartphones for Fred. Now he wants to give them all away. The hero warned that some features will not work due to their location. Before talking about applications, Fred decided to find out what those present thought about Apple. Students know that the company is currently at the peak of its glory. They don't think that other companies will lag behind. Based on his predictions, Fred says that one of the phone companies will soon collapse. They don't believe him because Nokia controls a huge share of the market. Fred knows that Apple will be a huge success in the future and will become the leader in this niche. The hero began to explain why people like the phones of this company so much. The guy said that the man who created it is trying to develop addiction in people. Fred noted that Apple provides a programming kit, and many will become successful in this field. They still don't believe the hero, so he decided to show everything personally. Fred asked everyone to launch one app, which was a guy with Audrey. Those present do not believe that a guy and a girl could develop an entire application together. A lion cub appeared on the screen. He was too cute. It responded to all user actions and movements. Everyone loved the app. It was amazing. Since Fred had been developing the app with Tristan, he was able to figure things out quickly. For his actions, the guy received karma points, and his ancestors look at Fred with joy. Audrey thinks the guy is an alien because a law student definitely couldn't do that. Fred decided to reveal his secret to her. He began to tell her about the alien base. While the girl was coming to her senses, the guy was called to report problems. The hero cannot believe that a prosecutor is going to come to his company. Audrey listened about the possible search. She was completely confused and did not understand who was sitting in front of her. A prosecutor named Lewis came to the company and advised them to call a lawyer. Emily decided to offer the man an iced coffee. Louis will not tolerate jokes at his expense. The girl will not interfere with the man's work. She understands everything, since she herself worked in this field. Lewis ordered his men to get to work quickly. They must find all the hidden documents. Emily asked everyone to calm down as they could remove the hard drives. She said that the company didn't have many paper documents, so the man wouldn't have to search for long. Louis doesn't understand how such a young guy can become chairman. The man found nothing. He realized that the hero had been warned about their arrival. Soon he was informed that the search was over. Louis will fill all the boxes with documents, even if he has to search all the floors. He will take full responsibility, so his people must collect everything. The man was angry when he saw that his people were being distracted from their work. They should be doing their duties. Walt appeared on the floor. Now he will sort everything out. Louis wants to know what business his senior colleague came here for. In a raised voice, the man explained that he was the lawyer in charge of this company. After all the words, he asks to show the order. Walt was furious when Lewis's assistants just looked at him and didn't understand what they were supposed to do. The assistants are scared. They are waiting for the order from their boss. Lewis asked them to show him everything Walt wanted to see. The man was amused by the speculation about illegal stock trading. He said the financial watchdog had recently investigated the case and found nothing. Lewis asked his colleague to study the documents carefully. He felt uneasy about this situation. The man sees everything. He was unhappy that the prosecutor wanted to check other floors without a warrant. Walt wants to know who ordered the audit of his boss's company. After some time, he himself named the person who had definitely lost his fear due to promotion. Walt warns that one must know one's limits. A civil lawsuit will be filed. The man said they could sue in court in the United States. He talked about his cooperation with Robert, who is the most popular investor in the USA. Walt offers the man to make the right choice. For this he needs to leave with his assistants. The man does not understand why the guests have not left yet. They have no right to be in the building without a warrant. Taking no notice, he asks everyone to pack their things and leave. Louis was in deep trouble. He didn't notice Walt distracting him with his conversations. The man ordered his people to pack their things. They had to leave. Before leaving, Louis bowed. He had to leave all the collected documents. Fred wants to know who is behind all these checks. Walt told about Stanley. He is the first deputy prosecutor. He was the one who gave this order. Our guy thinks that Anna Group has been very busy lately. If Dylan is involved, there should be another attack soon. Walt supported this idea, considering how angry and stubborn they were. Fred knows that this will only play into their hands. His lawyer will do his job well. The man believes that he failed, that he was not able to change anything. Walt warns that this is just the beginning. They will not be left alone. He asked his boss to be extremely careful. Fred will do what he thinks is right. He will find a way to counterattack. Evan can't believe his men couldn't handle our guy. He was extremely disappointed. Things have been going wrong for him lately. All he needs to do now is deal with our Fred. Evan was informed that he had a visitor, which he never expected to see. He was shocked when he found out that our hero wanted to meet him. Fred was genuinely happy to finally see Evan. The man wants to know what brought the guy here at such a late hour. The guy thinks they need to discuss some business matters with Evan. Evan was surprised when the hero called him his colleague. Our guy was expecting such a reaction. If the guy is not mistaken, the man graduated from the law faculty of a Korean university. For him, school, university, and work are a good start for fruitful relationships. The man agreed with this. In any case, he wanted the interlocutor to state his name. Fred introduced himself as the CEO of the company Evan was interested in. The man has little understanding of what our guy means. The hero asked him not to speak to him so formally. After all, he was a little older than Fred. Evan wants to hear what made Fred come here at such a late hour. The guy asked for help. He said that Anna Group would soon collapse. He noted that his investors were ready to tear them apart. Fred explained that he was quite close with a genius named Robert. Evan can't believe that our hero knows such a successful person lately. The hero said that Robert communicates very closely with American politicians. The man does not understand why they want to destroy Anna. The guy just happens to be from Robert, who is targeting Anna to steal political funds. Fred knows that Robert wants to do the same thing that was done with other companies in the past. Evan wants to clarify what exactly Robert told the hero about this. Then the guy noted that today Evan himself sent his people to the company to find out about this. He called our Fred funny. Evan was shocked to hear that Fred wanted a man to join him. The man thanked Evan for his support. He did a good job. Evan didn't forget to thank one more person for all the work done. Thomas heard that Evan promised to take care of Anna Group. He received approval from the Ilsen Society. It was decided that the Ana Group was doing more harm than good. Since Ana Group has been quite good at distributing money, Evan has a good option. The men were shocked when Evan told them about our guy who made several trillion won. Evan said that the hero is very promising, but he has his eye on the Ana Group. They started discussing Robert, who is known behind his back as an investment demon. The man heard about Robert. Not everyone is given the chance to even see him. Thomas decided to ask how remarkable a person he was. Evan said Robert's return on investment has exceeded tens of billions of dollars. Thomas realizes that Evan has already proposed to the man. The man found out that our guy was somehow connected with important representatives. He said that our Fred is the son of a half-sister who was kicked out by the representative of name. The situation becomes more interesting. Thomas realizes that this is revenge. Thomas wants to know what the hero is up to. They must be prepared for anything. Evan relayed Fred's words that a gambling game was coming out soon, and the man would have to cover his back. He decided to observe for now. Evan hopes that his interlocutors will help him. Fred was informed when the shareholders' meeting would take place, and he was told that one employee had left the Ana Group. The hero is counting on his people to send out invitations. The guy's new assistant wrote to him that one day he would have to stab him in the back. After some time, Fred was informed that he had a guest. He had almost forgotten how the chairman had warned him that he would send someone. The girl's name is Ava. The hero liked her unusual name. Although he had been warned about the meeting, Fred could not imagine that such a beauty would come. The girl confirmed that her father is a rather specific person. The guy would easily believe that the girl was the chairman's granddaughter. Ava hopes to get a lot of money, since after returning home, she barely has enough to cover her car expenses. The guy is sure that the chairman earned enough to allow his daughter to live comfortably. She said her father took on the cost of the house, tuition and car, but that was not enough. Ava wants to make her father's dream come true. Fred realized that he had almost succumbed to the charms of this nimble girl. The hero is sure that Ava knows that her father had a very big dream. She confirmed this. The girl wants to try her chances. Ava graduated from the university with a degree in economics, where she also completed her master's degree and received a doctorate. Fred was shocked and was very impressed by the girl's education, but she herself doesn't think so, because her father has very high standards. Ava shared her father's words about how she shouldn't dream of owning an entire corporation. The hero was informed that Director Duncan had arrived and was waiting for him. He said that the girl would need to complete an internship in order to become a full-time employee. She was shocked that such a highly qualified specialist would have to undergo testing. The guy was glad to see Duncan and asked him to come into the office. Fred decided to find out if the man knew the girl he didn't notice right away. The guy introduced them to each other. The man was pleased to meet the girl. Ava remembered her father telling her about Principal Duncan. Duncan became curious and now wants to know who the man is who told Ava so much about him. The girl told about her father. The man was very surprised. In the future, Ava plans to work for an acquisitions company, and she believes that the management position is ideal for her. Duncan decided to do just that, but he had one condition. Their plan is to swallow the car company. At this point, the man has already chosen his victim. Ava liked the choice. She understands that Duncan is aiming to take over the domestic market. The girl was wrong. The man's goal is export and the foreign market. Ava then said that they needed to choose a new company because the current one was too small to accomplish the goal. Fred and Duncan were surprised when the girl suggested paying attention to new technologies. The financial crisis is coming soon, so Ava is sure that the company she has chosen will be out of business. The man wants to talk about this in more detail, and this will be the condition for hiring the girl. Ava would choose the Volvo car company as her export target. Fred hired the girl, and she got the position she wanted. He got his salary, so today everyone will have lunch at his expense. The free food was delicious, and Fred couldn't stop eating it. Today the menu in the canteen was better than ever. The man is not sure that our guy liked everything. Fred calmed him down. He liked everything. He noticed how his colleague wanted to say something. To be honest, there is something he would like to ask the guy. The guys are ready to fulfill any request. They will do everything. First, he decided to ask the guys if they knew that there would be a festival next week. The guy wanted to get straight to the point. He realized that the problem concerned financing. The man noted that our hero was incredibly resourceful. Fred understood everything and asked to give him time to work on this issue with his colleagues. Eden can't believe that all his problems are related to our guy. Sean said it had been revealed that Connor had had several run-ins with our Fred. Besides this, the girl named Layla, who was in a relationship with him, was Fred's girlfriend at first. Sean explained that it was because of Fred that Connor was now in a mental hospital. The man told about the Ana Group plot, which is being contested by the shelter. Eden was furious and shocked by the fact that Fred had distributed provocative videos on the internet. Then he began to think that the attack on them was the work of the guy. Sean thinks it's the work of an investment corporation run by Fred and foreign investors. The man noted that Fred's building was filled with people who had formed a takeover team. Eden realized his mistake. He shouldn't have relaxed because of the hero's age. Sean said Fred is called an investment god who made huge profits. In that case, Eden realizes that Fred had a hand in other companies as well. Eden knows that going up there comes with challenges, and he wants to deal with our guy as soon as possible. Sean felt uneasy, because Eden's laugh was a sign that someone was going to die. Eden was more angry than ever before. This time he would act for sure. There was a festival going on in the street. People were preparing various dishes. Jay is counting on his friend. They must not lose face. They are interested in what the law department has planned for the festival. They saw what kind of place was prepared for lawyers. Jay has an ominous feeling and doesn't understand what's going on. Trucks arrived at the scene. The man orders his people to prepare everything as quickly as possible. The boys don't understand anything. Before their eyes, people began to carry plates with various dishes. The girl's eye is already starting to twitch, and the premonition does not leave her. The guy noted that with such equipment it would be possible to open a restaurant. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw live squid. The guys didn't understand where it all came from. The guys think that the future lawyers did the wrong thing, since students should be doing the preparations. Everything was ready. The man noted that everything looked amazing. The students were outraged. Such preparation was cheating. Then he decided to remind that other faculties also accepted outside help. The man put them down because this year, they would not have been able to cope with the task without additional help. Jay wants to know who the sponsor of the law department is. A hero appeared in front of her. The girl immediately felt uneasy because she did not want to see him. The taxi driver asks where he needs to take his new passenger. He gave the address. He has one important task to complete. Fred was taking orders. Everyone wanted to try the food prepared by our guy's hands. The girls couldn't believe that it wasn't a picture in front of them, but a real dish. It looked gorgeous. The hero asks his friends to order more. They don't have to be shy. Professors appeared in front of the hero. They had been closely watching Fred lately. The professor wonders why the guy's confession of love sounds like he wants to increase his income. Fred's people came to the festival. They wanted to support their brilliant director. He asked them to change their address to him since they were all currently off duty. Emily apologized for their formality. Ava wants a drink. Fred introduced the director of the law firm, and his interlocutor was shocked. Walt is pleased to meet everyone. He hasn't been seen near the university where he studied for a long time. The head auctioneer finally arrived. Evan noted that he himself hadn't seen Walt for a long time. The man was unhappy that no one was paying attention to him. He was simply ignored. Evan was pleased to come here after a long time. It was like a gathering of people from the major leagues. Successful people gathered here. It was quite an unusual sight for Anthony. He didn't know what to say. After the festival, Fred had a hard time getting home. He had drunk too much alcohol. He had no idea how good Audrey was at drinking, and he had no chance of winning. When the hero entered the apartment, he was enveloped in an anxious and unfamiliar feeling. The guy understands that something is wrong here. He needs to be on the alert. Fred reasoned that the atmosphere in his house should not change, when suddenly he was shot. He managed to hide. Fred was in damn pain. The hero must come up with something. He must finish off the enemy the first time. He knows where the killer is sitting, and Fred decided to use a vase to strike. Fred managed to perform a perfect attack and was able to hit his new enemy. The guy won't let anyone play with him. He'll deal with everyone. Despite his victory, Fred is seriously wounded, and his life is on the line. Walt doesn't understand why the guy didn't show up to the meeting. The moderator announced the start of the meeting, the purpose of which was to discuss mismanagement. Walt is the first to come out, and will give his opinion on the current situation with the Anna Group. Eden was furious as he listened to Walt talk about his company's problems. The man noted that he would not see her again when Anna Group lost all its funds. People in the hall began to get upset and were asked to be quieter. Eden and Sean were extremely unhappy that they were labeled as the rotten part of the Anna Group. Walt demands that the chairman and all executives be removed from office. They were even more shocked when they heard that Walt owned 49% of the shares. At this point, Walt's speech came to an end. He had said everything he wanted to. Now it's Eden's turn. He is the current director of the Anna Group. The man found it difficult to begin his speech, and he decided to apologize for the fact that they met in such a situation. Only he knows why Fred hasn't shown up yet. The man has dealt with him. Eden will do everything to protect the company that was passed on to him by his father. The guests listened attentively to Eden's plans to save his company. He promises that they will never forget their loyalty to him. Eden asks everyone to make a thoughtful decision. Walt wonders if there is any point in dragging this out. He wants to get it over with right now. The man said that if the president agreed, Walt could open everything right now. Eden doesn't see the point. The shareholders are bored, so he agreed. The guy was surprised to see that Eden had a larger share of the stock than Walt. Walt himself does not understand how this could happen. The guy himself doesn't believe his eyes. This simply couldn't happen. Eden knew that the final power of attorney had not yet been transferred to either party. Success or failure depends on the right choice of Mr. Joseph. The host decided to ask the lawyer representing Joseph if he had anything to add. Walt doesn't believe what's happening and is overcome with panic. Fred finally showed up at the meeting and was happy to be there. The lawyer felt much calmer when he saw his director. Eden almost passed out when he saw our guy alive. Our guy doesn't understand why the man is surprised by his appearance. Last night, the hero thought about his life. He got a second chance, thanks to which he changed everything. A voice addressed the guy and offered him to sign a contract to use the healing ability. Fred has almost no time left. He has to make a decision. The hero agreed. He is ready to sign a contract. The guy was surrounded by a bright light. All his wounds began to heal. He summoned an evil god, causing all of his karma points to be reset, and Fred was shocked by the news. The good gods began to doubt Fred's sincerity. The evil gods sympathized with him. At the meeting, the hero handed over the documents to his lawyer. These were the assets of the Anna Group and papers that belonged to LOR. Walt was happy to get another % of shares. Now he was in the lead. Eden couldn't believe it. The man understands that despite Joseph's actions, he will still lose. He could hardly contain his emotions, while Joseph calmly accepted the situation. Walt asked the presenter to check everything again. The presenter confirmed that the current director would be fired. Eden was furious. Fred asks the man to calm down, because he is finished. He has lost. Eden wanted to deal with the guy, when suddenly he was grabbed by security. The man demands to be released immediately, since he is the chairman. Walt asked security to take the man out. Eden doesn't understand how our guy managed to pull all this off. Walt announced that from now on, Eden and all executives were stripped of their rights to manage the company. Now, a historic moment has occurred when the owner of Anna Group has changed. It's time to say goodbye to Eden. His time has passed. Several investors have recommended Duncan as the new CEO. After everything that happened, Joseph approached the hero. He admitted that the situation was amazing. The man congratulated our hero. Fred doesn't see anything wrong with this. Now he can meet his new enemy. The hero happily greeted his uncle, who was the new target. Walt brought Fred and Duncan to a fancy office. The guy was amazed. Walt thinks how much money was spent on the improvements. Walt decided to ask how the guy was feeling. He knows that there was an assassination attempt. Last night, a killer almost killed our Fred. He survived thanks to an evil spirit. The hero received abilities from Kvat, naturally, not for free. Kavata asks the guy to be polite, as he will soon have regular customers. Somehow he became Kvata's assistant. Fred doesn't understand why Kavata became an evil god, comparable to the devil himself. He was a legend who was called a saint because he treated people for free. Kavata admitted that he himself decided to become an evil god. Fred doesn't understand why Kavata did this. It's very strange for him. He explained his decision by saying that there was absolutely nothing to do in heaven. Kavata noted that here you can earn points for 100 years to come. The hero doubts that Kavata stayed here only because of this. Even though the man is constantly getting points, he still could use an assistant. Now the hero understood why Kavata helped him in an emergency. The hero asked Hen to deal with the killer's body. The guy thanked Duncan for the work he had done. The man believes that everything he can do is only thanks to the chairman's mercy. Fred asked his men to focus on Eden's illegal activities. He will also take care of the pressure from the government. Walt reminded them that it would not be easy, since the competitor had spent a lot of money in this niche. The man noted that people are no less involved in this, and there are enough reasons for a negative reaction. Eden wants revenge on the guy. He is ready to send as many killers to him as it takes. The staff watched the man and didn't know what to do. A man will not go down alone. He will kill everyone who stands in his way. Eden was waiting for a call. They should have called him at least out of politeness. The minister called him. The man on the line will be brief. He said that it was better for Eden to stay at home. The minister was speaking to him for the last time. From today on, the man will not be able to leave the country. Eden cannot believe it. He lost his temper, and his interlocutor probably forgot who had helped him get his place. The man on the line laughs that Eden decided to scare him with the ledger. The man's heart sank when he learned that the minister had burned all the evidence. Eden was warned that he should keep quiet so that his family could live long. His heart couldn't take it. He lost consciousness. This news was shown on air. 2 months have passed since the breakup of the Anna Group. Ava came into the office. Over the past months, the hero has changed his style. He has become even more handsome. Fred has his sights set on companies outside of Korea. But first he needs to hold a morning meeting. The guy's second life is like a lottery. It's time for the second act. Ava gave the hero the latest report on the latest acquisitions. She herself wants to tell everything. As the girl already said, The risk of acquiring the Samryong Automobile Company is too high. The guy became interested when the girl started talking about the future of the automobile industry. Ava decided to talk about the National Automobile Union. Fred listened carefully to how an ineffective structure led to a lack of understanding. The girl's conclusion is obvious. In the future, only failure can be expected. Fred doesn't think that sharing profits is a bad idea. If Ava's calculations are to be believed, the automobile industry will decline significantly next year. The hero was surprised when he heard about the possibility of government financing in case of bankruptcy. Ava can say with certainty that the problem could be securities. Trillions of dollars could simply disappear. The girl explained that this wave could affect not only the United States, but also Europe and Asia. The hero does not believe that the Federal Reserve System will take action. She explained that if the auto industry survived, Chairman Ben would shower it with cash. Fred decided to clarify that the girl meant the presence of a person who was above everyone else. The guy realized that Ava was talking about the Rothschild family, which is a major shareholder. The girl was surprised that our hero knew everything, including about this family. In a short period of time, people bought up all possible shares. The men were surprised and thought the people had gone crazy. Fred was called an American hero. The world is falling apart, and the hero is constantly throwing money around. The guy waits for the perfect moment for all the players to come out on stage. The hero was about to go home when suddenly Ava called him. The girl invited the guy to dinner. She decided to treat him to an unusual dish. Fred immediately said that if the girl asked for a loan, he would not help. Ava tearfully asks the hero to help, but he will do nothing. She doesn't understand why the hero is treating her this way. The hero decided to clarify. Ava does not understand what he is hinting at. Fred realizes that this was an order from the chairman. Ava tries to explain that the guy shouldn't be afraid. It's something else. She knew that the guy was quite peculiar. Most of them made concessions to her. In fact, the hero can be easily won over, but women scare him. The girl knows that the guy is going to leave for Europe. Fred explained that he just wanted to relax in nature. There would be no business meetings. Ava decided to ask if she could go with him. Evan wonders what our guy's limits are. Our guy has arrived in Paris and is planning to enjoy his freedom on this trip. He wasn't sure he could resist the girl's flirting. Fred came to the Louvre. Now he understands why the original is better than the fake. The guy noticed how the security was looking for someone. It looks like an important person escaped. He also looks around from time to time in search of one person. Perhaps the hero came here because of Stephanie, who ran away from him. Fred was about to leave when suddenly a stranger climbed into his car. The guy thought that the very same French-style robbery he had heard about had begun. He was asked to be quieter. The guards try to find the fugitive, but they are unsuccessful. The girl asks our hero to leave here as quickly as possible. The hero cannot believe that the girl the security guards are looking for is sitting in his car. The man was told that the girl could not be found. He orders his men to find her. Fred was walking around the store with a stranger. He was going to cook a delicious dinner. Vivian realized that they needed to get a tent to enjoy the outdoors. The girl asks to drop all formalities. She wants Fred to call her Vivi. The hero knew that they were looking for the girl because she ran away from home. She arranged for herself to travel light. If something like this happened in Korea, it would be sheer madness. Vivi doesn't want to leave the store without wine. She wants to have a good rest. The elder was glad that they had the opportunity to take revenge. He and his followers began to pray and ask for the war to end. The man can't believe that Anna group broke up because of some student. They gave him documents as proof. He found out that our guy was studying law, but he was only 20 years old. The employee said that despite his age, Fred is called the god of stocks and the god of the stock market. The man thinks that the hero has now become the new owner of Anna Group. He was informed that it was not yet known to whom it now belonged. He realized that there really was something in our hero. The employee decided to find out if the man was going to meet him. The man decided to ask how things were with smartphones. The employee reported that everything was going according to plan, and they needed to release their product as soon as possible. Vivi was pleasantly surprised that Fred had prepared everything just for her. This strange girl became the guy's partner from the very first day. The food was so delicious that she almost fell in love with it. Vivi was just joking. The taste of the food made her feel better. She always dreamed of going on a trip like this at least once, and her wish came true. Vivi asked Fred to sleep with her because she was afraid to sleep alone. The hero felt awkward and said that she would be comfortable in a single sleeping bag. The girl likes that the guy doesn't respond to her flirting. Fred needs to get some sleep because he is driving. The hero was absolutely calm. Edward understands that if the lady falls into the hands of the assassins and something happens to her, the entire East will drown in blood. However, these assassins want to raise a real storm. They memorized strange spells and did real madness. They were like monsters. Now Edward understands that the assassins have become even more dangerous. Given the situation, the man wants to declare a high-alert regime at the border. The couple came to the festival. Vivi was amazed by the music. Fred noted that the situation looked good. The passerby was glad to observe the young people who did not hide their feelings. The man noted that youth passes too quickly. Fred felt awkward in this situation, as the man was sure of their feelings. After an awkward conversation, the couple noticed a girl who played the piano superbly. Fred immediately recognized Beethoven's composition. The girl's performance came to an end. She would have gladly continued, but she was already tired. Vivi was upset. She would have listened to the girl. On stage, the girl asked if anyone wanted to play instead of her, and the hero became interested. He decided to play. Fred hopes that Vivi will like it. The guy played the piano skillfully. He was magnificent. The girl recognized this melody. The passionate playing struck her to the depths of her soul. The sound and harmony were mesmerizing. It was impossible to take your eyes off the hero. It was incredible. The girl saw Beethoven himself in our Fred. At that moment, it seemed as if the god of music had descended from heaven. A magazine reporter decided to film him. This time, the hero played in tribute to Beethoven. He was a real god. The hero enjoyed his performance. Vivi had never heard anything so touching before, and she couldn't hold back her tears. The woman recognized the composition from the first note, and dreams of learning to play it too. It would never have occurred to her to perform such a difficult sonata. The guy in front of her is head and shoulders above all famous musicians. She wanted to meet the guy, when suddenly Vivi ran into him. The girl kissed him. Fred was very surprised by her action. On the street, everyone was discussing our guy's game. The man took a photo of the kiss. He found his target. He told someone that the time had come. The man would wait. After the kiss, Vivi acted like a caring girl. She fed the guy while he was driving. The hero noticed that Vivi knew this place well. It turned out that this was her mother's hometown. She promises Fred that today will be a special day. The hero has a bad feeling. The couple came to the restaurant. The girl chose a table with a sea view. The waiter took the order. Vivi decided to feed the boy herself. She wants to show her care for him. Fred's bad feeling came true. Vivi confessed her love to him. It was a joke. While the heroes were having lunch, a young man approached them. He could not believe that there was a girl sitting in front of him. Vivi herself was shocked when she saw a guy named Gabriel. Gabriel wants to hear an explanation from the girl. Since she has again gotten involved with someone unknown, he wonders if the girl's father knows what his daughter does and who she spends her time with. Vivi asks him to apologize because he's being very rude. Gabriel began to laugh, ironically asking for forgiveness for his behavior. The girl was upset to hear the guy asking for forgiveness from the princess, who was offended by his words. Vivi got angry when Gabriel asked our Fred to make room for him. Gabriel told about a great party to which he decided to invite the girl. Vivi doesn't want to go to it, especially after Gabriel insulted her appearance. Fred decided to intervene in the conversation. He notes that one cannot talk to a girl in such a tone. Gabriel was unhappy that our guy had interrupted the conversation. He doesn't understand why some guy decided to tell him what he can and can't do. Fred decided to find out where the stupid party was taking place. The girls were surprised when they saw a video of their director on the internet. Emily and Ava couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the hero kiss. Ava understands that Fred, as a man, cannot ignore the beauty of a woman's charm, but she still doesn't like it. The hero asked Robert to take care of the party. Everything must go perfectly. Fred needn't worry. He'll teach Gabriel a lesson. The employee and the guy were surprised when they saw the girl. Vivi looked better than all the models. She was beautiful. The guy thinks that it couldn't be better. Vivi looks amazing. All that's left is to pick out a suit for him. Robert doesn't understand how Gabriel dared to be insolent to his boss. Although the man is called the rising star of Wall Street, the real genius is our Fred. At the party, the men discuss Vivi. Gabriel does not understand what is so wonderful about the girl's family. The man noted that Gabriel was afraid. He knew that Vivi went everywhere with bodyguards. Gabriel wants to know why our guy is walking around with the girl. Some people were talking about Fred, calling him cute. They want to know what he does. The man intervened in the dialogue. He believes that the hero will never come here. The couple agreed with him. Now they don't know why they started talking about him. Gabriel is glad that the guests accepted his invitation. Ellie was glad to come here, and besides, she hadn't seen Gabriel for a long time. She introduced the guest performer of the orchestra. Her name is Ayla. Gabriel has heard a lot about her. It is an honor for him to meet her in person. Ayla thanked her for the invitation and was glad to finally go out into the world. A girl named Giselle approached the guy. She had flown here from Paris. After some time, Gabriel noted that all the guests had come to his party. Suddenly, they heard some noise. Everyone paid attention to what was happening. A luxurious car appeared in the yard. Few people present could afford to buy one like it. The man asked Gabriel if he had invited anyone else to the evening. Gabriel was shocked when he saw the new guests. He was not expecting anyone else. Vivi looked amazing. She stunned everyone with her beauty. The girl thanked the guy for the invitation. She was glad to come here. Fred did not stand aside. The hero was given a chic suit. He attracted attention to his person. He decided to formally introduce himself to Gabriel. He had no choice but to shake hands with his guest. The handshake was too strong. Fred apologized for his strength. Gabriel started to get angry. He doesn't like our guy's self-confident behavior. The hero will teach Gabriel manners whether he wants it or not. Fred went to meet the guests. Gabriel ran away from the guy with tears in his eyes. His hand hurt after a strong handshake. The hero discussed the cost of the villa with the guests, while someone else was thinking about buying a castle. The star of the party was our guy, Gabriel, who behaved shamelessly in the presence of someone who is considered a legend. Fred noticed Isla. He didn't expect to see her here. She did not believe that she would see the second coming of Beethoven again. When Gabriel heard the girl call the boy, his breath caught in his throat. Isla said that the guy's performance on the internet is the hottest topic. Fred felt uneasy. The girl's words really confused him. Gabriel doesn't understand why everyone is talking about our guy. Ayla showed Ellie that same great pianist. She was glad about this meeting. The hero said that he and Vivi are throwing a party tomorrow, so the girls can come. Isla perked up immediately when she learned that Fred would be there too. Gabriel can't believe what's happening. Everyone walks past him to talk to our Fred. People from the world-famous Chanel company decided to meet the hero. The guy was pleased. He had new, successful acquaintances whose connections he could use. Vivi recognized the girl from the company. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Isabel was glad to finally meet Vivi after a long time. The girls were happy about such an unexpected meeting. They immediately started asking questions. Isabel immediately decided to find out who our hero is to the girl. Vivi realized that Isabel would not back down, so she called Fred her favorite guy. Gabriel was shocked by the girl's words about the hero. The guests were happy to hear that Fred and Vivi were together. They looked good together. Suddenly the guy asked Ellie if she could lend him her violin. He wants to play yesterday's piano sonata for the guests on the violin. It was a very pleasant evening. Our hero became the main character of Gabriel's party. Gabriel doesn't believe what's happening. He wants to think that it's all just a dream. The next day, all the guests came to the guy's cruise ship. Gabriel was extremely unhappy that Fred had ruined his party yesterday. Today, everyone treats him like a nobody. He doesn't understand who Fred is. He will never forgive his shame to the guy. Gabriel wants to grind our guy into dust. While he was thinking up his plan for revenge, he received a call. The interlocutor was very dissatisfied with Gabriel's actions. The boy's father wonders where his son is. The man was unhappy. He continues to scold him. Gabriel was informed that due to his actions, the company's owner had changed. He demands that Gabriel return home. All parties will be banned so that there will be no more problems. The couple's trip is like a fairy tale. Vivi wants to stop the moment to enjoy the moment. Suddenly, Fred noticed that a strange fog had appeared ahead. The guy began to suspect that the fog was artificial. The girl realized that assassins appeared ahead. Fred does not know what will happen next. The desire to kill is felt more and more strongly. The hero will try to find out what awaits them ahead. Vivi realizes that assassins don't fall, even if they are shot. Fred can't handle them. The hero knows that his new opponents are different from those who attacked him last time. They are surrounded. Fred has no choice but to attack first to protect the girl. Vivi asks the guy for forgiveness. He does not understand why she came out to him. The hero asks the girl to stay behind his back. Vivi should not move away, no matter what happened. The girl wants to save the guy no matter what, so she turned on the GPS tracker. Edward caught the girl's signal and immediately sent his men to search for the girl. The assassins appeared in front of the guy. Allah thirsts for blood. The girl can no longer hold back her tears. She does not understand what the assassins want from her. Fred starts to mock his opponents. He said some ridiculous phrase in their direction. Somehow, the guy quickly reacted to the attack and caught the enemy's weapon. The hero understands that if it were a bullet, he would already be dead. The opponents went on the attack. They were very fast compared to people. Fred is not so simple. He will show himself to his new opponents. The hero decided to use the bottle fragments as a weapon. The shrapnel hit its target. The assassins were wounded. Even such injuries did not stop them. Fred and Vivi were shocked that their opponents didn't stop for a second after their attack. The guy didn't notice how an enemy appeared near the girl. She is in danger. Fred managed to react and neutralize the enemy. The hero warned that it was dangerous to mess with him. He would deal with everyone. The guy was being watched. Fred felt that the battle was not over yet. There is an unknown person sitting in the tree. He likes to watch our guy. Fred heard the stranger talking in the tree. He even decided to answer his question. The stranger smelled the scent of the gods and thought that our hero was from the Snake Squad. It's even better for the guy, he decided to say who he really is. The stranger realized that a descendant of the gods stood before him. Fred was angry because his opponent knew everything about him and mocked him. The situation began to escalate. and the heroes were surrounded by animals. The dogs are preparing to attack the heroes. They were hypnotized. Fred asks the girl to stand behind him. He asks her to trust him. The guy will handle everything. The girl's guards appeared in the forest. There was fog everywhere. They were ready for a fight. Edward hopes that Vivi will hold out a little longer. It is extremely dangerous here. Fred fights off the dogs. He feels uneasy fighting not with people, but with animals. He understands that the assassins are around him. They are successfully hiding. The dog began to speak. Slaves, following their desires, are going to walk the path of the dead. Fred doesn't understand why the dog suddenly started speaking to him in an ancient language. The squad trained for a long time for today. Assassins cannot be killed. Bullets leave only shallow wounds. Edward compares them to vampires because they have prepared silver bullets. Now they have to shoot the assassins at least 10 times or blow them up to kill them. Edward realized that the enemy was too close. He gave the order to prepare. The squad opened fire to kill. They must win this battle. After some time, they noticed that there were cows lying in front of them. Mad cows ran towards them. They will have to fight with the animals. Edward hopes that the girl will hold out a little longer. Their squad is already close. Assassins are the devil's spawn. No one can deal with them. Fred doesn't understand why his enemies haven't died yet. He doesn't understand how he ended up in this situation. The enemy began to read a prayer. He asks to give them strength. The guy doesn't understand his enemies. First dogs attacked him, now people. Assassins look like black magicians from fairy tales. After some time, the hero realized that his opponents were real magicians. They want to kill the boy and the girl, and then Vivi's body will be placed on the altar of blood. The couple heard shots. Vivi understands that the knights of her family are already here. This seems like good news, but Fred feels uneasy. The assassins are not panicking. The chief began to give orders. He asks his people to deal with our couple. Fred can't ask Vivi to run away from here. He understands that she will be killed if she leaves him. To gain time until help arrives, the guy asks the girl to hide behind him. The guy understands that they can easily be killed. He doesn't know how to defend himself. The hero wants to believe that there is someone on Earth who will save him. Suddenly he heard a voice offering help. He needed it. Fred made a deal and all his points were eventually used up. The guy's surroundings have changed. He doesn't understand where he is. The more Fred delved into it, the harder it became to guess the god's intentions. After some time, the hero realized that he had no clothes on. It turned out that the guy had made a contract with a god from another dimension. Fred thinks that the god he made a deal with has a peculiar sense of humor. He knew that gods visited divine realms in other dimensions, but direct travel was another matter. Fred doesn't know what kind of god this is. He won't tolerate this kind of treatment. Now the hero has only 2 paths. He does not understand with whom he signed the contract. The guy can choose the path of the gods or demons, after which a war between them awaits him. On Earth, he had already met the ancestral gods. It was possible to get into their world after enlightenment. Now Fred is in another dimension, and he is also drawn into the war. He doesn't like all this. The guy needs to return home as soon as possible. He started calling all the known gods. Vivi needs his help. The guy was shocked when he found out that he needed to accumulate a lot of points to return to Earth. It took Fred 3 years to accumulate the previous points, when he was still a high school student. He learned that the gods wanted to provide him with a training program. Fred was very surprised because there was a free program that would help him. The hero can choose his own path. He is offered to start everything from scratch. At that moment, the guy realized that he needed to make a decision as quickly as possible. The training program has been launched. The guy's body will be scanned for registration. The hero was surrounded by an unknown and refreshing feeling. Fred was able to open the status window. He was surprised that it all looked like a game. He was angry when he was asked to accept skills that could kill him. The guy is ready to accept everything that is offered to him. Fred learned a lot of new skills and was happy with the situation. He was warned that he would have to pay in kind in a desperate situation. He doesn't like these prospects. The notifications are starting to irritate him. Apparently, fate is making fun of the guy. He wants to return home. The guy would have been much better off staying in his own world. Fred wants to go home, where he can show his full potential. The hero does not understand how to earn points in this dimension. The scoring system has probably changed here. The hero needs to pull himself together in order to start developing in this world. Just in time, Fred remembered that he could call upon a real spirit to help. This ability reminds the guy of the characters he saw in the game. Without even noticing it, Fred summoned the spirit. He was shocked. A spirit was flying in front of the guy. The hero does not believe that he was able to summon her. Fred even felt some pleasure when he managed to summon the spirit. Suddenly, the hero understood how to summon spirits. Now he will be able to use them sometimes. The guy wants to know how the training program will go, whether a mission awaits him. He didn't get an answer to his question. The guy understands that he is stuck here for a long time. First, he needs to find clothes and weapons, and Fred also needs to look for food. Suddenly, he found a room with everything he needed. It was a gift from fate. The guy was very lucky to find old clothes, and there was still a sword lying on the bed. The feeling was amazing. Fred had never seen a sword with such a sharp blade. Thanks to using the sword, the guy's skills increased a little. Fred was happy. The hero needs to become as strong as possible, because no one knows what awaits him in the future. The guy decided to use the technique of conquering the 5 elements. It is the best of its kind. Energy began to flow through the hero's body, and it was no longer able to hold it. Mana began to accumulate much faster. Fred reached a high level of breathing technique. The knights need to evacuate to a safe place. One of them noted the strength of the orcs. The captain wonders if there is a place in the area where they could hide. They told him about the castle that was closest. This was their chance for salvation. The man became scared because they say that this castle is cursed. They have no other choice. The master should not blame himself for the death of people. The orcs were too fast. However, he believes that people could get into even more trouble in this castle. The knight believes that this is the only place that can become their protection. They need to find shelter, and at the moment this is the best option. A month has passed since Fred found himself in this world, and over time, summoning spirits became a common thing for him. Closeness with the spirits of age. Thanks to them, the hero achieved a lot. The hero has earned points and is already tired of various notifications. The guy thanked the spirits for their help. Now they can rest. Fred decided to practice his accuracy. He needed to throw an axe at a target. He was pleased when, after a lot of training, he began to hit the target. To reach his new goal, Fred had to conquer the castle wall. He hadn't stretched his legs for a long time, so conquering the wall was difficult for him. The chicken the boy was looking for turned out to be too big. Fred doesn't know how to catch it. The hero began to envy the rooster, who had 3 hens. He was glad when he saw under the rooster his supplies, which he had been looking for so long. As soon as the rooster saw the hero, he immediately flew away. Fred was not ready for this. Fred couldn't be happier when he found a huge egg. It would definitely give him strength. Thanks to the egg, Fred gained energy. His physical skills increased, and his fatigue disappeared. Suddenly he heard a strange sound when there was no one else in the castle except him. The knights noted that there were not even rats in the castle. They felt uneasy about this place. They began to give them orders. The knights must go to the castle, regardless of their thoughts. The chief senses the orcs. They will soon catch up with the poor knights. The gentleman does not understand what they are waiting for. They urgently need to go to the castle. The man cannot believe that the orcs have already caught up with them. They did not have time to hide. Fred doesn't understand whether enemies or allies have entered the castle grounds. The guy doesn't know where the fear comes from, but this aura makes him think. The men were surprised because the castle gates opened even though they had closed them. The gentleman doesn't understand anything. He already thinks that there are demons here. He asks a knight named Talman what they need to do. Talman decided to find out if there was anyone in the castle. They urgently needed help. Suddenly they looked up and saw something they never expected to see. Our Fred was standing at the top. People took him for a wizard. He looked scary. The knights don't know what to answer the guy's questions. One of them started asking our hero for help. They are really being pursued by orcs. Fred says that the knights have invaded his territory. They must understand the gravity of their actions. The knights began to ask for forgiveness. They did not know that anyone was there. The gentleman promises to offer appropriate compensation for their intrusion once everything is over. For mocking the gods, the guy received negative points. Fred was furious when he learned that his rookie protection was over. The god had turned against him. He was even more shocked when he realized that his guardian was a rooster. The knights ask for mercy. They want to survive this battle. They were happy when Fred allowed them to enter the castle grounds. There were more people than Fred imagined. However, he does not understand what is happening to their faces. They were shocked by the hero's strength. Fred welcomed everyone to his castle. It is an honor for them to meet Fred. The man's name is Jerome. He leads this squad. The guy asked not to call himself a lord. He is a simple free knight. Jerome noted that to become a lord, a knight simply needs to capture a castle. He doesn't understand why the knights around him have such displeased expressions on their faces. Fred realized that they were simply afraid of him when they looked much scarier than the guy. The men doubt that our hero is not a demon. The hero finally decided to ask the question that interested him greatly. He wants to hear the correct answer, otherwise the guests will feel bad. The guy wonders when they will have dinner. It's time for a snack. Nobody understood him when he talked about a hearty dish of bread and meat. The orcs gathered near the castle. They surrounded it to attack. Talman wants to know if there is anyone else in the castle who could help them. The guy asks not to talk to him while he eats, and besides, his answer is obvious. The knights don't understand whether they should leave our guy. Fred is finally full. His energy is running high. He is ready for battle. The orcs fought the knights successfully, and they can be defeated with great difficulty. The guy noted that the orcs looked disgusting. He wants to kill them. Fred skillfully used his bow so that he killed one orc with one shot. The hero received experience points for being able to kill a wandering orc. He was greatly surprised when he learned that the gods were watching the battle with the orcs. The guy's system load level was approaching a critical value. Fred lost his vigilance. At that moment, the enemy's arrow hit him. The guy got angry and called all the orcs to him to kill them all as soon as possible. The hero decided to use 3 arrows at once, so he would hit as many orcs as possible. Fred's tactics worked. The orcs could not hide from the arrows. The knights were shocked because the hero alone was able to do what they could not. The guy dealt critical hits to his enemies. No one would escape from him. All the orcs near the castle were killed. Our hero won this battle. The men couldn't believe their eyes. They were lucky to have found our guy. Fred wants to meet the assassins so they can feel the arrows on their skin. The knights thank the boy and give him their modest gift. He was surprised when he realized that he was handed a bag of gold coins. They gave the guy all the gold they had. The knights will also give all the orc skins. The hero became interested in whether the knights had anything else besides gold. Instead of useless gold, the guy would rather take tasty food. The knights thought that Fred wanted to get magic stones. Unfortunately, they don't have any. Then the guy decided to check whether Jerome was really a merchant. Fred wants to know what is in the man's carriage. Jerome felt uneasy because the hero suddenly remembered about the carriage. Fred realizes that there is something valuable there, but Jerome can't tell what it is. The hero said that he was joking. He was not going to steal from the master. He suggested digging a hole to bury the bodies of the orcs. They gave off a disgusting smell. Fred summoned the spirits. Now everyone calls him the master. The boy asked Knight Talman to post a guard. The knight did not hear the explanation of this task. He immediately began to carry out the order. He also said that dinner would be his, and Jerome would have to provide the ingredients. Everyone has to get to work. The men are still not sure if the guy is a demon. Talman explained that our hero is a spiritual knight, so now they can rest easy. The knights were shocked, and their mouths watered at the sight of the prepared dishes. Before the meal begins, Fred wants to know if Jerome has any wine. He convinced the man that he shouldn't worry. Fred would pay for everything. Jerome asked his man to bring 3 barrels of wine especially for our guy. The wine was excellent. Our hero liked it very much. The hero liked the taste so much that he decided to start drinking wine using a basin. Those present were shocked by the guy's behavior, and they were especially surprised that Fred poured wine for them too. The boy doesn't understand why no one eats when the Lord treats them after the victory. He had already decided to feed everyone almost with a spoon. First he offered food to Talman. The hero convinces everyone that the food is not poisoned, and they don't need to be afraid. Talman tried the food from the guy's hands. It was excellent. He couldn't hold back his tears. Now the guy suggests having a drink. No one will disturb them this night. The knight began to feel the deepest respect for our hero. Fred doesn't understand why Jerome isn't eating anything. He can pour himself a drink. After a few days of drinking, Fred traded the worthless gold for supplies. He offered to repair the broken weapons if the knights had any. The men were surprised that our guy could actually help them with this. The hero will do everything absolutely free of charge, so the knights can feel free. Fred got a lot of points when he healed people after the battle with the orcs. He's been here for a long time, but he still can't stop thinking about Vivi. The guy pretends to be indifferent, but in reality he continues to worry. The only thing he can do is heal people to get points for his return. The patient always came first. He decided to give one of them an injection. A knight comes running to Fred with bad news. Jerome fears that it concerns the orcs. The guy can't believe that the orcs could invade their territory again. He was informed about the refugees. A whole sea of them had gathered. Fred was surprised when he heard about them. He needs to think of how he can help them. The knights, like Jerome, do not understand where they could have come from. The man said that the problem was not with them, but with those who were chasing them. The orcs are chasing them. They are different from the ones our guy fought. Jerome orders the gates to be strengthened so that the orcs cannot enter their territory. The man understands that they will die if their enemy gets inside the castle. Fred opened the gate. He borrowed the master's horse for a short time. He asked them to close the gates once all the refugees were inside. Talman decided to go after our guy. Now he won't leave him alone. Now Jerome calls our hero a real knight. Fred understands that the enemy is already close. He needs to gather all his strength. The orc army is ready to attack. They will avenge their people. The hero warns the refugees that the enemy is already close, and they need to quickly get to the castle. Fred doesn't understand why the knights aren't doing anything. They should be preparing for battle. The orcs began to attack. Nothing will stop them before their target. The knights cannot defend themselves. Because of the wind, their arrows do not reach their target. The guy called upon the spirit. He needs her help. He can't cope alone. The main target is the wolf's eye. The hero needs to neutralize it. The battle has begun. The hero wants to kill everyone who dared to harm the refugees. The orcs cannot resist our Fred. The monsters feel an uncontrollable hatred towards him. The knight turned to the boy. They were in a dangerous situation. There were too many orcs. Fred would have to try hard to win. The boy asked the spirit to fill the hole with water so they could buy time. The orcs were shocked when the water level rose. They were not prepared for it. Fred continues to watch the enemies. He knows that the refugees were able to hide. The hero gave the order. Everyone must quickly retreat to the outer wall. People go into the courtyard. They believe in their salvation. The guy was shocked when he felt a blast of magic from his opponent. The knight confirmed that the orcs could use it. He explained that orcs are warriors, so they have abilities. The guy doesn't see anything obvious in the situation. He sees the orcs for the second time. Unfortunately, the hero was told that the orcs can pass through the gate. He does not believe it. Talman explained that if there is no spell on the gate, it will be destroyed. He asked our Fred to hide. Talman will protect him at the cost of his life. A man respects a guy, so he will fight for him. Fred heard people screaming, heard them praying for their salvation. The orcs are approaching. They will never leave people alone. There were too many of them. The knights realized that they couldn't cope. Fred has drawn the knights' attention to himself. He has a plan. The only way to win is to fight to the death. Fred wants them to follow him. The knights were willing to die fighting for our boy. The hero was interested in watching the development of this situation. The woman reassured her daughter. She believed that our hero was saving them. The gates were destroyed, and the orcs were able to enter the courtyard. Fred attacked his opponent with an axe. He had been training for this fight. The guy leveled up for being able to kill an orc. He was happy when he found out that his combat power had increased, and his points had also increased. Despite the hero's small victory, the orcs were able to get inside. Talman was told that orcs were climbing the wall. The man was shocked. The man gave orders to his men, but he realized that there was no way out. Fred jumped into the crowd of orcs. He will show them all his power. Jerome thinks the hero has gone mad. Talman agrees. The guy doesn't understand why the monsters are looking at him when he's ready to tear them to pieces. Finally, the knights came to their senses and were ready to start fighting. The orcs will not stop at their goal. They will fight to the end. Fred asks the fire spirit to burn everything here to the ground. The enemy is surrounded by fire. They definitely can't handle it. Now the hero can deal the final blow to his opponents. The orcs cannot escape. The end has finally come for them. The orcs who had not yet managed to get inside saw this picture. They were surprised. Fred flew at them. He won't let them go. The orcs began to ask for forgiveness. They do not want to die at the hands of the guy. As a result, the orcs retreated, and the refugees were surprised by this situation. The guy saved a large number of lives and received a large number of points for this. For all his actions, Fred increased his level. He became much stronger. The knights still don't know our guy. They think he's strange. He even has unusual perfumes. Not everyone can call on them for help. He handles weapons much better than all knights. Talman has a dream. He wants to serve our guy and wants to live happily in the castle. Fred helped the children. He treated them. He hopes that they will all grow up strong. The guy couldn't even imagine that he would become a lord. But fate decreed otherwise. For his actions, the hero received a gift in the form of a pocket dimension. There he can store all the valuables he finds. The boy heard the woman reassuring the child that Fred would not let them die. She says that her son must eat well to become a good soldier. Fred gained incredible trust from people, and for this, he received points. The guy began to think about what would happen to people when he returned to Earth. Now the hero can move to the original dimension. Before returning home, Fred approached the innocent boy. He asked to trust him. The guy will always protect the people wherever he is. They crossed their fingers as a promise the boy would believe in our Fred. The hero managed to open the portal. It's time for him to return to Earth. The people were shocked when their lord disappeared right before their eyes. Vivi can't believe her boyfriend has disappeared and she doesn't know what to do next. The girl said goodbye to the hero. She is waiting for her death. Suddenly, our Fred appeared in front of her and took the full brunt of the blow. Vivi was surprised when she saw so much blood. There was too much of it. Fred impaled the assassin on his hand, and he was able to kill him. The guy asks if the girl has been waiting for him all this time. Vivi doesn't understand why the hero gives off such horror, and besides, she doesn't understand his word. She's been waiting for too long. The hero asked the girl to close her eyes. She shouldn't see this. Fred hasn't seen assassins for a long time. He will be happy to deal with them. The guy reads confusion in the assassin's eyes. He wants to kill them all. He regrets that he couldn't learn magic, but he will still have that opportunity in the future. The chief of the assassins cannot believe that a wizard stands before them. Our guy, on the contrary, doesn't think that he can be called a wizard. He calls himself the master of spirits, and no one stronger than him can be found now. The boss wants Fred to stop talking nonsense. He wants to deal with him as soon as possible. He was shocked when his men couldn't handle one person. It was too late. Fred gave them a chance to save themselves, but they refused. Vivi couldn't believe her eyes when right in front of her our hero easily killed enemies. Fred left behind rivers of blood. No one survived. Afterwards, he immediately ran to the girl. She was not herself. Finally, the girl's security has appeared. They are ready to save her. Fred said they were a little late. He dealt with everything himself. Edward pointed a gun at the guy. He thinks that our hero is dangerous. The guy doesn't understand why the security guards are acting as if they came to help. He asked them to put away their weapons so that the assassins' bodies could be dealt with. Edward agreed with the guy. He asked his people to take care of the bodies. He was informed that security had contacted the observation center and they were already on their way. Fred received a lot of karma points for saving the girl. Vivi is so sorry that she put the guy in danger. When the guy disappeared, it seemed to the girl that an eternity had passed, even though it was only for a moment. He thought the same thing, but he came back for the girl. Edward heard the girl ask him for forgiveness. That's all he needed to know. The man was surprised that our guy was traveling the world with an axe that he could barely lift. Fred just knew it was pretty dangerous here, so he carried a gun. Edward decided to express his sincere gratitude for saving the lady. Vivi asked the man to stop bullying the boy, as he was her friend and savior. The man asked his mistress for forgiveness. Vivi noted that it was time for them to go home. She would miss our Fred. Now the hero can be free. The girl will return home safe and sound. Although it was short, the hero's journey was remarkable. Afterwards, the guy called Robert. Fred missed him. Robert came to pick up the guy. He was surprised when Fred told him about the assassins. The guy hadn't eaten normal food for a long time, and at some point he stopped listening to the man. The man was surprised when Fred said he would need bodyguards who knew how to handle firearms. The hero asked to register the mercenaries as employees of a security company. He also asked to expand the intelligence network. Robert can use all the money. Robert reported that the invisible confrontation was beginning to gain momentum. Finally, the guy feels alive. Now he can listen attentively to the man. The hero understands that everything is not so smooth in the main family. Robert confirmed that property disputes between the main and collateral branches are not new. As he said, the faction is extremely powerful. The guy doesn't believe that they have no chance of winning at all. The man reminded that money is the best tool to make new friends. Robert spoke about the election results. He expresses respect for the guy's permeability. From now on, as Fred said, Robert must walk with bodyguards. The hero said that one company would soon fall, and he allowed Robert to accept the most capable into their firm. The guy asked the man to prepare the cards because they would be playing for Obama. The man wants to see our guy from a different side. He asked me to convey that they will continue to pretend that they know nothing. Robert believes that the hero made a good decision to create an international aid organization. Ava and Emily don't know of any other company that offers such a long vacation. The girls plan to be by the director's side for the rest of their lives. They don't know what to think about a video of a guy with a girl. All men are the same. Our guy finally showed up in the office and he looks great. The girls were happy to see their director. Fred decided to introduce them to his man. He brought me here specifically to meet with the manager, Ava. Fred introduced Robert as a genius investor. The girls can't believe that it's that same Robert standing in front of them. A man in the intelligence service had heard about Robert, who was a big shot. He was told that Robert was being called a rising star on Wall Street. Then the man began to wonder if Robert had come here for investments. The man's coworker reported that Robert had arrived here with Fred. The man asked to introduce agents to the hero to ensure security. He's sure something is going to happen soon. He needs to contact Fred. Ava is pleased to meet Robert. She used to work for another company. She is honored to meet a rising Wall Street legend. Robert was pleasantly surprised that such a young girl held a good position. Fred asked Robert to pay attention to another girl named Emily. She is also glad to meet such an influential man. Today is a truly wonderful day. The man met two lovely girls at once. Robert was surprised by the guy's small office. But our Fred was happy with this. The hero received a call from a company. Fred is interested in what they want from him. The guy suggested going to the best restaurant to meet the chairman of the company. Fred will take his friend with him, who is flying out of the country tomorrow. The man was furious because our hero even started setting conditions over the phone. He didn't like that Fred asked to make a reservation for him at a nice restaurant. His men didn't know what to do while their boss was beside himself with rage. After losing Anna Group, he can't afford to let his company fall apart. It's time for the hero to change his car to a more modern one with an armored body. Robert will personally find and buy something special. Fred is happy about it. It might sound strange to hear from Robert, but he said that the guy's lifestyle is similar to that of American stars. Fred asked Robert to buy companies involved in gold and silver mining. The heroes arrived at the restaurant. The building was very beautiful. Robert was surprised that most of the things in the restaurant he had seen in the museum. The man realizes that the company chairman was talking to the guy in an arrogant manner. Fred asks the man not to be nervous. Their meeting will go well. Finally, the man appeared and asked for forgiveness for being late. It is a great honor for Fred to meet the man. The man knows that young people really attach great importance to this. The employee's name is Bruce, and he thinks that he and Fred are related. Fred looks forward to working with them. After some time, Bruce noticed a man who looked very familiar. Our guy introduced Robert. They worked together. Bruce was shocked when he was able to remember Robert. It was not a dream. He had already told his boss about Robert. The man was also surprised when he realized that the person standing in front of him was that same genius investor. He had to bow out of respect for Robert. His name is Spencer. He was surprised because Fred had not warned him about meeting such an important guest. Spencer thanked our guy for meeting him during his busy schedule. He is also grateful for the opportunity to meet Robert. The food was ready, and finally everyone could begin to eat. Spencer asks not to be shy. He can try everything. Fred thanks the man for such generosity. He decided to call Bruce to the table. The woman decided to offer the guy some ginseng liqueur. Suddenly the guy got a notification window. His cooking skill increased. The woman began pouring liqueur, which she had opened for the first time in 20 years. After the liquor, only our guy and Spencer remained conscious, and they're holding up pretty well. Alcohol is surprisingly sweet for the guy today. Spencer asked the hero to give him his phone number. He wants the younger one to meet the CEO. Fred's mouth immediately started to water when he heard about the youngest. At the office, the girls are happy that they will fly on a plane with the director. But there is one condition that the girls must fulfill immediately. Emily joked about the gift, but Fred agreed with her and said that this was the condition. He doesn't want gifts. He warned that if they go to San Francisco, the men will need help. He asks them to be guardian angels for men. Emily began to think that Fred wanted to set her up on a blind date. Fred asked to find a little-known company to purchase 51% of the shares. Emily will complete the task, but she asked the guy to add 5 days to his vacation. Robert doesn't understand what's going on, and no one wanted to know his opinion. In the restaurant, the men were discussing our guy who killed all the mercenaries. The man wants to know if his interlocutor is sure that it was our guy who killed the assassins. He got the information by buying off a local security guard, so he's confident. He found signs that the other assassins were faster and extremely skilled in martial arts. They need to watch our guy. Now they can have a drink. Fred was unhappy because he could only store jewelry in his vault. This was the first time he was alone since he returned to this world. The guy got a magic stone from an orc warrior. That's definitely something special. Fred doesn't know how he can use this stone. He was surprised by the thought that he could absorb the magic stone. He managed to do it. His internal energy increased. The hero found the jackpot. He received experience points for various techniques. Duncan appeared in the office. He hadn't seen his chairman for a long time. Fred agreed that Duncan was an amazing person. The man was nervous and said that there was a problem in the company. Fred had a bad feeling about this. Duncan said the workers' union had occupied the representative's office. Fred thought all the interns had moved up to full-time. According to Duncan, this is the crux of the whole problem. He said ordinary employees were afraid that their salaries would be reduced. Despite the negative figures, Duncan said workers are demanding a $30 million bonus. The guy listened to all the workers' demands, and a mechanism started working in his head. He asked Duncan to file a police report along with criminal and civil charges. Fred can't ignore something like this. He's not going to negotiate with them. People don't understand why the director ignores them and doesn't want to listen to their demands. The man understands that they must take matters into their own hands. They need to endure for a few more days. Victory is just around the corner. They were thinking about what they would do in the future after the victory, when suddenly they heard a strange sound. Police appeared near the building. The officer demands that they leave the building. The man called the chairman and said that a lawsuit had been filed against them. He was informed that they must continue to fight. The Federation's leadership is counting on them, so they must block the building. Todd was informed that he would soon be eligible to become a member of the executive committee. Walt was contacted by a representative from the policy committee. Penelope is a cunning fox. She has a cute face. She is friendly with everyone. Walt has failed his bar exams several times, and Fred wants to know why. The man said his father had fled to North Korea. He said that large unions collect dues from groups and their members. The guy wants to believe that they are not going on strike to raise as much money as possible. Walt explains that everything should be done in moderation. The hero thanked the man for the answer, but he still wouldn't tolerate it. Walt will have to file a civil lawsuit against these criminals, no matter how much he hates it. As Fred said, this is a clear abuse of rights. He wants the media to know about it. The company will not sit idly by. Walt agreed. The boy's wish was his command. The hero received a call and doesn't understand who he's talking to. He was told about one problem. Fred was shocked. The guy realized that the life of one girl was in danger. He had to help. The hero doesn't know who did it, but he will kill everyone involved in this situation. People were relaxing in the club. Only children of rich parents could go inside. Jay wasn't thrilled with this place. She needed to be here for her grandfather's business. The girl is approached by her friend Becca, who asks why Jay isn't dancing. She's just resting. Her legs are already tired of dancing. The girls start laughing at the fact that Jay has lost her agility due to studying and has started to get tired quickly. Becca began to size up the men in the club. She didn't notice anyone remarkable. Suddenly she noticed some guys carrying an unconscious girl. Becca also saw Heather. She is the daughter of a Korean company. The girl saw Audrey. She clearly needed help. Jay also saw this picture. They understand that something strange is happening. Becca knows that some things that don't concern you are best ignored. Jay doesn't know what to do in this situation. The girls attended high school together, with Audrey being a diligent student while Heather was a troubled teenager. Because of her insecurity, Heather hated Audrey. Our guy showed up at the club. He won't let anything terrible happen to the girl. Jay is very surprised when she sees Fred. Becca wonders who he is. The hero noted that he hadn't seen Jay at the university for a long time. The girl feels awkward standing next to him, but he wants to ask her a question. Becca was shocked when Fred asked the girl about Audrey. Jay doesn't understand why Fred is looking for her here. He said that a girl from here called him and asked him to pick up Audrey. Becca came up to the guy. She knows where Audrey is. Fred doesn't want to meet her. He needs to know where Audrey is. Becca decided to ask if the guy was the son of a large law firm. She explained that if Fred wasn't up to par, he needed to leave. If it's about money, then the hero has a lot of it. So he asks the girl to tell him everything she knows. The guys could no longer control themselves. They asked the girl to wake up because they had come to see her. Fred wants to ask just once. He needs to know where the girl is. The men pointed to the table. Audrey lay unconscious. Fred was furious when he saw the girl. He lost control of himself. He would kill everyone. No one could resist him. Fred dealt with everyone with ease. The guy understands that the girl was given a drink. He wants to know that everything is okay with her. Security rushed into the office. They think that what happened was Heather's doing. Our guy wants to know who dared to put something in Audrey's glass. The boss doesn't understand what Fred is talking about. He asks his men to deal with the guy. Heather was shocked when she saw what happened to her people. Fred left the office. He wants to talk to Heather in person. The girl feels uneasy. She has no idea how the guy knows her. The hero begins to mock Heather. Everyone should know such a nasty girl. Fred knows that in the future, she will be called a symbol of abuse of power. The girl's security rushed at the guy. They were not ready for this fight. Our Fred is stronger than them. The hero decided to inquire about the life of one of the guards, who apparently wants to serve Heather until the end of his days. The guy wants them to pull themselves together. Fred easily dealt with the crowd with just his body. After the fight, he noted that Heather only looks good because of plastic surgery. The girl lost her temper when the guy mentioned her plastic surgery. The guards realized that they couldn't deal with the hero alone, so they decided to attack him altogether. Fred can easily deal with even a crowd. He has no equal. The guards had no chance of winning. Only defeat awaited them. Heather doesn't understand where the guy gets so much strength from. She's afraid of him. The guy compared the girl to Connor, who is now in a mental hospital. Fred can do the same to the girl as he did to Connor. She must listen to him carefully. Heather listened to what the boy would do if she touched Audrey again. Fred always keeps his word. The girl can be sure of that. There are reinforcements for our Fred in the corridor. They must protect their director. Hen apologizes for his late arrival. Fred is fine, and he noted that his people arrived quickly. Our hero asked to bring the owner of the club to him. The man next to Hen spoke up. This was his club. The guy wants to transfer $1 billion as an apology for the damage caused. After what happened, Heather came home and immediately began to tell her mother everything. The woman was extremely unhappy that security was unable to protect her daughter. She is waiting for an explanation from the head of security about what happened to her daughter. The woman is furious and demands that they find whoever abused Heather. She wants to break him. The man thanked our guy for everything he did. Fred doesn't think he did anything special. He felt awkward because the man kept praising him. The man wants to know what condition Audrey is in now. The guy thinks that after a good night's sleep, the girl should feel better. Fred asks the man not to strain himself. He offered him a drink. Our hero assessed the man. He believes that a crooked nose can promise great failure. The guy decided to find out what the man actually does. Fred was very surprised when the man handed him a business card that had something to do with biotechnology. He remembered a biotech company with a market capitalization of 100 trillion. Floyd wants to know if the hero has heard of his company. Then Fred asked about the merger due to investment problems. Floyd was surprised. The guy explained that he works with investments. He heard a rumor. The hero asked if Floyd knew that the Anna Group had been bought out. Fred doesn't want to brag, but he told about his influential friend named Robert. Floyd knows he's known as an investment genius. Fred offered to invest 50 billion won into Floyd's company. The man doesn't understand why the guy offered so much. Fred knows that billions will soon turn into trillions. Floyd explains that the merger contract is to be signed tomorrow. Then the guy offered to pay 10 billion for fines. Floyd doesn't understand why our guy has so much faith in his company. The man heard his daughter's voice and asked how she was feeling. Audrey is fine, but she wants to know how her father is feeling. He's also doing well. Floyd didn't forget to mention our guy. Audrey admitted that she likes Fred and wants to give him a share of the inheritance. The girl explains that she doesn't need anything. Our guy doesn't understand why Audrey looks so beautiful today. The man was told that his youngest daughter had been attacked. The woman asked him to quickly deal with the attacker. They sent him information about our guy. He heard about him somewhere. Walt was surprised when he heard about medical manufacturing. Fred noted that this is a promising drug development company. For a man, the company is nothing special. The hero asks him to study the report more carefully. Walt thinks the guy is wrong. He's worked on similar cases before. The man received a positive response that the company would soon go public. Walt wonders what the next step will be. He thinks it will be to start testing a cure for cancer. He knows that those who are ignorant of this will flock to the lie like flies. Fred asks people not to forget to invest even with small change in their pocket. Walt will trust his boss and gratefully accept the respect. Suddenly, the man received a call and was told that people on the east side were alarmed. The man heard something he couldn't immediately believe. Walt doesn't understand when Fred got involved with a woman who was called crazy. The guy only knows that her daughter is no slouch either. The man warned that information was already being collected on the hero. Walt said the deputy chief prosecutor was pushy and stubborn. Fred realized that he was the perfect watchdog. The hero asked Walt to stay away. A man should not get into trouble. Walt didn't think Evan would be the perfect fit for the task. Fred continued to improve his skills. He should learn the latest techniques. The guy believes that he is no longer a naive boy. Fred wants to meet God. He failed to summon a god from another dimension due to his low level. He was disappointed. Fred was shocked to learn that his god was from the planet Apron. The man told his boss that everything was fine with his work. During the conversation, he felt uneasy and began to ask for forgiveness for possible mistakes. The chief prosecutor lost his temper and started yelling at his subordinate. The prosecutor asked his subordinate to turn on his brain so that he would understand who his opponent was. The man reported that even the ministry's inspection service contacted him. The prosecutor began to threaten his subordinate with a transfer to another department. Fred was unhappy that points were deducted for moving to the place where the intermediate gods live. The hero understands that he needs to calm down. He needs to earn more points. The guy felt uneasy when he heard strange sounds. Fred asks for more strength to climb over the wall to find the source of the noise. The guy was disappointed when he saw the hologram. He was even more surprised when the hologram disappeared and someone appeared in front of him. The man doesn't blame the boy for looking at that screen. The guy was surprised that the hologram was a shadow of the man's memories. Fred can't understand who is standing in front of him. He wants to hear the truth. The hero was shocked when the man began to tell a story about 2 mothers and 1 child. Fred met the intermediate god. His name is Solomon. They decided to take a walk. Solomon noted that our guy had done a good job. The man began to tell that his father and mother had an affair. His father is a hero of the state who defeated Goliath with 1 sling. His father became involved in an affair, enchanted by his mother's magic. Fred noted that the books described everything differently. Solomon said that he left behind a magic book, the original of which is kept in the museum. The hero was surprised when he learned that the book was written in mysterious runic words. Solomon's mother made him a real king. The hero decided to clarify that Solomon's mother was from another dimension. The man doesn't understand how our guy found out what is a secret. Fred realizes that he is not the only one who moves between dimensions. Even assassins do this. Solomon agreed that his mother was a powerful sorceress. Fred wants to know if Solomon realizes that magic is used in the human world too. The man heard that there was another sorcerer who also moved to another dimension. The boy asked about the king who fell, although he himself was a sorcerer. Then Solomon explained that it was all corruption, but he could not be bribed. The hero explained that the king served a foreign god and violated the laws of the king of Israel. Solomon asks Fred not to say that. He wanted to be a happy king. Everyone should be happy. He needs glasses to summon the spirit. Fred felt uneasy when he realized that spirits exist on Earth too. Solomon noted that in other dimensions there are gods, people, and animals. The man explains that this is how the universe works, and Fred finds it hard to understand. Solomon's people were saved from war and famine. They were happy. His god wanted glory and praise. He did not want Solomon to be a god. Eventually, his people became divided. God abandoned him. His end came. Solomon became a failure. With the help of karma points, he summoned spirits and became a wizard. Solomon wants to pass on everything he has to our Fred. A man no longer needs karma points. He saw the end coming with his own eyes. These glasses mean nothing to him anymore. The hero was shocked. He received an offer to get all the points on the condition that he raise the kingdom. Fred didn't think long. He immediately agreed to accept the offer. Solomon thanks the boy. His kingdom will be more beautiful than that of a man. The guy felt awkward when he received all of Solomon's talents. His level was increased. The man decided to ask if the guy was happy with his new position. Fred will never forget Solomon's kindness to him. The hero was shocked to find out that his points had been redistributed, and his level had become lower. Fred was furious. 5% of his points would go to a pleased Solomon. The man continued to pray, but he lacked the strength. He asks to spread the seeds of evil in lands filled with hatred and anger. His followers repeat the prayer after him. The man turns to the gods who will be reborn from a long sleep. He says when the skies are covered with hundreds of millions of fears, a new world will open. The man asks the warriors to stand up. He will give them strength. He praises only the master. Fred met his friends and realized that they had changed after the army. The guy offered everyone a drink, since their friend was treating everyone today. Friends noted that our Fred is very rich, and he needs to be paid for drinks until the end of his days. The hero allows his friends to drink as much as they want. Today it's all on him. The boy listened to his friends discuss his studies at university. Fred felt awkward. Suddenly an unknown number called him. Fred doesn't understand who he's talking to. Heather realizes that our hero will ignore them, even after she tells him whose daughter she is. The girl will not forgive Audrey for her shame. She wants revenge. The woman asks her daughter to trust her. She will not leave it so easily. The chairman arrived home. The woman does not understand why her dear one returned so early. Without thinking twice, the man hit his wife for the first time. The man also hit his daughter, and he is not going to tolerate this anymore. He demands that Heather go to America and get a master's degree. The man will deal with his wife in such a way that no one will see. He almost died of shame because of her actions. The guy's interlocutor asks him if she can come over to him. Fred is sure that he is talking to a girl. He does not forbid her to approach him. His friends were surprised when they saw the girl. They thought that she was the guy's other half. A girl appeared next to Fred. She was charming. The girl was pleased to see the hero. Her name is Sharon. Fred was glad to see her. He called the girl sister. Sharon suggested to the guy to stop this. He refused, since he was seeing her for the first time. The friends were surprised. They had never seen the girl before. Sharon confirmed that they had not seen each other before. The girl is 5 years older than the hero. The girl was hungry. She would gladly eat at the guy's expense. Fred felt awkward about his friend's behavior because they couldn't keep their hands off the girl. Sharon noticed how they were looking at her. She said that she liked to play too. Fred decided to offer his little sister a drink. He would pour it for her himself. The girl was glad to drink to the meeting with the guy and his friends. Sharon wants to know who our hero is. She doesn't understand how her father could foist such a young guy on her. Fred realizes that the girl doesn't know that he is an investor in the company. The hero is not going to say anything else. He will keep his secret. Sharon asks the guy not to flirt with her. He doesn't envy her studying abroad. The girl was surprised when the guy changed the topic of conversation to art. She is not indifferent to it. Sharon asked Fred to show off his art skills right now. The guy thought that the girl needed to go home, but she replied that she might be late today. She came here to check on the guy who turned the entire university upside down. Fred was ready to show her all his talent. The guy brought the girl to his home. She was surprised by the look of his apartment. The hero decided to ask if the girl was scared to be here. Sharon realizes that her father's wish may come true, and their wedding is not far away. The girl asks to draw herself to test the hero's skills. The man said that the girl went to meet her boyfriend. The woman was surprised because Sharon had gone to meet Fred. The man said that our guy was studying at a Korean university and would be 20 years old. The woman asked to collect all the information about the hero. She also asked where Sharon was now. The man said the girl did not return to Seoul. She was shocked when she found out that the girl was in our boyfriend's house. Fred felt very awkward when the girl asked him to draw himself completely. Sharon noticed that the guy had lost his confidence. Fred decided to find out if the girl planned to get a portrait before she died. Sharon doesn't understand what the guy is getting at. She became scared. The hero noted that it was clear from the girl's face that she did not want to live. The girl doesn't know what to do. The guy's words really scared her. Fred offered the girl various options on how to draw her. He feels like a psycho. The guy decided to turn off the light so even death would be elegant. The hero asked if life was harsh on the girl, and her depravity began to irritate him. Sharon doesn't know how to respond to the hero's attacks. Fred notes that the girl is too spoiled to appreciate anything. The guy is furious because the girl gives up without a fight. The girl listened to the hero call her pathetic, that she deserved her life. She could not hold back her tears. The hero explains that death will not solve anything. She must live and become stronger. Sharon asks him to stop. She can't listen to this anymore. Fred will tell the girl everything as it is. No influential family scares him. Sharon doesn't understand why Fred started talking about her life. The guy doesn't stop. He wants the girl to undress. He took off all her clothes himself. Only in this way would she feel free. The guy's mother came to his apartment and decided to bring him some home-cooked food. She saw the picture that her son had drawn that night. The woman was shocked that Fred had drawn her. The woman saw her son in bed with the girl. She was lucky that he did not wake up. The mother felt ashamed of what she saw. She realized that her son was already an adult. When Fred woke up, he was surprised that he was not alone in the bed. The guy does not remember anything. It turned out that the girl was not sleeping. She said that nothing happened between them. Fred wants to know what happened. The girl was disappointed with the guy's behavior towards her. Sharon decided to ask the guy directly if he liked her. Fred said that the girl was the first one who was in this bedroom. The girl began to let go of her hands. The hero asks her to stop. Sharon asked the guy to be quiet and kiss her. The girl came to dinner, to which the guy's mother invited her. The guy's whole family gathered at home, and the girl told him that her father produces computer components. The guy feels awkward watching what is happening, but the girl calmly answers all the questions. The woman wants to know who her mother is. Sharon replied that her mother sells photographs, but the hero thought that she worked in a museum. The woman decided to find out how long Fred and Sharon had been dating. The girl answered honestly that they met only yesterday. The whole family was shocked after this phrase. Fred decided to leave quickly. He blamed his departure on the fact that he had important things to do. The woman does not understand what her darling means. The girl noted that such behavior was normal for Sharon, since she was lonely. The father of the family asked everyone to be quiet. He explained that he had found someone for the girl. Sharon caught her father's attention and asked him to transfer some of the shares to her in advance. Spencer was surprised that the girl wanted them now. She noted that she needs to prepare for the wedding, and first she would like to do something for the family. She was told that she was going too far, since something like this should be discussed in advance. Sharon believes that she can ask her father everything at once. The girl pointed to her sister, who could spend her free time with her nephews. This family feast became the beginning of a war between the sisters. Fred wants to know what the situation is at the chemical plant. Duncan asked for forgiveness because there are still unresolved issues and protests continue. Fred wants to know if Penelope is behind this situation. Duncan confirmed this and began to talk about the influence of people from the Patriot Party. The guy asked the man to make an announcement for new and experienced employees and also to inform about a salary increase. The guy isn't going to give in to the protesters. He wants to fire everyone. Duncan warns that if the situation takes a serious turn, there will be delays in delivery, which will make the problem worse. The hero reassures the man that in any case, they will only lose one company. The man reported that people from politics approached them with requests for employment. Fred accepted this information. He will sort everything out. Suddenly, the guy got a call. Duncan listened attentively to what the hero was talking about. The man was glad that his boss quickly dealt with his interlocutor. The hero remembered Andrew, the guy who inadvertently put him in the city's National Assembly. Thanks to our guy Andrew, he broke into politics much earlier. After the conversation, Fred came to meet the man. Andrew thanked our guy for making time for the man in his busy schedule. Our guy had wanted to meet him for a long time. He offered the man a drink to relieve tension. The man noted that he arrived on a bicycle and did not want to drive while intoxicated. Fred began to say that good and evil are equal. They arise and disappear at the will of fate. Andrew felt uneasy, noting that this statement could lead to errors. The guy decided to give an example that spraying pesticides to kill insects cannot be called either good or evil. The man became scared by each subsequent example of the hero. Then Andrew decided to find out what good and evil were in Fred's understanding. Simply put, Fred explained that you can do whatever you want. Andrew doesn't know what to answer to the guy's provocative questions. The guy reminds that the man knew who he was going to meet. As a result, Andrew drank a can of beer. Fred realizes that the man will make a good assistant. The people don't know what to do. They listen to the girl discuss the capitalists. Penelope called her man. She wants to know everything about our guy. She was told that the guy would become a big figure in the legal field. She was surprised. The girl does not understand who our Fred is, that he has achieved such success. The next day, Fred remembered drinking with Andrew and had a severe headache. The guy received messages from Sharon. She is leaving for America and asks the hero to enjoy his youth. Fred noted that the messages were cute, and he was thinking about going to the States. Suddenly, the guy's co-workers appeared in the office. Ava immediately jumped into Fred's arms. Emily asks Ava not to let go of her hands. She herself wants to hug the hero. The man confirmed to the vice president that our guy is good at what he does. The vice president asked his man to keep a close eye. He was surprised when he realized that our guy was alive and richer than him. The man thinks that our Fred could become his new enemy. He decided to meet him. Fred doesn't understand where the goosebumps on his back came from. It looks like something is coming soon. Emily told the guy about herself for a long time, and he listened to her attentively. The girls answered the guy that the investment details had been resolved. It was a success. Fred decided to find out what the commercial potential of investment companies was. Emily and Ava talk about 3 men who are capable of achieving success. Fred asked if the girls had been asked out on dates. The guy knows that no one can resist their beauty. He himself can ask them out on a date. Emily was glad to hear this. Ava asks her to come back down to earth. Ava feels like her boss has found someone else while they were away. The guy felt awkward and didn't understand how the girl could have found out about this. The hero simply thought about Ava's mother when she replied that her mother was simply a beauty. Fred begins to think that the girl can read minds, and he becomes scared. The hero felt better when Ava told him that her specialty was psychology. The guy decided to change the subject. He wished the girl to find a good man. The girls were unhappy with the guy's words. Emily is ready to work for him forever, just like Ava. Fred felt uneasy because his plan had not worked, so he asked about the size of the investment. Emily said the investment amounted to $1 million. Ava reported that Robert's investors had agreed to put up $4 million for 30% of the shares. Fred was pleased with the girls' work and decided to give each of them a bonus. The guy got a call and was glad to get away from the girls. The hero was shocked Vivi called him. He immediately remembered their kiss. The girls heard who their boss was talking to and were extremely unhappy with this turn of events.